What if the fate of your village rested in the hands of a young herbalist and her unyielding spirit? The Heart of Verdant Hollow is a captivating adventure steeped in magic, friendship, and the pursuit of truth. Meet Alys, a determined herbalist whose quest to protect her village leads her deep into the enchanting yet perilous forest that surrounds Verdant Hollow. Danger lurking in every shadow and secrets waiting to be uncovered, she faces betrayal and gathers unexpected allies. If she fails, her home and loved ones may be lost forever. But if she succeeds, she may find the true strength of community. Join Alys on this transformative journey as she navigates challenges that will test her leadership and courage. This is Chapter 1 of The Heart of Verdant Hollow. Let the journey begin.
Chapter 1. A Glimpse of Serenity. Alys sits at her wooden table, meticulously arranging freshly picked herbs. The colors of the plants reflect the morning light streaming through the window, casting a warm glow in her cozy cottage. Each herb holds its own distinct aroma, filling the air with earthy scents that invigorate her senses. She hums a soft melody, her focus solely on the task at hand. This moment of solitude brings her comfort, as the rhythmic motions of her hands ground her in the routine she knows so well. With deft fingers, she clasps the delicate stems of the herbs, carefully placing them into neat bundles. The soft rustle of leaves accompanies her movements, a testament to her skilled hands and firm understanding of the craft she has honed over the years. Outside, the distant sound of laughter and footsteps filters through the open window, hinting at the lively village atmosphere just beyond her door. Alys pauses for a moment, listening, wondering what stories the day might hold. She looks fondly at the vibrant herbs, knowing they will aid her friends and neighbors. With a deep breath, she turns her attention back to her work, finding joy in the clarity and purpose of her daily routine. As she works, Alys feels a joyful warmth spread through her. The familiar rhythm of the marketplace begins to echo through her cottage, bringing a smile to her face. Simon bursts through the door, excitement radiating from him. His eyes are wide with wonder as he catches his breath. "Alys, you won't believe the stories I heard today." Alys can't help but chuckle at her brother's enthusiasm. Is it another tale of treasure or monsters? His exuberance makes the mundane seem magical. She sets aside her herbs momentarily, eager to hear what adventures have unfolded beyond their peaceful village. "Isn't that her?" Simon exclaims, rushing over to her. "There's a traveling merchant who speaks of far-off lands and dangerous quests." His words ignite Alys's imagination, but they also pull her from the comfort of her routine. As he gestures animatedly, she feels a flicker of longing for the adventures he describes. A yearning for something beyond the confines of her everyday life. The moment is fleeting, and she gently teases him, bringing him back to the present. "Help me with the remedies, then tell me more." His exuberance makes the mundane seem magical. She sets aside her herbs momentarily, eager to hear what adventures have unfolded beyond their peaceful village. It's a verge of longing, and she pulls him back to the present. Alys exudes gently enough to give him the time, but then she feels the rush of longing instead. Alys chuckles, setting down the bundle of herbs. You know I can't resist a good story, especially when it involves treasure. Simon's eyes twinkle with excitement. And monsters! They say the village is in danger. We could be heroes, Alys. His words spark a fire in her heart, and she ruffles his hair playfully. Heroism comes with risks, Simon. You need to be careful with such ideas. But she also can't ignore the thrill that dances in her chest at the thought of adventure, even as she gently grounds him in reality. Those stories are meant for dreamers, Alys says, her voice softening. Let's focus on what we can do here first. Helping the villagers is a kind of heroism. She glances outside, where the sun's rays illuminate the bustling village square, a vibrant tapestry of life. The laughter of children and the cheerful calls of merchants carry through the air, drawing her attention. Besides, there's magic in the herbs we gather, Alys adds, smiling as she picks up a handful of lavender. These are treasures of their own. Just then, a sudden crash from outside jolts their conversation. Alys's heart skips a beat, and she exchanges a worried glance with Simon. What was that? She asks, her voice tinged with concern. Simon swiftly moves to the door, peering outside. I don't know, but it sounded like it came from the village square. Alarmed, Alys follows him, her instincts ticking in. She grabs a small satchel, ready to assist with whatever crisis has unfolded. Rushing out into the warm daylight, the bustling village atmosphere shifts to one of confusion. Villagers gather, murmuring anxiously as they gaze toward the center of the square, where a large branch has fallen, blocking the path and causing a stir among the market vendors. Alys feels the weight of responsibility bearing down on her as she steps forward. Everyone, stay calm, she calls out, synthesizing her role as a caregiver with her desire to protect the village. Her voice cuts through the chaos, and the crowd begins to quiet, looking to her for guidance. Alys steps into the square, scanning the scene with a quick, practiced eye. The fallen branch, thick and heavy, sprawls across the cobblestone path, creating a barrier that interrupts the flow of villagers, bustling to and fro. Some look frightened, while others gesture animatedly, trying to comprehend the disruption. Let's clear this out, she asserts, her voice steady as she approaches the fallen limb. With a determined look, she grabs hold of a sturdy end, her muscles straining under the weight. Together with a few nearby villagers who now rally behind her, they begin to lift and shift the branch, pushing it aside. Keep it steady, she calls out, coordinating their movements with focused intensity. Simon joins in, pulling with all his might. We can do it. Just a little more. His enthusiasm ignites the group's energy, reinforcing the bond of teamwork among them. As they finally manage to move the branch off the path, Alys breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the collective strength of her community propelling her forward. With the branch finally moved, Alys steps back, surveying the path now clear for the villagers. A sense of accomplishment spreads through her as the crowd begins to stir back to life, resuming their daily routines with gratitude in their eyes. Simon stands beside her, panting but grinning. That was awesome, Alys. You really helped everyone. She smiles at him, filled with warmth at his admiration. We did it together, Simon. Teamwork makes us stronger. Just then, an elder of the village approaches, a look of appreciation softening their usual stern expression. You have a keen sense of leadership, Alys. Your courage today reminded us all of what it means to look out for one another. Alys feels a rush of pride, but also a flicker of doubt. Am I truly ready for such responsibility? The elder continues, never underestimate the power of unity. You've shown that today. As she watches the villagers return to their tasks, Alys realizes that this moment embodies not just her skills, but also the importance of community, nurturing a desire within her to protect and uplift those around her. Chapter 2. The Heart of the Village. The Festival of Lights begins early in the morning, a vibrant celebration that fills Verdant Hollow with energy. Alys awakens to the cheerful sounds of laughter and music drifting through her window, stirring her with excitement for the day ahead. She quickly prepares, eager to contribute to the festivities, tying her hair back and adorning herself with small wildflowers she picked the night before. Once outside, the village square greets her with a burst of color. Vendors setting up stalls, children weaving between adults, and colorful lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. "Come join us, Alys," shouts one of the villagers, waving her over to a nearby stall laden with freshly baked goods. The scent of sweetbreads wafts through the air, tempting her as she moves closer. The festival atmosphere envelops her. The Festival of Lights begins early in the morning, a vibrant celebration that fills Verdant Hollow with energy. Alys awakens to the cheerful sounds of laughter and music drifting through her window, stirring her with excitement for the day ahead. Act stallers arrived closer at the village square, storming punks and wind, twisting the air. The corpses gathered all around her, heading for help with her situation. Several people poured their back out tensely, if I remember, a nervous giggle shouting as loud as it could. The vibrant community spirit lifting her heart and sparking a flicker of nostalgia for traditions shared since childhood. She can't help but smile, remembering past festivals filled with laughter and the bonds formed through celebration. Alys begins to make her rounds through the bustling village square, greeting familiar faces with warm smiles and waves. Every stall is a feast for the senses, showcasing the fruits of the harvest, vibrant vegetables, fragrant herbs, and sparkling crafts that catch the sunlight. She stops at a neighboring stall run by her friend, an elderly villager known for her exquisite pottery. These are beautiful as always. Alys admires the intricate designs, feeling a surge of gratitude for the community that supports one another. The elder beams, her hands deftly shaping a new piece. "Thank you, my dear. Come visit me tonight when the lanterns are lit. I have a special surprise for you." The anticipation fills Alys with warmth, and she continues her walk, pausing to help a child struggling to lift a basket of apples. "Need a hand?" she offers, smiling as she sets the basket straight, encouraging the child's spirit. "You're the best." Alys, the child beams, beaming with gratitude, and Alys feels a sense of fulfillment ripple through her. As she continues on, a sudden shout from the village elder draws her attention, signaling the arrival of an unexpected guest at the festival, stirring curiosity and excitement in the crowd. Tension fills Alys with warmth, and she continues her walk, pausing to help a child struggling to lift a basket of apples. "You're the best," she offers, smiling as she sets the basket straight, encouraging the child's spirit. "You're the best," Alys, smiling, sending home in a clapped t-shirt. Alys emphatically delights, and temperamental moment of anticipation in the festival. The village elder approaches the center of the square, drawing the crowd's attention with an air of authority. "Everyone, gather round. We have a special visitor today." Curiosity peaks among the villagers as they turn to see who has arrived. Alys, feeling an electric thrill, steps closer to the crowd. From the edge of the square, a figure emerges, a traveler clad in vibrant, flowing garments, adorned with trinkets and various tokens that hint at distant lands. The traveler's eyes sparkle with a mix of mischief and wisdom, an instant intrigue captivating Alys and the villagers alike. "Greetings, people of Verdant Hollow," the traveler proclaims, their voice ringing with enthusiasm. "I come to share tales of adventures and offer you wonders from afar." A wave of excitement passes through the crowd as the traveler begins to display an array of goods. Curiosities that gleam under the sun, foreign herbs that emit unique fragrances, and intricate artifacts that tell stories of their origins. Alys feels a pull of fascination, imagining the stories behind each item and the adventures they could inspire. As she watches the villagers react with awe and eagerness, she cannot help but feel a swell of longing for the adventures that lie beyond their peaceful village. As the traveler showcases their wares, Alys steps forward, drawn by the vibrant colors and enigmatic objects. "Can you tell us about this one?" she asks, pointing to a beautifully crafted vial filled with a shimmering liquid. The traveler grins, clearly pleased by the interest. "Ah, that is a potion of clarity, gathered from the rarest flowers in the Whispering Glades. It's said to unlock hidden potential and offer visions of the future." Whispers flutter through the crowd, eyes widening in eager anticipation. Alys's heart races, the notion of potential untapped calling to her. She feels a gentle tug of longing to explore the unknown, to see what possibilities lie beyond her current life. However, an older villager steps forward, frowning. "And what's the cost of such magic? Is it truly safe?" The traveler's smile falters slightly, but they respond smoothly. "Ah, every wonder comes with its price, my friend. Balance is key." Alys feels the tension in the air as the villagers ponder the traveler's words. She senses a mix of excitement and caution circulating, a reflection of their tight-knit community grappling with the allure of the unknown versus the safety of their familiar lives. Determined to bridge that gap, Alys raises her voice. "Perhaps we can learn from this traveler. Let's hear more about their journeys and what we might gain. We may find even greater value in shared knowledge." Her suggestion hangs in the air, aiming to inspire both curiosity and caution within the gathering, illustrating her growth in advocating for exploration while respecting their roots. The traveler's eyes gleam with approval at Alys's suggestion. "Ah, a wise choice. Knowledge is indeed the most powerful potion of all," they proclaim, gesturing for the villagers to gather closer. Encouraged, Alys guides the crowd with her enthusiasm, asking the traveler to share stories of far-off lands and the adventures they've encountered. The atmosphere shifts from skepticism to curiosity, the villagers leaning in with rapt attention. As the traveler begins recounting tales of great mountains and mystical creatures, a sense of camaraderie blooms among the villagers. Laughter punctuates the air as they share in the wonder of the experiences, each story adding layers to their understanding of the world beyond Verdant Hollow. However, a few skeptics remain unconvinced. One elder, arms crossed, interjects, "Tales are just that, stories. They can lead us astray." Alys can feel the tension building again. Yet she stands her ground. "You're right, but stories also inspire us. They remind us of what's possible," she asserts, looking around the crowd, urging them to embrace the balance. As she speaks, the tension begins to ease, and more villagers nod in agreement, realizing the travelers' tales could provide insights and opportunities for their community. The energy is palpable, a shift in the collective mindset occurring before Alys's eyes as they begin to consider a broader picture. As the traveler continues their tales, weaving elaborate stories of bravery and wonder, Alys feels a swell of hope within her. The villagers around her are captivated, their eyes sparkling with ambition as they contemplate the possibilities beyond their borders. Laughter erupts at the traveler's recounting of a clever ruse to escape a pack of mischievous sprites, the tension from earlier melting into a shared joy. Alys glances at Simon, who is fully absorbed in the narrative, eyes wide with excitement. She can almost feel his dreams unfurling, igniting a fire in her own heart to seek out more adventures together. But as the tales weave on, the elder who had previously voiced caution steps forward again. "It's easy to get lost in dreams. We must also consider the realities we face here. Our village needs strength, not just stories." The crowd quiets, and Alys steps up once more, her voice steady. "Yes, we must protect our home. But we can grow stronger by learning from these tales. Let them guide our actions." The elder looks contemplative, and Alys senses the villagers leaning towards her vision. The conversation shifts, ideas flowing, as they brainstorm how to incorporate knowledge from the traveler into their daily lives, forming a dynamic that emphasizes growth and collaboration. As the sun begins to dip, casting golden hues across the village, Alys knows that this day marks a turning point. She feels lighter, her earlier doubts transformed into a shared ambition to explore new horizons while holding true to their roots. Chapter 3. Secrets of the Forest. Alys stands at the edge of the enchanting forest, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and unease. The towering trees stretch high above her, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor that invite her in. Yet the shadowed depths provoke a sense of caution. She takes a deep breath, inhaling the earthy scent of moss and damp wood, grounding herself in the moment. Today, she's determined to uncover new herbs and gather knowledge that could benefit the village, stepping beyond the familiar boundaries she's adhered to for so long. As she crosses the threshold into the forest, the familiar sounds of the village fade, replaced by the rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. A sense of adventure swells within her, mingled with a tinge of anxiety about what lies ahead. With each step, Alys is reminded of the stories she had heard at the festival, tales of brave heroines and hidden treasures, compelling her to forge her own journey. As Alys ventures deeper into the forest, her senses heighten, attuned to the sights and sounds surrounding her. She pauses frequently, examining plants she encounters, each one an opportunity for discovery. The vibrant hues of leaves and flowers captivate her, and she sketches pictures in her mind of those she recognizes and those that are new. Every step feels like a dance with discovery, but she also feels a weight of responsibility. Her mission is to gather resources that can help support her village. She recalls her lessons from the village elder about the importance of understanding the land, remembering the stories of the herbs with unique properties. With each passing moment, she feels more confident in her ability to identify what can be useful. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes catches her attention, and she instinctively steadies herself. What was that? She wonders, glancing in the direction of the sound. After a moment of cautious observation, a small critter darts out, its fur a blend of browns that allows it to blend seamlessly with the forest floor. Alys laughs softly, relieved, and continues on, feeling a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of the forest's hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. As Alys walks further into the forest, a sense of familiarity washes over her. Memories of childhood adventures fill her mind when she and Simon would explore these woods, seeking hidden treasures and magical creatures. She reaches a familiar old tree, its gnarled roots jutting from the ground, and kneels to inspect the area beneath its sprawling branches. It feels like a sanctuary, a place where time stands still, ripe with the promise of discovery. Just as she's about to stand, she notices something glimmering among the fallen leaves, a small, delicate flower she has only heard about in stories. Its petals shimmer with iridescent hues, and Alys feels a thrill of excitement. "This is the Lumina bloom," she whispers in awe, recognizing its value and rarity. A sense of responsibility ignites within her. If she can harvest this flower, it could greatly benefit the herbal remedies for her village. However, as she delicately picks the bloom, a sudden thought strikes her. If this flower is indeed special, she must protect it, not just for her own use, but for the forest itself. With a newfound resolve, Alys gathers the flower and decides to return to the village to share this discovery, setting in motion a deeper connection between her adventures and her responsibilities at home. As Alys stands with the Lumina bloom carefully cradled in her hands, she glances around her surroundings, taking in the beauty of the forest. The sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, but also a flicker of doubt within her. What should she do next? Should she continue to gather herbs, or head back to the village with her precious find? Just then, the rustle of leaves catches her attention, and a soft voice emerges from the shadows. "You've found something truly special, haven't you?" Alys instinctively turns to see a wise old creature observing her from behind a tree, a guardian of the forest, known for their knowledge of its secrets. "It's the Lumina bloom," she replies, her excitement unabated, but her heart racing at the presence of the guardian. The guardian nods appreciatively. "Indeed, but remember, dear one, the forest requires balance. This flower is not just a treasure to be taken, it is part of something much larger." Alys's expression shifts from pride to contemplation. "I want to use it to help my village, but I understand the importance of protecting what we have." The guardian steps closer, their eyes twinkling with understanding. "Then consider how you can share its magic without disturbing the harmony of this place." Inspired by their words, Alys finds a renewed sense of purpose. "I will protect this bloom and share its properties with the villagers in a way that honors the forest," she promises, feeling the weight of understanding settle in. With this newfound clarity, she carefully replants the bloom at the base of the old tree, ensuring its safety while still intending to convey its value back home. With the Lumina bloom safely replanted, Alys takes a moment to catch her breath, a sense of accomplishment washing over her. The guardian watches her, nodding in approval, their presence reassuring. "You've learned quickly, Alys. The true magic lies in understanding balance and connection," they remark, the warmth in their voice reinforcing the significance of her choices. Alys feels a swell of pride, but there is also a flicker of uncertainty lingering in her thoughts. "I hope I can share what I've learned without disrupting this harmony," she replies, her tone earnest as she contemplates the weight of her responsibilities. "Trust your instincts, and remember that every decision shapes the world around you," the guardian advises before stepping back, their gaze lingering on Alys with gentle encouragement. Feeling the call of the village, Alys nods, gratitude flooding her heart. "Thank you for your wisdom. I will carry it with me." As she heads back through the forest, Every sound feels amplified. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds. She is more aware of her surroundings, appreciating the interconnectedness of the life around her, and how even the smallest actions can ripple through the fabric of their world. With each step, she solidifies her understanding of what it means to protect not just the village, but the very essence of the forest that sustains them all. A renewed sense of purpose propels her forward as she navigates the path back home, determined to embody the lessons she has learned. As Alys emerges from the forest, the familiar sights and sounds of Verdant Hollow greet her, but she feels different, changed by her journey. The sun shines brightly overhead, illuminating the village square where life pulses with energy. Villagers are setting up for the day's activities, laughter and chatter filling the air, but Alys's heart is more attuned to the forest's essence now. She strides into the square, her steps purposeful, fueled by the knowledge she has gained. Spotting Simon, who is eagerly helping at the marketplace, she calls out to him. "Hey Simon, you won't believe what I found in the forest." His face brightens instantly. "What is it? Is it treasure?" Alys chuckles, shaking her head. "Something even better. We need to talk to the villagers. I think I can help them with the herbs again." As she approaches the stalls, Alys notices other villagers glancing in her direction, curiosity evident on their faces. She recalls the warmth of the community from the festival and feels a deep sense of belonging. Her intent is to share not just the bloom's benefits, but the lessons of balance and responsibility. "I want to show everyone how we can protect our village while respecting the forest," she announces, her voice carrying confidence and purpose. The villagers exchange looks, some nodding with approval, while others display hesitant expressions. Alys senses the range of emotions flickering among the crowd, but she stands firm, determined to bridge any doubts. "Let's gather later today to discuss what I learned," she suggests, inviting their participation and urging them to see the potential in this collaboration, ready to take her place as a leader within her beloved community. Chapter 4: Festival of Lights. The villagers gather in the square, excitement crackling in the air as they prepare for the annual Festival of Lights. Stalls are being adorned with colorful decorations, and laughter fills the space as families and friends come together to celebrate. Alys feels a thrill of anticipation, her heart swelling with joy at the familiar sights and sounds that bring the community to life. As she helps set up her own stall, she reflects on the plans she arranged to share insights from her recent ventures into the forest. The thought of showcasing the Lumina bloom ignites a spark within her, a symbol of hope and renewal for both the villagers and the land. The scent of freshly baked goods wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy aromas of the herbs displayed at her stall. "Can I have some blossoms for my crown, Alys?" a young girl calls out, beaming as she approaches. Alys nods, taking a moment to select the perfect herbs, carefully placing them into the girl's hands. "Here you go, these will look wonderful," she says, her smile mirroring the girl's excitement. Watching the children run and play, Alys feels a deep sense of gratitude. This vibrant spirit of community, alive with tradition and connection, fills her with resolve to protect both the village and the magic of the forest. As the festival buzzes to life, Alys moves among the villagers, exchanging hugs and laughter, her spirit soaring with the energy around her. "Have you thought about what you'll do during the festival?" a neighbor asks, excitement lighting up their eyes. "I plan to share stories about the herbs and their magical properties," Alys replies, inspired by the warmth of camaraderie, feeling both purpose and pride in her knowledge. The villager nods approvingly. "That's a fantastic idea. We could all use some reminders about our connection to the forest." Encouraged by the supportive responses, Alys continues to engage with others, sharing snippets of information about the Lumina bloom and how it could help enhance their remedies. "Imagine the potions we could make together," she enthuses, sparking interest among those gathered. Just then, a bell rings, signaling the start of the festival. The excitement crescendos as the villagers begin to gather round a makeshift stage, eager to listen to the village elder share stories of the old days, tales infused with magic and wonder. Alys takes a moment to pause and listen, feeling her sense of identity rooted deeper in the collective spirit of her community, the flickering lanterns illuminating the path ahead. As the villagers gather, their attention shifts to the village elder, who stands ready to share stories that have been passed down through generations. "Gather round, everyone," the elder calls, their voice resonating with authority and warmth. The crowd adjusts, finding their spots as anticipation hangs in the air. Alys moves closer, drawn by the familiar cadence of the elder's storytelling. She can see the elder's eyes sparkling with the memories of times long past. And a sense of nostalgia washes over her as she recalls her own childhood, sitting at the elder's feet, hanging on every word. The elder begins to recount tales of ancient heroes who protected the village, weaving in lessons about courage and unity. These stories are not just for remembrance, they are guides for our lives today, they proclaim, embedding a sense of purpose within the festivities. As the elder depicts the struggles and triumphs, Alys notices the reactions of her fellow villagers, some nodding thoughtfully, others smiling at fond memories. Yet a few skeptical faces linger in the back, whispering doubts about old legends and their relevance in current times. The elder's words resonate deeply within Alys, and she ponders how these tales intertwine with her own journey, reinforcing her commitment to blend tradition with action in protecting the forest and her community. As the elder continues to speak, Alys feels a growing sense of responsibility ignite within her. The tales of ancient heroes resonate deeply, reminding her of the importance of protecting their legacy and ensuring the magic of the forest endures. She can't help but imagine herself stepping into those legendary roles, standing up for her village and the land they cherish. Caught up in the stories, she glances around at her fellow villagers, scanning the faces lit with excitement and wonder. Yet she notices a few still wearing expressions of disbelief, their skepticism casting shadows over the warmth of the moment. Determined to bridge this gap, Alys raises her hand, interrupting politely. These stories remind us of our history, but they also challenge us to be the heroes of our own time. We must honor the past while creating our future. The crowd grows silent, and she continues. Let us take these lessons and apply them. Let them inspire our own actions as we face the challenges ahead. A palpable shift occurs as her words resonate, encouraging her friends to reconsider their doubts. A sense of unity begins to form, each villager acknowledging their role in the collective narrative of their community, as Alys's conviction begins to weave through the hearts of her audience. As Alys finishes her speech, a wave of murmurs cascades through the villagers. Some nod in agreement, their expressions softening as they take her words to heart. Others, however, remain skeptical, whispering among themselves about the difficulty of adapting such ancient tales to their current struggles. The village elder watches the reactions closely, their wise eyes glimmering with interest. Change is not easy for anyone, but Alys brings us a refreshing perspective. They acknowledge, lending weight to Alys's words and fortifying her message. Encouraged by the elder's support, Alys surveys the crowd, her heart swelling with hope. Together, we can protect our legacy and pave the way for future generations. Let's commit to working as one, she pleads, her voice filled with determination. In the back, she catches sight of a young villager with hesitant eyes. Their brow furrowed in worry, Alys steps forward, addressing them directly. We all carry the stories of our past, and it's up to us to write the next chapters together. You can be part of our journey. The young villager's expression shifts, brightening at the invitation. A sense of possibility fills Alys as she realizes her growth is now an inspiration for others, bridging gaps and nurturing connections in the community. As the villagers begin to chat and share their thoughts, Alys feels a surge of unity blossom in the square, a collective energy set to face the challenges ahead, ignited by her words and the stories they hold dear. As the stories continue to flow around her, Alys feels the palpable shift in the village's atmosphere, a sense of confidence beginning to take root. The villagers gather closer, discussing ways to apply the lessons of the past to their current lives, turning the festival into a platform for collaboration and growth. The sweet scent of blooming flowers wafts through the air, mingling with the energy of camaraderie as new ideas flourish. "Let's form groups to work on gathering herbs and crafting remedies," Alys suggests, her enthusiasm infectious. "Together we can create a library of knowledge for future generations, just like the stories we treasure." A ripple of agreement passes through the crowd, and she notices more hesitant villagers stepping forward, encouraged by the collective spirit. Seeing this transformation unfold, Alys's heart swells with pride, knowing that her journey has sparked a shift in their mindset. "Let's honor our heritage while embracing what lies ahead," she affirms, her voice filled with conviction. The elder nods appreciatively, eyes gleaming with pride for Alys and her newfound leadership. In this moment, Alys recognizes that her growth is intertwined with her community's strength, setting the stage for upcoming challenges that they will face together, united in purpose and hope. Chapter 5: Shadows of Dread. The village festival continues into the evening, lanterns reflecting warmth and light against the encroaching darkness. Alys gazes at the flickering lights, a sense of comfort wrapping around her. Yet beneath the festive atmosphere, a subtle tension hangs in the air. Whispers of uncertain times swirl around her as she senses an undercurrent of unease among the villagers. Just then, the village elder steps onto the platform, their voice rising above the joyous chatter. "We gather not only to celebrate, but also to remind ourselves of the challenges we face. Darkness looms on the edges of our forest, and we must remain vigilant." Alys's heart races as the elder's words resonate. She exchanges glances with Marek, who stands nearby, concern etched on his face. "Do you think the reports about disturbances in the woods are true?" Marek asks, anxiety creeping into his voice. Alys nods slowly, recalling the tales she heard from the travelers and the palpable tension it has created among the villagers. "We can't ignore them. We must be prepared." The crowd shifts, uncertainty palpable among the joyous exterior. Alys feels the weight of their shared fear, but also an urge to act decisively. Alys steps forward as the crowd murmurs, drawing their attention away from the elder. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions. We need to work together to understand what is happening and how we can protect our home," she asserts, feeling a surge of responsibility. The villagers listen, and a few nod in agreement. "Let's form a committee to investigate the disturbances, gather information, and create a plan," she proposes, her voice steady. "If we unite our efforts and share what we learn, we can face whatever comes our way." Marek steps up beside her, encouraged by her resolve. "That's a good idea, Alys. I can rally support from the neighboring village. They might have seen something." A spark of hope flares in the gathered crowd as they begin discussing their roles and resources. Alys can feel the energy shifting, and although some remain cautious, she senses the beginnings of unity forming among her friends and neighbors. Just then, an older villager speaks up. "What if the disturbances are more than just wild creatures? What if it's something worse?" The question hangs heavy in the air, emphasizing the underlying fear still present among them. Alys meets their gaze, her heart pounding but her determination unwavering. "We cannot let speculation paralyze us. We must be proactive, gather our resources, and strengthen our community. Together, we can face any threat." Her words resonate with the crowd, igniting a sense of purpose as they start to mobilize for action, preparing to confront the uncertainty looming over them. Alys watches as the villagers begin to organize themselves into small groups, each section buzzing with conversation and planning. She moves among them, stepping from group to group, listening to their ideas and offering encouragement. Some discuss the herbal remedies they can create, while others contemplate a scouting mission into the woods to gather information. In one corner, Marek is speaking with several young villagers, sharing his determination to investigate the eastern border. "We can start the search at first light. We'll be prepared for anything," he insists, his voice radiating confidence that lifts the spirits of those around him. Yet, some relationships remain strained, and Alys notices skeptical glances exchanged among a few villagers, still hesitant to support her vision. One villager, arms crossed, mutters, "This could all just be stories to frighten us." "We should focus on what we know." Alys approaches them, her heart racing as she embraces the challenge. "I understand your caution, but the stories might hold truth, and we must be ready for whatever lies ahead." Her confidence shines, and she sees a flicker of recognition in their eyes. This isn't just about belief in the stories. It's about nurturing trust and connection within their community for the challenges to come. As everyone starts to solidify their plans, Alys feels a sense of purpose swell within her, knowing that every voice matters and that her commitment to lead them through uncertainty is beginning to take shape. As the villagers begin to disperse, Alys takes a moment to survey the energy around her. The atmosphere crackles with determination, yet hints of doubt still linger among some faces. She knows they need to harness this energy, and the pressure to unify the group weighs heavily on her. "Marek!" she calls, catching sight of him gathering supplies for their early morning expedition. He turns, a question in his eyes. "Can you help me talk to the others? I want to emphasize the importance of sticking together during the upcoming search." He nods enthusiastically. "Of course, I'll bring everyone together again." Alys feels a wave of relief wash over her, grateful for his support. As they move through the now bustling village, they approach a group of villagers still engaged in quiet debate, clearly hesitant about the plans moving forward. Marek steps in, his voice projecting confidence. "We need every one of you for this. Together, we can find answers. We can't afford to be divided right now." Alys stands beside him, feeling the unity of their combined efforts. Marek is right. We'll face this together, and we need your insights and skills to succeed. Her words, combined with Marek's determination, seem to shift the mood within the group. Some begin to nod, expressions of doubt softening as they realize how important their contributions are to the larger mission. The cohesion among the villagers begins to solidify, and Alys feels as though something special is taking shape. A sense of community imbued with purpose, ready to rise to the challenges ahead. With the villagers gathered once more, Alys senses a palpable shift in energy. The atmosphere is charged with renewed determination, and she can see the flickers of hope igniting in their eyes as they unite behind a common cause. "Let's finalize our plan," she announces, her voice firm and assertive. "We'll break into two groups. One will scout the eastern edge of the forest, while the other prepares defenses here in the village." One villager raises a hand, concern etched on their face. "What if we encounter trouble? The forest is unpredictable." Alys meets their gaze, her heart steadying as she reassures them. "We'll keep communication open. Each group will have a messenger to report back any issues. We'll be ready to adapt." Another villager, still skeptical, whispers to a group of friends, "What if this doesn't work? What if we fail?" Feeling the doubt ripple through the crowd, Alys steps forward, her resolve unwavering. "We've faced uncertainty before, and we've learned to trust in one another. This is our chance to grow stronger as a community. Each one of you is essential to our success." She feels the weight of her responsibility, but also the readiness of her allies rallying beside her, bolstered by her words. The villagers nod, a collective understanding settling over the group. Alys can see their trust begin to take root, and she knows this is just the beginning of their unified journey into the unknown. As the villagers break into their groups, Alys watches them with a sense of pride swelling in her chest. Her heart races as she moves to her own group, which will venture into the eastern edge of the forest. They carry a mix of supplies, herbs, protective charms, and maps, ready to put their plans into action. "Remember," Alys begins, addressing her team, "stay vigilant and keep communication open. We've prepared for this, but unexpected challenges can arise." Marek stands beside her, an encouraging smile on his face. "Let's show everyone what we're made of," he adds, reinforcing her resolve. The team nods, their confidence growing as they head toward the forest. As they enter the tree line, Alys feels the energy shift, excitement mingling with anxiety. "Let's keep to the path and scan for any signs of movement," she instructs, her focus sharpening. She leads them deeper into the woods, feeling her senses heighten as the familiar sounds of the village fade away. She studies the surroundings intently, aware that every rustle could signal life or danger. Alys knows they are on the brink of something significant, and her commitment to the mission fuels their journey forward, empowering her allies with the strength of their shared purpose. Chapter 6. A Quiet Decision. Alys stands at the forest's edge, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The canopy looms above her, shielding the way ahead in shadow, and the air feels charged with the promise of the unknown. The scent of damp earth mingles with fading daylight, creating an atmosphere thick with possibilities. She takes a deep breath, filling her lungs with the rich forest air, recalling her lessons about courage and resilience. Today will be a test of her commitment to protect both her village and the very essence of the forest. With her satchel slung over her shoulder, Alys steels herself, the determination etched on her face as she steps forward. "This is it," she whispers to herself, each step pulling her deeper into the embrace of the woods. The sounds of the village fade into a distant memory, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the gentle call of distant creatures. Alys feels a blend of fear and excitement surge within her. This journey is just beginning, and with each moment, she embraces the adventure that lies ahead. With purpose in her stride, she moves forward, ready to uncover the truths hidden among the trees, resolved to face whatever challenges may come. As Alys navigates the winding paths, she carefully observes her surroundings, taking mental notes of the flora and fauna that thrive in the shadows. Each step feels crucial, as if the forest is watching her, testing her resolve. She recalls the advice of the warden, reminding her that adaptability is key in this ever-changing landscape. After a few moments of walking, she pauses to examine a cluster of vibrant mushrooms growing on a decaying log. Their colors are striking, and she wishes she had brought her herb book to identify them. "Let's see if I can remember," she mutters, kneeling beside them. As she studies the mushrooms, she hears a faint rustling nearby, causing her pulse to quicken. Alys immediately turns her head, scanning the thickets for signs of movement. "Hello?" she calls tentatively, her voice echoing slightly in the stillness. She senses tension in the silence, aware that the forest holds both beauty and hidden threats. A reminder that she must remain vigilant in her quest. Just then, a small figure steps into view from behind the trees, a curious fox, its eyes bright and attentive. Alys watches it for a moment, feeling a mixture of relief and wonder. The fox tilts its head as if assessing her presence, and she realizes that not all creatures in the forest are threats. Some can be allies in their own right. Gaining confidence, Alys calls softly, "Hello there, little one. I mean you no harm." To her surprise, the fox inches closer, unafraid. A sense of connection sparks between them, and she feels encouraged by the gentle interaction. As the fox circles her feet, Alys takes this moment to reflect on her own place in the ecosystem of the forest. If you can trust me, perhaps I can learn to trust the forest too, she muses, her heart swelling with determination. The fox suddenly darts off into the underbrush. Alys watches it disappear with a newfound sense of purpose, knowing that this encounter symbolizes the delicate balance of life in the forest, a balance she is now part of. Continuing down the path, Alys notices the sunlight beginning to fade, casting a golden hue across the forest. Each step feels more significant as she navigates the terrain, determined to uncover the knowledge hidden within it. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. I should mark the landmarks I find, she says to herself, realizing the importance of documenting her journey. With renewed focus, she pulls a small piece of charcoal from her satchel, finding a smooth, flat stone to record her observations. She sketches a rough outline of the area, marking places where she sees unusual plants or interesting formations, infusing her map with newfound details. As she works, she feels a sense of belonging in this wild space, her connection to the forest strengthening. But as she finishes, a voice interrupts her concentration. An ally from earlier, the sprite she befriended in the gathering. "What are you doing?" they ask. With renewed focus, she pulls a hearing curiously at her makeshift map. Alys looks up, excited to share. I'm documenting what I discover. It'll help us navigate the forest more effectively in the future. The sprite nods, but a hint of skepticism lingers. Just be careful. Sometimes the forest reveals more than it seems. Alys takes the warning to heart, accepting that the forest holds its secrets, and she must remain vigilant. She tucks the stone into her satchel with a smile, confidence surging through her. With each passing moment, she is becoming more attuned to both the land and herself. With each passing moment, she is becoming more attuned to both the land and herself. A voice interrupts her concentration. "What are you doing?" they ask. With each passing moment, she is becoming more attuned to both the land and herself. A few bots grumbled and tackled a non-verbal cue in front of these sprites, waving their hands up as the forest descended into another depth of image. Excited to share that the forest holds its secrets, Alys now returns smiling from a confident smile. She too feels satisfied and grateful to be proud of her inward journey that she took into her satchel. As Alys secures her supplies, the sprite suddenly glances deeper into the forest, a worried expression creeping across their features. "Do you hear that?" they whisper, tension hanging thick in the air. Alys pauses, her heart racing as she focuses on the sounds beyond the trees. A low growl reverberates through the underbrush, chilling her to the bone. "Stay close," Alys instructs, her voice a firm whisper, knowing instinctively that this isn't a sound they can ignore. Together, they inch toward the source, their senses heightened as they navigate the overgrown path. Alys's mind races, adrenaline fueling her resolve, but fear flickers at the edges of her thoughts. The growl grows louder, followed by the unmistakable sound of snapping twigs. "We need to find Cousin," Alys says urgently, scanning for places to hide. The sprite nods in agreement, and they quickly duck behind a thick cluster of bushes, holding their breath as they listen intently. The creature emerging from the shadows is larger than they expected, its presence imposing and menacing. Alys's heart pounds in her chest, knowing that their survival hinges on remaining unseen. But the opportunity to learn from this encounter begins to ignite a thrill within her, pushing her to confront this challenge head-on. Alys peeks through the branches, her breath caught in her throat as the large creature prowls closer, intent on something in the underbrush. Her heart races, but in this moment of fear, she feels a flicker of resolve ignite within her. "We can't just sit here," she whispers to the sprite, who looks back at her wide-eyed, unsure. "I have to see what it's after," she decides, voice steadying as determination wells up, replacing her initial fear. Quietly, Alys assesses the surrounding area for an escape route or a way to confront the creature. She remembers the agility of the Lumina Bloom's essence and how it might provide a distraction. "We can throw something to lure it away," she suggests, scanning for nearby branches or stones. With a swift motion, she finds a sturdy stick and hands it to the sprite. "I'll create a diversion. Get ready to make a run for it." The sprite nods, adrenaline pulsing through them both. Alys takes a deep breath, channeling her courage as she steps back from their hiding spot, preparing to execute her plan. With a flick of her wrist, she throws the stick toward a thicket, watching as the creature's head snaps in that direction, momentarily distracted. Alys feels a surge of empowerment as she seizes the opportunity, understanding that even in fear, she holds the potential to lead with strength and strategy. Chapter 7. A Heartfelt Farewell. With the creature momentarily distracted, Alys gestures for the sprite to follow her as they slip quietly away from their hiding place. As they move through the brush, her heart races, a mixture of adrenaline and concern spurring her forward. "We need to find somewhere safe to strategize," she whispers urgently, determined to turn the tide after the close encounter. They quickly make their way to a small clearing she remembers from her earlier explorations, surrounded by thick foliage. Once inside, Alys takes a moment to collect her thoughts, trying to dispel the tension that still lingers in her body. "Are you all right?" the sprite asks, visibly shaken. "I am, and we'll be okay," Alys reassures them, though her voice wavers slightly as she acknowledges the gravity of the situation. "But we need to be more prepared. That creature was guarding something, or was it simply hunting?" They take a moment to catch their breath and assess their supplies. Alys pulls out her map, tracing the paths they have traveled. "We should scout again, but this time we'll be smarter about it. We'll observe before we act." The sprite nods, relief creeping into their expression. "You're right. We have to gather information first." Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Alys looks around, her confidence growing as she understands the importance of adaptability through observation. "Let's come up with a plan that ensures our safety and allows us to discover the truth lurking in the depths of the forest." Alys unfolds the map on the ground, the parchment slightly crinkled, but still recognizable. She traces her fingers over the paths they've already taken, mentally noting the areas of interest that might hold answers. "Let's focus on the western side of the forest. There are a few places there we haven't explored," Alys suggests, her voice steady with newfound authority. The sprite nods eagerly, leaning closer to the map. "There are rumors about hidden glades there. If we can find one, it might give us an advantage." Alys's mind races with possibilities, intrigued by the idea of hidden glades. There's a sense of magic that surrounds the forest. Every exploration could yield unexpected treasures. "Let's prepare what we need. We should gather more herbs and anything else that could help," she instructs, eager to dive into the task. As they gather their supplies, Alys feels an undercurrent of urgency. The forest holds secrets, and every moment spent preparing is a step closer to unlocking them. With a final check of their gear, Alys looks at the sprite, feeling a surge of confidence. "We'll be careful and stay observant. Every piece of knowledge we gain will bring us closer to understanding what's happening in the forest." The sprite beams with enthusiasm, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. Together, they set off with a shared sense of purpose, determined to uncover the mysteries waiting in the shadows. As Alys and the sprite venture deeper into the western forest, the atmosphere shifts, thickening with the scent of damp earth and moss. A sense of anticipation builds within Alys as she scans the foliage for any signs of hidden glades. Each step feels charged with possibility, and she can feel the weight of her purpose driving her forward. "Do you think we'll really find something hidden?" the sprite asks, glancing nervously at the twisting shadows around them. Alys smiles reassuringly. "We might. This forest is full of surprises. We just need to keep our eyes open." Suddenly, the sprite stops, eyes wide. "Wait! Is that—" They point toward a cluster of trees, where the glimmer of light peeks through the thick trunk. Alys's heart races they approach cautiously. The sound of rushing water fills the air, and as they push through the branches, they find themselves facing a breathtaking hidden glade. Illuminated by sunlight cascading through an overhead canopy, lush plants cover the ground, and the clear stream winds through the vibrant greenery, its waters sparkling like jewels. Alys feels a rush of awe, empowered by the beauty and magic surrounding her. "This is it!" she exclaims, excitement bubbling within her. "We've discovered one of the hidden glades." As they stand in wonder, Alys knows this find is more than just a beautiful location. It's a tangible step toward unraveling the mysteries of the forest and securing their future. It's a tangible step toward unraveling the mysteries of the forest and securing their future. till it feels much more valid. As they stand in wonder, Alys knows this find is more than just a beautiful location. It's a tangible step toward unraveling the mysteries of the forest and securing their future. Alys feels a rush of awe, empowered by the beauty and magic surrounding her. The sound of rushing water fills the air, and as they push through the branches, they find themselves facing a breathtaking hidden glade. Alys smiles reassuringly. We might. This forest is full of surprises. You just need to keep our eyes open. Suddenly, the sprite stops, eyes wide. Wait, is that— oh! They point toward a cluster of trees, where the glimmer of light peeks through the thick trunk. Alys's heart races as they approach cautiously. The sound of rushing water fills the air, and as they push through the branches, they find themselves facing a— As they step into the glade, Alys feels a sense of energy radiating from the very ground beneath her feet. She kneels beside the stream, running her fingers through the cool, sparkling water, feeling remarkably connected to this hidden gem. This place, it's alive, she breathes, all lighting her features. The sprite looks around, eyes wide with wonder. I've heard about locations like this, but I never dreamed they were real. Their excitement is palpable, adding to the magic of the moment. Alys spots various herbs lining the stream bank, rich with potential. We can collect samples here. If these plants are as powerful as I think, they could really help the village, she states, already envisioning the remedies they could create. But just as she begins to gather some samples, a shiver runs down her spine. A sense of being watched creeps into her awareness. Do you feel that? She asks, her heart racing slightly. The sprite glances around, sensing her anxiety. It's probably just the energy of the glade, they reassure her. But Alys can't shake the feeling something lies deeper within the shadows, lurking just out of sight. Shaking off the uneasy sensation, Alys pushes forward, showing her determination to harness the glade's power, while remaining vigilant against any unseen threats. Alys pushes forward, showing her determination to harness the glade's power while remaining vigilant against any unseen threats. She is resolute that their discoveries will strengthen both her village and their understanding of the forest's magic. She is resolute that their discoveries will strengthen both her village and their understanding of the forest's magic. It's probably just the energy of the glade, they reassure her, but Alys can't shake the feeling something lies deeper within the shadows, lurking just out of sight. Shaking off the uneasy sensation, Alys pushes forward, showing her determination to harness the glade's power while remaining vigilant against any unseen threats. She is resolute that their discoveries will strengthen both her village and their understanding of the forest's magic. She bites the sprite's shoulder, feeling focused and familiar. When she sees them, with determination, Alys gathers various herbs, her hands moving swiftly as she collects the vibrant plants. Each one holds promise, and she feels a surge of creativity as she imagines the remedies they could create for the villagers. "Look at this one," she exclaims, holding up a supple leaf with delicate veins. "This could be used in a soothing balm for wounds." The sprite nods eagerly, joining her in the gathering. "And this one might help with headaches," they add, pointing to a cluster of small purple flowers nearby. As they work together, the earlier unease fades, replaced by the shared excitement of their discoveries. Alys appreciates how teamwork enhances their efforts and brings new energy to their mission. Suddenly, a rustle from the bushes nearby draws their attention, and Alys feels her heart skip a beat. "What now?" she whispers, tension creeping into her voice. The sprite tenses, peering into the thicket. "Do you think it's another creature?" they ask, worry evident in their tone. Alys quietly motions for them to stay alert, her instincts kicking in. "Let's just be cautious, but don't panic." She prepares herself for whatever may emerge, knowing that they must remain focused and resilient to navigate whatever challenges come their way. As the rustling intensifies, Alys takes a cautious step back, her eyes narrowing as she peers into the underbrush. The sprite clings to her side, clearly anxious, their wide eyes scanning for movement. "What if it's that creature again?" they whisper, fear tinging their voice. Alys feels a surge of protective instinct. "Stay close to me, just in case," she replies, her own heart racing in anticipation. Suddenly, a small rabbit hops into view, its nose twitching as it sniffs the air. A release of tension sweeps through Alys, and she lets out a relieved laugh. "Just a rabbit, nothing to worry about." The sprite relaxes, but Alys knows they must be vigilant. "Let's keep moving," she instructs, glancing around to ensure the path is clear. As they walk further into the glade, Alys begins to speak, her voice light and encouraging. "The forest is full of life. We'll encounter all kinds of creatures. We just need to be respectful and aware." The sprite nods, their confidence bolstered by Alys's reassurance. "You're right. We learned a lot today, and this place is incredible." Alys smiles, encouraged by the sprite's renewed enthusiasm. Together, they forge deeper into the forest, ready to discover the secrets that lie ahead, knowing they can face both challenges and wonders together. Chapter 8. A Determined Path. As Alys and the sprite venture deeper into the forest, they begin to notice subtle changes in their surroundings. The air thickens with anticipation, and the forest feels alive with potential. Alys steels herself for whatever challenges they might face, her heart quickening with every step. "Look at these tracks," she points out, kneeling beside a series of large footprints imprinted in the soft earth. "They might belong to the creature we encountered." The sprite peers over her shoulder, eyes widening. "Do you think it leads to that den? Should we follow it?" Their eagerness mingles with uncertainty, emblematic of the tension in the air. Thinking quickly, Alys responds, "Yes, but we should be cautious. Let's move quietly and stay alert." Together, they tread softly, the sounds of the forest enveloping them. Alys feels the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. Their mission is to uncover the truth hidden within the woods, and she knows they must remain focused. "Remember what we talked about. Adaptability is key," she reminds the sprite, leading the way with confidence, ready to navigate whatever twists and turns lie ahead. As they carefully follow the tracks, Alys's heart races with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The forest grows denser with each step, shadows deepening, and the air filling with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. She pauses occasionally to examine their surroundings, knowing the importance of being observant in these unknown territories. "Do you think it could be a trap?" the sprite asks, their voice barely above a whisper. Eyes darting nervously around the thick brush, Alys considers this, recalling the lessons from her encounters. "It's possible. Stay sharp and look for any signs," she replies, the voice calm, trying to reassure her companion and herself. Just then, she spots a small outcrop of rocks to the side of the path, glinting with fragments of crushed leaves and petals. "Let's take cover for a moment," she suggests, leading the sprite behind the natural barrier. They crouch low, hearts pounding as they listen intently. Alys scans the area for any movement, realizing that their approach must be cautious if they are to uncover the truth. Feeling the weight of her leadership, she whispers, "When we're ready, we'll not only follow the tracks, but also look for any potential diversions or routes, in case we need to change direction quickly." The sprite nods, understanding the need for flexibility and preparation. A testament to Alys's influence as they continue to navigate the intricate web of the forest. As Alys and the sprite crouch behind the rocks, she feels the energy in the air shift, tension hanging thick around them. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves pulls their attention to the path ahead. Alys holds her breath, peering through the gaps in the rocks. 3 figures begin to emerge, their movements stealthy and deliberate. "Those must be the traitor's allies," Alys murmurs, recognizing the shapes of creatures she has seen before, also having played roles in their earlier conflict. The sprite tenses beside her. "What do we do?" they whisper, eyes wide with fear. Alys quickly assesses their options, her mind racing. "We can't engage without a plan. We need to formulate another strategy." She watches as the traitor's allies gather, deep in conversation about their next moves, their expressions serious and scheming. The sense of camaraderie among them contrasts sharply with the uncertainty in Alys and the sprite's hearts. "Maybe we can eavesdrop and learn more before making a move," Alys suggests, her mind piecing together possibilities. The sprite nods, clearly impressed by Alys's quick thinking. "Do you think they'll notice us?" Alys shrugs slightly, weighing the risks. "We must be silent and watchful. This might give us the advantage we need." A resolve solidifies in her chest, and she feels the pull of her mission strengthen. She will not let fear dictate their fate. Together, they settle in to listen, ready to adapt as the unfolding events reveal the enemy's intentions. Alys and the sprite huddle close behind the rocks, their breaths shallow as they strain to hear the conversation ahead. The traitor's allies discuss their plans, voices low but sharp with urgency. "We have to act before they can organize a counter," one states, an edge of fear evident in their tone. Alys's heart races at the revelation, piecing together the urgency of their situation. The information she gathers is critical. These creatures are plotting a significant move that could jeopardize everything they've built together in the village. They think they can intimidate the villagers into compliance. Another voice says, full of arrogance, "They know nothing of the power we wield." She exchanges a quick glance with the sprite, both of them understanding the gravity of the threat before them. A fire ignites within Alys. She realizes they must inform their allies of this impending danger and counter the traitor's influence. With a deep breath, she whispers, "We need to let Merrick know what we've heard. This is bigger than we realized." The sprite nods, but there's a flicker of doubt in their eyes. "What if the others don't believe us?" Alys straightens, her resolve firm. "We'll show them. We have to trust in our experience and our bonds." This moment of determination reinforces Alys's role as a leader, her confidence shaping the next steps they must take. She knows they cannot afford to act recklessly, and together, they will navigate the complexities of diplomacy and action as the situation unfolds. Alys and the sprite carefully back away from their hiding spot, mindful of every sound around them. Once they feel they are at a safe distance, Alys takes a moment to collect her thoughts, urgency propelling her forward. "We need to find Merrick and the others quickly," she insists, scanning the forest path ahead for any signs of their companions. "Do you think they'll take us seriously?" the sprite asks, uncertainty creeping into their voice. Alys feels a spark of determination ignite within her. We have to make them understand. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about the entire village. With a new determination, they navigate back to where they last gathered with the group. Alys's mind races with possibilities on how to present their findings. Knowing the truth of the traitor's plans must be conveyed clearly to unify her allies. As they approach, Alys spots Marek, speaking with several villagers. Their expressions troubled. She quickens her pace, her heart pounding as she knows this moment could shift everything. Marek, she calls out, catching his attention. He turns, surprise evident on his face. Alys, what happened? Are you all right? We overheard the traitor's allies plotting, Alys responds urgently, urgency infusing her tone. We need to act, now. The group falls silent, all eyes on her, waiting anxiously for the details that will shape their next steps. A sense of responsibility washes over Alys as she prepares to relay the information, aware that her actions could determine the fate of their entire community. Alys takes a deep breath, steadying her nerves as she gathers the words to convey the urgency of their situation. The traitors' group is planning to attack us while we're vulnerable, she begins, her voice clear and commanding. They believe we're weakened after our last confrontation, but we can't let them catch us off guard. Murmurs ripple through the villagers, a mixture of concern and disbelief evident in their expressions. Marek steps closer, narrowing his eyes. Are you sure? How do you know this? We overheard them discussing their plans while scouting, Alys replies, meeting his gaze firmly. We have to prepare ourselves. We can't wait until it's too late. The villagers glance at one another, uncertainty still lingering. A voice calls from the back. What if we're just giving them power by acting on fear? Alys feels the weight of the doubt settle over her. It's not fear. It's preparation, she insists, her tone unwavering. Are you sure? How do you know this? We overheard them discussing their plans while scouting. Alys replies, meeting his gaze firmly. We have to prepare ourselves. We can't wait until it's too late. The villagers glance at one another, uncertainty still lingering. A voice calls from the back. What if we're just giving them power by acting on fear? Alys feels the weight of the doubt. Knowledge is power, and we are stronger when we act together, not in fear. Gradually, the tension in the group begins to melt, slightly as her words resonate, igniting a spark of determination among the villagers. Let's gather our resources and set a watch, Alys continues, feeling the tide shift in her favor. Together, we'll ensure our safety and the continuation of our community. Her confidence solidifies their collective resolve. A moment of unity, taking root as they rally around her plan to take proactive measures against the looming threat. Chapter 9. Into the Unknown. With the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Alys gathers her allies at the village edge, ready to embark on their mission. The morning air is crisp, and the anticipation hangs thick, each breath filled with a mix of excitement and dread. Alys can feel the weight of responsibility lading her thoughts, but she pushes it aside, focusing instead on the task ahead. Let's move out quietly, she instructs, her voice steady as they venture into the forest once more.
with the sun barely peeking over the horizon. Alys gathers her allies at the village edge, ready to embark on their mission. The morning air is crisp, and the anticipation hangs thick, each breath filled with a mix of excitement and dread. Alys can feel the weight of responsibility lading her thoughts, but she pushes it aside, focusing instead on the task ahead. "Let's move out quietly," she instructs, her voice steady as they venture into the forest. The path feels familiar, yet still holds a sense of mystery that quickens her heart. As they step into the embrace of the trees, the green canopy overhead shields them from the light, leaving them in a gentle twilight. Alys feels a renewed sense of purpose, the culmination of their preparations giving her the confidence to lead. The villagers follow her lead, cautious but determined, ready to confront whatever challenges await. Alys glances back at Marek, who walks alongside her, his expression a mix of eagerness and concern. "Remember what we discussed. Communication is key," she reminds him, highlighting the importance of teamwork as they move deeper into the forest. With each step, the energy among them shifts, a silent agreement that they are moving towards something significant, something that could reshape the future of Verdant Hollow. The path feels familiar, yet still holds a sense of mystery that quickens her heart. As they step into the embrace of the trees, the green canopy overhead shields them from the light, leaving them in a gentle twilight. Alys feels a renewed sense of purpose, the culmination of their preparations, giving her the confidence to lead. The villagers follow her lead, cautious but determined, ready to confront whatever challenges await. Alys glances back at Marek, his expression a mix of eagerness and concern. Alys concentrates on the task approaches, focusing.
As they venture further into the forest, Alys signals for the group to slow down, her senses keenly attuned to the environment. The sounds of nature fill the air, birds chirping overhead and leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Yet, there's an undercurrent of tension that tugs at her instincts, urging her to be cautious. "Let's split into pairs and scout ahead," Alys suggests, her voice firm but low. "We need to gather information about any potential threats or movement." Marek nods, immediately pairing with a younger villager who looks eager to prove themselves. "We'll check the eastern ridge," he states, the excitement of the mission evident in his tone. Alys watches them go, feeling sense of pride at the willingness of the villagers to take action, but apprehension also sets in. She gathers her own partner, a clever sprite adept at sneaking through the underbrush. As they move in tandem, Alys points out landmarks and subtle signs of animal tracks, honing in on her observational skills. Look for anything unusual. The creatures may become restless if our presence is known. The sprite nods, attentive, and together they quietly navigate the forest, keenly aware of their surroundings. Alys feels lighter with each step, but the weight of the situation still presses on her, urging her to remain vigilant and adaptable in the face of potential danger. As Alys and the sprite weave through the trees, they suddenly stumble upon a clearing, the air thick with tension. The sight that greets them is unsettling. A gathering of unfamiliar creatures, their forms flickering in and out of the shadows, conspiring amongst themselves. Alys feels her heart quicken, instinctively reaching for her satchel, aware that their mission relies on gathering intelligence. "Do you think they're planning something?" the sprite murmurs, edges of fear creeping into their voice. Alys nods, squinting for details. "We need to listen. This could provide vital information about the traitor's plans." They crouch low, hiding behind a thick bush, straining to hear snippets of conversation. The tension intensifies as Alys absorbs the setting, recognizing that time is of the essence. One of the creatures speaks, a low growl mixed with sharp words. "If we don't move soon, they'll fortify their defenses. We must act decisively." Alys feels a chill run down her spine. The urgency in the creature's voice sends a wave of determination through her. "We need to report back," she whispers urgently to the sprite, sensing the need for immediate action before they lose the opportunity. But just as they turn to leave, a twig snaps underfoot. Alys freezes, her heart pounding as she meets the sprite's wide eyes, knowing their cover has been blown. She feels the weight of the moment as everything hangs in the balance, forcing her to respond swiftly and strategically. In an instant, the creatures whip around, eyes narrowing as they focus on Alys and the sprite, who are caught in the open. The air thickens with danger, and Alys feels her pulse race as she whispers, "Run." Without hesitating, they dart back into the foliage, branches whipping against their skin as they navigate the dense underbrush. Alys's mind races, strategizing their escape while adrenaline propels her forward. "We can't let them catch us," Alys urges, glancing back over her shoulder to see the creatures starting to follow, their movements swift and menacing. The sprite keeps pace beside her, their face a mask of fear. "What do we do now?" Alys spots a narrow path to their right, flooded with light filtering through the trees. "This way, we have to move fast." As they sprint toward the light, Alys takes a moment to assess their surroundings. She spots a large fallen tree ahead, a potential spot to hide behind and gather their thoughts. "Over there," she yells, directing the sprite toward the trunk. They slide behind the tree just as the creatures burst into the clearing, voices sharp with frustration. Alys crouches low, their breaths heavy as they overhear the creature's conversation, her mind racing with possibilities. "We can't lose them. They know too much," one creature hisses, intensifying Alys's awareness of the danger they face. Her heart pounds in her chest, but instead of succumbing to fear, She feels a fire ignite within her, ready to prove her resolve amid the chaos. As they crouch behind the fallen tree, Alys listens intently, her heart pounding like a drum in her ears. The tension in the air thickens as the creatures debate their next moves. "We can't let them escape. They'll warn the others," one snarls, and Alys feels a chill at the realization that they are being hunted. Her mind races with urgency, formulating a plan amid the rising panic. "We need to create a diversion," she whispers to the sprite, her eyes darting around for anything that could help. "Like what?" the sprite responds, worry painting their features. "Remember we have those herbs that can create a shimmer in the air," Alys suggests, recalling the potion they had stashed away. "If we can toss it in the opposite direction, it might buy us time." The sprite nods, understanding Alys's resolve to adapt despite the danger. "I'll help," they say, determination sharpening their focus. With measured breaths, they prepare the herbs, Alys holding her breath as she knows their fate hangs in the balance. Alys feels a surge of confidence, realizing that her experiences and lessons from earlier encounters have shaped her into a leader who can pivot even when facing adversity. "On my count," she murmurs, ready to act decisively as she braces for the next steps in their precarious adventure. Alys takes a deep breath, glancing at the sprite before saying, "Now." In unison, they toss the shimmering herbs toward the dense foliage across the clearing. The mixture erupts in a dazzling burst of colors, illuminating the underbrush and catching the attention of the pursuing creatures. With their eyes drawn to the diversion, Alys and the sprite quickly make their escape, slipping silently into the shadow of the trees. "Let's keep moving," Alys urges, her voice barely a whisper as they sprint away, adrenaline surging through her veins. The sounds of confusion from the creatures behind them echo in the air, granting Alys a moment of reprieve. Each stride feels liberating, a testament to their quick thinking and teamwork, propelling them further into the safety of the forest. As they find a moment to pause, Alys turns to the sprite, who is panting heavily. "That was brilliant," they say, excitement sparkling in their eyes despite the earlier fear. Alys smiles, feeling a surge of pride in their shared success. "We worked together, and that's what matters," she replies, realizing that their ability to adapt under pressure has forged a deeper connection between them. With renewed determination, Alys plans their next move, knowing the challenges ahead will continue to test them, but trusting that their bond can withstand whatever lies in wait. Chapter 10. The Mysterious Warden. Alys and the sprite find themselves standing at the heart of the forest, where the trees arch high above, forming a natural cathedral of green and gold. The air feels thick with magic, a palpable energy that seems to hum in the silence surrounding them. Alys glances around, taking in the flora that flourishes in this hidden space, drawn to the possibilities they hold for her mission. "The warden mentioned there's a creature here who knows the forest's secrets," she says, her eyes scanning for any signs of life. The sprite nods, a mixture of excitement and trepidation evident in their expression. "What if they don't want to share?" Alys feels a flicker of nervousness, but steels herself, determined to push through. "We won't know unless we try. Let's look for signs." They move slowly, searching for tracks or markings that might indicate the presence of the elusive creature. Alys feels more in tune with the forest than before, the lessons learned guiding her instincts. As they delve further, Alys notices a series of small stones arranged in a pattern at the base of a large tree. "This could be a sign," she whispers, stepping closer to examine the arrangement, sensing that it might lead them to the creature they seek. With a deep breath, Alys feels a surge of anticipation, ready to uncover the secrets that lie ahead, knowing that each step forward is a chance to learn and grow. As Alys kneels beside the stones, she carefully studies their arrangement. The pattern seemed deliberate, almost like a pathway inviting her forward.
"We should follow this," she whispers to the sprite, a sense of excitement bubbling within her.
The sprite glances at the stones and then around the forest,
their eyes wide with wonder.
"Do you think it will lead us to the creature?" they ask, curiosity piqued despite the lingering tension.
Alys nods, feeling a surge of purpose. "It's worth a try. Let's see where it leads." They begin to follow the trail of stones, moving cautiously but with growing anticipation. Each step further into the forest fills Alys with a mix of exhilaration and unease, a reminder of the unknown that lies ahead. As they proceed, Alys notices the sounds of the forest shifting, the usual chirps and rustles fading into an eerie silence. "Stay close," she murmurs, instinctively tightening her grip on her satchel. Filled with herbs and tools vital for their journey. With every step, she remains alert for any signs of the magical creature, her senses heightened and ready for whatever awaits them. The underlying tension grips her, but Alys pushes forward, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this enchanted part of the forest. As Alys and the sprite move along the path marked by stones, the atmosphere shifts and an enchanting melody weaves through the air. The sound is ethereal, beckoning them deeper into the heart of the forest. Alys exchanges a glance with the sprite, both of them drawn toward the mysterious music. "Do you hear that?" she whispers, mesmerized by the harmony surrounding them. "Yes, but what is it?" the sprite replies, a note of trepidation lacing their voice. Alys feels a mix of emotions as the melody grows stronger, intertwining with the rustling leaves. "We have to find out. It could be the creature we're looking for," she says, her heart racing with both excitement and caution. They follow the sound, each note resonating in the depths of her mind, urging her forward. As they round a bend, the melody crescendos, revealing a luminous clearing bathed in soft light, where a creature resembling a graceful deer with shimmering antlers stands, swaying gently to the rhythm of the forest. Alys breathes in awe, her heart swelling at the sight. The creature's presence feels powerful, yet serene, and she senses it possesses knowledge of the forest's secrets. Just then, a sudden rustle in the underbrush reminds her that they are not alone. A shadow flits near the edge of the clearing, and Alys realizes that not all beings may be friendly. Her instincts kick in. She must approach with both caution and respect, knowing this moment could shape their journey. Alys takes a cautious step forward, drawn to the creature that stands poised before her, its luminous antlers casting soft shadows around the clearing. Gathering her courage, she speaks gently. "Hello, I mean you no harm. We're here seeking knowledge and aid." Her voice trembles slightly, but she steadies her resolve, determined to make a connection. The creature turns its gaze toward her, large, expressive eyes revealing a depth of wisdom that sends shivers down Alys's spine. It doesn't flee or turn away, instead tilting its head as if considering her words. "Please," Alys continues, "we need your guidance about the disturbances in the forest. There's much at stake for our village." The sprite hovers beside her, wide-eyed and holding its breath, reflecting Alys's apprehension as they both wait for the creature's response. After a moment of silence, the creature steps closer, lowering its head in a gesture of acceptance. Alys feels a surge of hope, recognizing the trust being extended. "Thank you," she breathes, relief flooding through her. In this moment, Alys understands the weight of her words and actions. This isn't just a plea for help. It's an invitation to forge a bond that could change the fate of both the forest and her village. As Alys watches the creature draw closer, it opens its mouth, and to her astonishment, melodic sounds escape, filling the air with harmony. The music feels enchanting, weaving through the clearing and wrapping around Alys and the sprite like a warm embrace. Alys closes her eyes for a moment, allowing the melody to envelop her senses,
almost guiding her thoughts toward clarity. "Is it singing?" the sprite whispers, awestruck. Alys nods, realizing the creature is communicating in a way beyond words, sharing its understanding of the forest's magic and the interconnectedness of all living things. With each note, images fill her mind, visions of the forest, its history, and its guardians, intertwined with the rhythm of life itself. Alys feels the weight of her purpose grow heavier yet clearer, confirming her role as a protector of this balance. As the song continues, Alys gains insight into the significance of the Lumina bloom and how it ties into the fate of the forest, igniting a determination within her. When the melody finally fades, the creature stands before her, eyes gleaming with reassurance. Alys feels a wave of gratitude wash over her, as she understands that this encounter is not just an exchange of knowledge, but a calling to embrace her destiny as a bridge between the forest and her village. With the song lingering in the air, Alys opens her eyes, feeling a sense of clarity and purpose settle within her. The creature regards her with unspoken understanding, and she knows this moment marks a turning point in her journey. "Thank you," she whispers, her voice filled with reverence. "I promise to protect the balance we share." The creature dips its head slightly, affirming her vow, and Alys feels a warmth radiate from its presence, intertwining their destinies in a profound way. Gathering her thoughts, she realizes she must convey the knowledge gained from this encounter back to her village. "I need to share what I've learned," she states, determination solidifying in her chest. The sprite, still entranced by the experience, pipes up. "We should tell everyone about the creature and the magic of this glade. It'll help them understand." Alys nods, her mind racing with the potential of what they can accomplish together. Yes, they need to know how we can work in harmony with the forest. Her confidence flourishes as they prepare to leave the glade, a sense of excitement bubbling within her. This encounter has not only provided vital insights, but deeper connections, and she knows that both her village and the forest have much to gain from their newfound alliance. As Alys and the sprite step out of the glade, she casts a last glance back, feeling the weight of responsibility mingling with hope, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead with a renewed spirit. Chapter 11. The Heart of the Forest. Alys and the sprite tread carefully out of the forest, the comforting sights of Verdant Hollow coming into view as they approach the village. The sun hangs low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the houses and pathways. A sense of warmth envelops her, but beneath that warmth, a flicker of concern gnaws at her. She knows the journey ahead requires careful planning and action. As they enter the village, Alys is greeted by familiar faces, a mix of curiosity and worry evident in their expressions. The elder spots her first, a wide smile breaking across their face. "Alys, you're back! What news do you bring from the forest?" Alys steps closer, clutching the satchel containing herbs and knowledge gathered along her journey. "There's much to discuss, but we need to prepare for the challenges ahead. The forest holds secrets that could impact us all." Villagers around her nod, their interest piqued. "What do you mean?" one asks, stepping forward, eagerness blending with concern. Alys takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibilities. "We must unite, gather the resources we've discovered, and strengthen our ties with the creatures of the forest. It's crucial if we are to protect our home." The murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, igniting a sense of purpose as Alys notices how the villagers' previous skepticism begins to fade, driven by the gravity of her words. She feels empowered, ready to lead and inspire, knowing their collective future depends on the path they choose now. Alys gathers the villagers in the community center, the familiar scent of wood and herbs enveloping them as they sit in a circle, listening intently. "I've discovered a hidden glade in the forest," A place rich with resources and magic, she begins, the energy in the room shifting as she shares her findings. We need to establish stronger ties with the creatures living there if we want to ensure our safety. Murmurs of excitement and apprehension ripple through the group. Murmurs of excitement and apprehension ripple through the group. A cautious elder raises a hand. But how do we know we can trust them? The last encounter was dangerous. Alys recognizes the hesitation in the room and responds earnestly. Trust must be earned, and it begins with us being open to understanding their perspectives. We can't let fear cloud our judgment. The sprite, sitting close by, nods in agreement. We've seen what they can offer. If we work together, we can protect our village and the forest. Alys senses a shift as the villagers begin to discuss their own fears and hopes, some expressing skepticism, while others show a willingness to embrace collaboration. Let's not just react out of fear. We need to plan a meeting with the forest creatures to discuss how we can work together, she suggests, her leadership skills blossoming as she encourages engagement and dialogue among them. The atmosphere turns hopeful as the villagers consider her words. And Alys feels a surge of confidence. She knows they are on the brink of something transformative, ready to unite against the looming challenges ahead. As discussions about the upcoming meeting unfold, Alys feels a mixture of anticipation and anxiety bubbling within her. Some villagers express their skepticism, questioning the wisdom of trusting creatures they don't truly understand. What if they have ulterior motives? One elder cautions, their brow furrowed with concern. Alys ponders this, acknowledging the valid fear that lingers in the hearts of her fellow villagers. I understand the hesitation, she states, seeking to bridge the gap between trust and caution. But if we approach this with openness, we can gauge their intentions directly. It's only through dialogue that we can build any future partnerships. Merrick, standing beside her, adds, We've been through this before. Together, we can protect each other. If we don't try, we risk being left in the dark. His words resonate deeply, yet Alys notices some villagers still whispering doubts to one another. Let's not dismiss the potential of what we could achieve together, she pleads, her voice steady. We've all seen glimpses of magic in the forest. It's part of our heritage. Let this be an opportunity to reclaim that connection. The elder considers her words, eyes thoughtful. The discussion begins to shift as whispers of agreement emerge, signaling the growing acceptance of Alys's vision, even among those who were initially resistant. In this moment, Alys feels her resolve solidifying. She understands that her journey is as much about uniting her village as it is about protecting the forest. As the villagers begin to murmur amongst themselves, Alys senses a shift in the atmosphere, a growing openness to the idea of forging a new alliance. She watches expressions transform from skepticism to curiosity, contemplating the possibilities that collaboration could bring. A burst of warmth spreads through her, and she feels her pulse quicken with renewed purpose. "Let's establish a time for this meeting," she suggests, her voice ringing with clarity. "We can create a plan for how to present ourselves and what we want to communicate." Merrick chimes in. "I can handle logistics. If we need transportation or coordination, just let me know." A wave of affirmation ripples across the gathering, encouraging Alys as she realizes they are beginning to believe in the prospect of change. A neighboring villager raises a hand, noting, "If we are approaching the creatures, we should have a gift, something to show our willingness to cooperate." Alys nods, appreciating the idea. "That's a great point. We can gather herds or crafts that symbolize our intentions." In this moment, Alys understands how her growth has allowed her to inspire trust and instill hope within the community. It's about more than just the next step. It's an embrace of a shared journey toward a brighter future for both the village and the forest. As the villagers continue discussing the upcoming meeting, Alys notices the atmosphere shifting again, now buzzing with ideas and newfound enthusiasm. Everyone begins brainstorming suggestions for a gift to offer the forest creatures. "What about a handcrafted token that represents our village?" one villager proposes, excitement lighting up their face. Alys feels a surge of inspiration. "We could create something using our local materials, perhaps a decorated charm or a woven basket filled with herbs." The sprite steps forward, their eyes shining with eagerness. "I can help with the crafting. We should make it something beautiful to show respect for their magic." Alys nods, feeling the energy in the air swell as everyone acknowledges the importance of their contribution. Encouraged by the collaboration, Alys feels her heart lift. "Let's get started." We can gather supplies and meet again before sunset to finalize everything. The urgency of their mission intertwines with a growing sense of community. Each villager expresses their willingness to participate, and Alys watches the mirth return to their faces, knowing that they are all united in a shared purpose. With preparations underway, Alys's confidence radiates. She understands that this moment signifies a collective commitment to protect their home and foster an alliance with the forest, paving the way for adventures yet to come. Alys's confidence radiates. She understands that this moment signifies a collective commitment to protect their home and foster an alliance with the forest, paving the way for adventures yet to come. The feeling of relief under their faces and being together so close to them increases their heart's race. Alys steps forward to see everyone smile and brighten their eyes. Each villager expresses their willingness to participate, and Alys watches the mirth return to their faces. As Alys watches the villagers spring into action, a sense of purpose envelops her. Groups scatter to gather materials for their gifts, enthusiasm palpable in the air. She feels a rush of pride, seeing how her idea has ignited a spark within her community, transforming doubt into determination. Alys moves among her friends, helping to gather herbs and craft items, her laughter joining the spirited conversations that flow around her. We should weave something colorful too, to symbolize the connection between us and the forest, she suggests, her creativity blossoming along with the camaraderie. The sprite walks alongside her, picking vibrant flowers. These will brighten up our basket. They might even catch the attention of the creatures. Seeing the sprite's joy makes Alys smile, her heart swelling as she recognizes the bonds forming in this moment. As the hours pass, Alys stops periodically to share stories with those crafting beside her, reinforcing the importance of unity and trust that she hopes to carry into the meeting with the forest creatures. With each piece they create, she feels the weight of their collective intention. This isn't just about gifts, it's about understanding, respect, and a commitment to work together for the future of both their village and the forest. Chapter 12, The Hidden Glade. As the sun sets and the vibrant colors of the day begin to fade, Alys gathers her group near the edge of the forest, anticipation swirling in her heart. They stand ready, the handmade gifts carefully secured in bags, each one a symbol of their commitment to building bridges with the forest creatures. The air is cool, filled with the scents of damp earth and blooming night flowers, further heightening her awareness of the task ahead. Tonight is important for all of us. Alys begins, her voice filled with purpose. We're not just here to offer these gifts. We're here to build a connection and understand one another. The companions around her nod, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Marek speaks up, enthusiasm bubbling in his tone. If we succeed, it could change everything for our village. As the group prepares to move into the forest, Alys feels a surge of confidence. She knows that this moment could mark a new chapter, not only for herself, but for the entire community. Let's go, she urges, clasping the hand of the sprite beside her for support. With each step taken into the forest, she embraces the weight of her responsibility, ready to forge new relationships that could reshape their futures. As they move deeper into the forest, the atmosphere shifts, becoming thick with a palpable energy that tingles at Alys's skin. She leads the group with steady steps, her eyes scanning for any signs of movement among the trees. The glow from their lanterns dances across the foliage, casting twinkling shadows that add a sense of mystery to their surroundings. Stay alert, she whispers, feeling the weight of the gathering dark around them. Every sound feels amplified, from the rustle of leaves to the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. A sudden crack in the underbrush makes everyone halt, tension tightening the air. Alys quickly raises her hand, signaling for quiet. Let's listen, she urges, focusing her senses on the forest sounds. From the shadows, a small group of creatures peers at them, eyes glinting in the lantern light. Alys feels her heart race, recognizing their shapes as those of forest allies. We come in peace, she calls out, her voice steady, despite the adrenaline coursing through her. The creatures seem to relax slightly, and Alys can feel the tension begin to dissipate, sensing an opportunity for connection. She knows this gathering could pave the way for unity, and her readiness to approach the alliance reflects her growth and determination. The creatures step forward cautiously, their movements graceful and deliberate. Alys can see they are wary but curious, their eyes flickering between her and the assembled group behind her. One of the larger creatures, adorned with vibrant markings, tilts its head, observing Alys. "Why should we trust you?" it challenges, a hint of skepticism in its voice. Alys takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "I understand your hesitation. We've come to offer a gift, our herbs and our willingness to learn from each other. We want to build a partnership that respects both our worlds," she explains, her sincerity shining through. The sprite beside her looks nervously at the larger creature, their unease palpable. Alys senses the tension in the air, understanding that building trust will require more than words. "Show us your intentions," the creature replies, crossing its arms. "Prove that you genuinely seek alliance and not just resources." Alys nods, fully aware that this moment is critical. "We're ready to demonstrate our commitment," she replies, resolve emanating from her. With her allies stepping forward to showcase their crafted gifts, Alys's heart races. She watches them present the offerings, a mix of herbs, potions, and heartfelt tokens, hoping that their sincerity resonates with the creatures before them. Knowing this could be the beginning of a vital alliance. Knowing this could be the beginning of a vital alliance. To ensure that this moment is critical, Alys says, "We are ready," with her allies stepping forward to showcase their crafted gifts. Alys's heart races. She watches them present the offerings, a mix of herbs, potions, and heartfelt tokens. To ensure that this moment is critical, Alys says, "We are ready," with her allies stepping forward to showcase their crafted gifts. Alys says, "Maintain natural rhythm, pause slightly between paragraphs, and deliberate." She watches them present the offerings, a mix of herbs, potions, and heartfelt tokens. Hoping that their sincerity resonates with the creatures before them. The creature, crossing its arms, is crying palp as the villagers present their gifts. Alys watches the creature's reactions closely, her heart racing with anticipation. A mixture of curiosity and caution flickers in their eyes as they examine the offerings. The vibrant herbs and carefully crafted tokens glint in the dim light, reflecting the effort and thought that Alys and her companions poured into them. Each of these represents our respect for the forest and a commitment to work together, Alys states. Her voice firm and unwavering. We believe that by sharing our knowledge and resources, we can strengthen both our worlds. The larger creature, still wary, leans in to sniff the offered herbs, curiosity getting the better of them. Intentions are one thing, but actions speak louder, it responds, studying Alys intently. A sense of pressure surrounds Alys. She knows this is a defining moment. Then let our actions show our dedication. We are ready to protect this land alongside you, she declares, her resolve shining through. The tension in the air begins to shift as the creatures confer among themselves, their expressions softening slightly. A glint of understanding begins to spark, suggesting that Alys's words and the offerings may be breaking through the barriers of distrust. This moment is critical, and Alys feels her heart hammering with hope. Ready to forge a new alliance that could reshape their destinies. After what feels like an eternity, the larger creature finally steps back, its demeanor shifting. Very well. We will accept your gifts, it declares, a note of respect woven into its tone. Alys feels a rush of relief and excitement wash over her, an undeniable spark igniting in her chest. The sprite beside her beams, clearly relieved and energized by the shift in the encounter. The creatures gather the offerings, examining them closely, and the atmosphere begins to lighten. A sense of camaraderie begins to settle in the clearing, and Alys knows that their willingness to share has laid the groundwork for trust. Your words and generosity will not be forgotten, the creature adds, looking directly at Alys. This acknowledgement deepens her sense of purpose. She realizes that they have successfully turned a corner in their relationship with the forest dwellers. However, another voice pops up among the gathering creatures, expressing uncertainty. But what if the village turns on us once we've shown our hand? Alys senses the lingering hesitation among the villagers, aware that fostering this newfound alliance will take time and continued effort. We will show them our commitment every step of the way. Trust is built through shared experiences, she responds, reinforcing her leadership and vision for a united future. As they stand together, Alys feels the spirit of the moment entwining them, marking the beginning of an evolving relationship that holds the promise of strength and protection for both their worlds. A sense of camaraderie begins to settle in the clearing, and Alys knows that their willingness to share has laid the groundwork for trust. Your words and generosity will not be forgotten. Trust is built through shared experiences. It is all part of our continued effort and confusion in relationship with the forest dwellers. With the acceptance of their gifts, Alys feels a weight lift from her shoulders. The atmosphere in the clearing shifts from one of tension to cautious optimism as the creatures begin to discuss how they can work together with the villagers. A sense of possibility fills the air, and Alys can see the seeds of a new alliance taking root before her eyes. "Let's create a schedule for sharing knowledge and resources," one of the creatures suggests, the excitement evident in their tone. Alys nods quickly, eager to see the initiative take shape. "Absolutely, we can set aside times to meet and discuss herbal remedies, gather resources, and learn about the forest's magic," she replies, feeling the camaraderie blossom. The sprite beside her beams, energized by the cooperative spirit. "I can help organize the first gathering," they volunteer, another layer of trust building among the group. As Alys listens to the discussions, she realizes that this moment is not just about her. Everyone is contributing, and she feels a swell of pride at the collaborative energy surrounding her. Her confidence solidifies as she envisions a future where the villagers and the forest creatures harmonize, each side enriching the other, laying the groundwork for shared adventures that await them all. Chapter 13. The Dark Woods. The village buzzes with excitement as preparations for the upcoming gathering with the forest creatures begin to take shape. Alys moves through the market square, energy crackling in the air around her, her heart racing with anticipation. She feels a sense of purpose guiding her, understanding that this meeting could solidify the alliance they have begun to forge. Today is crucial, she thinks to herself. Her focus sharp as she checks on the arrangements the villagers had made. She approaches the communal area, where tables are being set up and banners are being hung, each colorful piece representing the blend of both worlds. Alys notices a group discussing the layout for the gathering, their excitement palpable. "Let's make sure we have space for everyone who wants to contribute," she suggests, her voice rising above the conversations. Several villagers turn to her, eager to hear her thoughts. "We need to set up a central point for demonstrations," one remarks, and Alys nods, appreciating their collaborative spirit. But as they continue planning, a sudden uproar erupts from the edge of the square. A villager runs in, breathless and wide-eyed. "They're coming! The creatures are approaching sooner than we expected." Alys's heart drops, adrenaline surging as she processes the information. "We need to be ready," she states, urgency sifting into her tone. A moment shifts, camaraderie transforming into a rush of preparation as the villagers adjust their plans to accommodate the unexpected arrival. Alys feels the pressure mounting, but knows that their preparation will be key to navigating this moment. The news spreads like wildfire, urgency electrifying the village square. Alys quickly gathers the villagers, her heart racing at the prospect of the creatures arriving sooner than expected. "We need to make adjustments," she urges, scanning the faces around her. "Let's prioritize safety while still welcoming them." She can feel the collective anxiety among the villagers as they quickly shift their focus. A few begin to tighten the gathering area, while others rush to prepare snacks and refreshments. "Marek," she calls, spotting him near the edge of the square. "Help set up a welcoming area. We want them to feel safe and respected." He nods, determination flashing in his eyes as he dashes off to rally others. Alys takes a deep breath, trying to quell her rising nerves. "We have to be ready for anything," she thinks, reminding herself of the importance of their preparations. As she organizes the supplies, she notices a villager lingering, their expression painted with uncertainty. "What if they are hostile?" they challenge, concern evident in their tone. "A partnership depends on respect and understanding," Alys replies, her voice steady. "We must show them that we are committed to building this alliance." The words hang in the air, and Alys can sense a shift, a slow acceptance beginning to form among the group, as everyone recognizes the importance of unity in facing the unknown. As the preparations continue, Alys watches the villagers work frantically, tension mingling with anticipation in the air. The central area is coming together, but doubt lingers among some, their whispering voices a dark hum in the backdrop. "Do you really think they'll come in peace?" one villager questions, folding her arms tightly. Alys approaches her, seeing the apprehension etched on her face. "I believe they will. We've shown good intentions." "And that's a step toward building trust," she replies, her tone earnest as she tries to quell the fear simmering among them. But the villager shakes her head. "What if it all backfires? What if this is a mistake?" A surge of determination wells within Alys as she looks around at her friends and neighbors. "Sometimes we have to take risks for the sake of progress. We can't let fear paralyze us," she insists. Feeling the weight of her words as they echo off the hesitant faces in front of her. A moment of silence hangs, leaving the villagers to process her commitment. Alys can see their resolve wavering, but also recognize the flicker of courage igniting in the hearts of those willing to trust. With a deep breath, she moves back to the center of the square, gathering her energy and spirit. She knows this is just the beginning. To inspire true change. They must embrace both the risks and the possibilities that come with forming new alliances. feeling the weight of her words as they echo off the hesitant faces in front of her. A moment of silence hangs, leaving the villagers to process her commitment. As Alys stands at the forefront of the gathering, she feels the weight of expectation resting on her shoulders. The villagers continue to bustle around her, but their earlier enthusiasm has dimmed into a cautious anticipation. She can sense the tension lingering in the air, and the murmurs of doubt carry heavily between her and her peers. "Let's remind ourselves why we're doing this," Alys speaks up, trying to reignite the spirit of unity among them. "We have an opportunity to forge a bond with the creatures of the forest, a bond that could protect our home for generations to come." Her words resonate with some, stirring a flicker of resolve, but others remain skeptical, shifting uneasily. Alys takes a deep breath, feeling the solidarity of those who believe in her vision. "Every moment of fear we allow to creep in only holds us back," she continues, her voice growing stronger. "We must embrace this challenge, not run from it. We are stronger together." She watches as several villagers exchange glances, the stirrings of courage beginning to surface amidst the uncertainty. Alys knows that her growth has shifted the dynamics within the group, and for the first time, she sees her role as a leader crystallizing in their eyes. With a palpable sense of purpose, Alys steps back, ready to lead them into uncertainty. Confident that their shared effort will display their commitment to both the forest and each other, forging a path toward a brighter future. As the villagers drew closer, Alys can see the flickers of determination beginning to rise within them, igniting hope in their hearts. A small group gathers at the front, excitedly discussing how they can contribute to the upcoming meeting with the forest creatures. "I'll create the invitation," one young villager exclaims, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Let's make sure it reflects our intentions," Alys encourages, feeling the positive energy flow through the group like a warm breeze. With each contribution, a sense of unity begins to solidify, and Alys feels her confidence swell even further. She moves around the gathering, offering suggestions and refining their plans as they share ideas, recognizing the interconnected nature of their efforts. However, a few villagers still wear expressions of hesitation. "What if they don't come?" one of them whispers, concern clouding their features. Alys pauses before responding, her heart steady. "If we don't try, we'll never know. You all have shown such strength. Let's channel that into our preparations." The group nods, a collective understanding beginning to take shape. Alys watches as they rally together to finalize the plans, realizing that with each person involved, trust is being woven back into the fabric of their community. In this moment, Alys understands how her journey has fostered this collaborative spirit, affirming her belief that they can face whatever challenges lie ahead, as long as they remain united in purpose. As the plans for the meeting take shape, Alys steps back to take in the organized chaos of her fellow villagers. The atmosphere buzzes with renewed purpose, the villagers working together with enthusiasm that can only come from a shared mission. She sees the young villager, who volunteered to create the invitation, already sketching designs filled with symbols of their village and the forest. Alys approaches them, peering over their shoulder. "This looks amazing. Make sure to include the symbol of the lumina bloom. It represents our connection to the forest," she advises, feeling a swell of pride in their work. With each suggestion she offers, she notices how quickly the villagers take her lead, weaving in their own ideas and preferences with enthusiasm. "Should we gather more herbs to present as well?" Marek asks, glancing at Alys. "It could help emphasize our commitment." "Yes, let's make sure we prepare enough to show our sincerity." Alys confirms, her excitement evident as her leadership solidifies within the group. The group nods in agreement, ready to contribute to the preparations, and Alys feels the weight of their collective trust and responsibility. As they finalize their plans, Alys's confidence swells, knowing that the principles they've woven together will guide not only their approach to the meeting, but also every step they take moving forward, uniting their ambitions with action. Chapter 14. The Allies of the Forest. As the sun rises the following day, Alys gathers her allies at the edge of the forest, a palpable thrill running through her veins. The air feels electric with anticipation as they prepare for their meeting with the forest creatures. She watches her companions double-check their offerings, bundles of herbs and tokens crafted with care, each representing their commitment to building this new alliance. Alys takes a moment to appreciate the camaraderie in the group. A mix of familiar faces and newfound allies united by a shared purpose. This is a crucial moment for all of us, she begins, her voice steady, igniting the spirits of those gathered. Our actions today will define our future together. Narek, standing by her side, nods in agreement. Let's ensure we approach them with respect. Building this alliance is key to our survival. Feeling the energy of the moment, Alys surveys her team, noting their commitment. She knows that it's more than just the gifts. It's about creating trust and understanding each other's needs. With a deep breath, Alys leads them into the heart of the forest, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. The path feels familiar, yet charged with the weight of what is to come, her heart racing with determination and purpose as they venture into the unknown together. As they travel deeper into the forest, Alys senses the surrounding atmosphere shift, the air thick with magic and anticipation. The sunlight filters through the thick canopy, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor, and she feels a thrill of excitement course through her. Each step feels heavy with potential, and she mentally reviews the plan they had devised together. It's vital that we remain calm when we meet them, Alys reminds her allies. Glancing back at the group, we have to show them our intent and willingness to work together. A nearby sprite nods, their expression a blend of eagerness and anxiety. And if they're hostile? Alys stops for a moment, meeting the eyes of her companions. Then we'll adapt. We've planned for every outcome. Remembering their previous encounters with uncertainty, Alys recognizes the importance of being ready for anything. She continues to lead the way, her focus laser-sharp as they navigate the undergrowth. The intimate sounds of the forest envelop them, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, fueling her resolve as she steps carefully over roots and rocks, with each footfall drawing her closer to the moment they have prepared for. In this sacred space, she feels a connection to the forest growing stronger, intertwining with her determination to forge a bond that could change the fate of her village and the beings that dwell within the trees. As they approach a clearing bathed in soft light, Alys can see a gathering of creatures waiting for them, their eyes watching with a mix of curiosity and caution. A tension builds in the air as she steps forward, feeling the collective gaze resting on her. A moment of silence stretches, heavy with unspoken questions and apprehensions. She takes a deep breath, summoning her courage. "We come in peace," she states firmly, addressing the gathering. "We wish to form an alliance and work together for the benefit of our lands." The creatures exchange glances, some whispering softly among themselves. The elder among them, a majestic figure with intricate markings, regards Alys with measured scrutiny. "What proof do you bring of your intentions?" Alys glances at the offerings they've brought, acknowledging the importance of their act of goodwill. "We have crafted gifts to show our respect and commitment. Our aim is to foster harmony between our communities." The elder nods slowly, still evaluating her sincerity. Alys can feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, but she stands tall, hoping her determination will resonate with them. "Show us your offerings," the elder finally commands, their voice carrying authority, and Alys steps forward, ready to reveal what they have prepared. Determined to showcase the strengths of her village and foster a bond that could change everything. Alys steps forward, carefully placing the gifts on the ground before the gathered creatures. Each offering, a woven basket filled with herbs, small crafted tokens representing their village, shimmers in the soft light of the clearing. This basket contains herbs that can heal and protect, she explains, her voice steady as she points to the vibrant foliage. They've been gathered with great care, meant to symbolize our respect for this forest and its magic. The elder leans closer, examining the offerings, and Alys watches closely, feeling the weight of their judgment. The murmurs among the other creatures increase, emotions ranging from skepticism to intrigue. A smaller creature bursts forth, eyes wide with curiosity. "Can they really help us?" it asks, the innocence in its tone cutting through the tension. "Absolutely," Alys replies, fostering trust with her unwavering conviction. "Together, we'll learn how to strengthen our bond and share our knowledge. That's why we're here." As Alys speaks, she feels the air shift subtly, the connections deepening between her intentions and the desires of the forest creatures. She knows that this is more than just an exchange of gifts. It's an opportunity to forge an alliance grounded in mutual respect and understanding, paving the way for a future where both communities thrive together. The elder looks up from the offerings, a contemplative expression settling on their face. "You speak of harmony, but words alone do not forge bonds," they say, their gaze piercing as they assess Alys. Alys feels a tightening in her chest, but maintains her composure. "I understand, and I am ready to prove our commitment," she responds confidently. "Very well," the elder replies, gesturing for the villagers and creatures to gather closer. "Let us test the strength of your knowledge and your intentions. What can you offer beyond gifts? Actions speak louder than words." Alys's heart pounds, the challenge both daunting and exhilarating. "We're ready to work together," she asserts, her determination flowing from her heart. "If you would allow us to demonstrate our herbal remedies, we can show you the strength of our collaboration." The villagers around her nod in agreement, a sense of solidarity building among them. The elder studies them, curiosity flickering in their eyes. "Then let us see what you truly bring to this alliance." Alys takes a deep breath, aware that this is not just a test of knowledge, but also a moment that could solidify the trust they seek. As they prepare to share their skills, she feels a rush of purpose. Her journey has led her here, and with every step, she embraces the responsibility of leadership, ready to nurture the potential of this newfound alliance. With the challenge set before her, Alys gathers her composure and steps forward, ready to demonstrate the power of the herbs they've brought. The clearing is filled with anticipation as the villagers and creatures watch her intently. "We'll begin with a simple remedy," she announces, feeling the energy shift in her favor. "This blend can soothe aches and promote healing." Alys carefully pulls out the ingredients she had gathered earlier, her hands steady as she prepares to mix them. Each action reflects her newfound confidence, the steps becoming second nature as she recalls the teachings from both her village and the forest. As she works, the hushed crowd leans in closer, curiosity flickering in their eyes. "See how these herbs work in harmony to bring healing," Alys explains, her voice steady. She demonstrates the blending of the herbs, their scents mixing in a fragrant symphony that fills the air. The elder watches closely, a mixture of skepticism and intrigue evident on their features, gauging Alys's skill. "Your technique is sound, but can the results match your words?" With determination, Alys prepares a small portion of the remedy and hands it to a villager who has a mild bruise on their arm. "Apply this, and let us know how it feels," she instructs, her heart pounding as the crowd holds its breath. As the villager applies the remedy, the The elder watches closely, a mixture of skepticism and intrigue evident on their features, gauging Alys's skill. Your technique is sound, but can the results match your words? With determination, Alys prepares a small portion of the remedy and hands it to a villager who has a mild bruise on their arm. Apply this, and let us know how it feels. Apply this, and let us know. A wave of positive energy courses through the air, and Alys feels the weight of the moment. This is her opportunity to solidify the bond they seek, showcasing her growth and the strength of their newfound alliance in action. The crowd leans in, curiosity flickering in their eyes. We'll begin with a simple remedy, and hands it to a villager who has a mild bruise on their arm. Alys carefully pulls out the ingredients, and hands it to a villager who has a mild bruise on their arm. With determination, Alys prepares a small portion of the remedy, and hands it to a villager who has a Apply this, and let us know how it feels, she instructs, her heart pounding as the crowd holds its breath. As the villager applies the remedy. Chapter 15. The Test of Resolve. As the villagers begin to feel the effects of Alys' remedy, murmurs of approval ripple through the crowd. The villager with the bruise lifts their arm, a look of surprise crossing their face. It actually feels better. The pain is easing. Cheers erupt from those gathered, filling the clearing with a sense of triumph. Alys' heart swells with pride as she sees their excitement, a tangible reward for her and her allies' hard work. Now do you see how powerful our plants can be? She addresses the crowd, beaming. We can harness these resources to strengthen our community. But just as she begins to bask in their approval, a shadow shifts at the edge of the clearing, causing everyone to tense. The sprite, glancing nervously, whispers, "What if it's the traitor's allies? What if they come to retaliate?" Alys feels a surge of adrenaline, reminding herself that they cannot be on the defensive any longer. We need to stay vigilant, gather what we can, and let's station ourselves by the forest's edge until we're sure everything is safe, she says decisively, her voice steady amidst the uncertainty. The villagers begin to prepare, their camaraderie reinforcing Alys' confidence as she takes the lead, her resolve to protect her people, blending seamlessly with the lessons she has learned along her journey. Alys takes charge, directing her allies as they gather supplies from the clearing. "Let's pack the herbs and the tokens quickly," she instructs, her voice ringing with urgency. "We can't let anything go to waste." The villagers respond with determination, moving swiftly to collect their offerings and gear. Alys glances around, ensuring that everyone is working together. Merrick rushes back to her side, a bag slung over his shoulder, filled with herbs. "I heard something near the edge of the clearing. We should check it out," he says, concern etched on his face. Alys feels her adrenaline spike at his words, but holds her focus. "We need to be careful. Let's go as a group. No one should be left behind," she replies, her leadership instincts kicking in. They move toward the edge of the clearing, hearts pounding as they approach the source of the noise. As they peer into the shadows, Alys's mind races to formulate a plan. Weighing their options. "Alert the others. We might need a diversion if we encounter any threats," she whispers, her eyes scanning their environment for potential escape routes and strategies. Her quick thinking reassures those around her, solidifying her role as a leader ready to face whatever challenges await, fortified by the bonds they have strengthened in recent days. As Alys and Marek edge closer to the shadows, the tension in the air thickens, every sound amplified, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the pounding of their hearts. "Do you hear that?" Marek whispers, glancing back at Alys, his voice laced with apprehension. "It sounds like something's moving." Alys nods, her senses heightened as she scans the surrounding woods, peering into the darkness. Simply reacting to fear isn't an option. They need to gather information first. "Let's see what we can find before we make a move," she suggests, her voice steady. With a cautious motion, she gestures for the team to spread out slightly, but stay close enough to seek cover together. If we can identify what's out there, we can determine our next steps. Suddenly, a shadow flickers from behind a tree, and Alys freezes, signaling the group to halt. "Stay quiet," she breathes, urging them to remain calm, her heart racing as she prepares for action. Every moment feels charged as they wait, the air heavy with potential conflict. Alys's mind quickly runs through the scenarios, a realization dawning on her. This time, their approach must be strategic, relying on the strength of their numbers while respecting the environment they cherish. Finally, they see a pair of eyes glinting in the shadows, and Alys steels herself, ready to confront whatever emerges. Her heart racing as she prepares for action. Every moment feels charged as they wait, the air heavy with potential conflict, knowing that her leadership will guide them through this moment of uncertainty. Narek frowns face, strides and narrows the battle piece through the woods, the addiction raging, then they try to escape. Her heart racing, she realizes the magic is invisible to them. Every moment feels charged, the air heavy with potential conflict, and Alys steels herself. This time, a shadow flickers from behind a tree, and Alys freezes, signaling the group to halt. "Stay quiet," she breathes, urging them to remain calm. The creature, a sleek, wolf-like figure, steps into the clearing, its eyes locked onto Alys and her allies, assessing them with a mix of caution and curiosity. Alys holds her breath, feeling the weight of the moment as she considers their next move. The wolf's presence is imposing, yet something in its gaze seems almost inquisitive, rather than outright threatening. "We're not here to harm you," Alys says slowly, her voice steady, As she steps slightly forward, arms open in a gesture of peace, we seek an alliance, and we wish to understand what threatens our homes. The wolf tilts its head, studying her intently, and Alys senses a flicker of recognition beneath its guarded exterior. Marek shifts nervously beside her, whispering, "Are you sure we can trust it?" Alys meets his gaze, her resolve firm. "Trust must be built," she replies quietly, her heart pounding with determination. The wolf takes a step closer, its posture softening slightly, as if it can sense Alys's sincerity. "It's difficult to trust, given our past." A deep voice resonates from the creature, surprising Alys as it finally speaks. But those who seek to understand often find kinship. A wave of relief washes over Alys, knowing her willingness to confront the creature with honesty reflects not just her growth, but the collective effort of her village as a whole. Alys feels a surge of hope as the creature's words resonate through her. "Then let us speak," she responds, her voice imbued with newfound confidence. "We need to understand the nature of the threat we face. Together, we can find solutions." The wolf nods, its body language easing. "There are forces at play that threaten not just your village, but the balance of the entire forest. It is wise to be cautious," the creature explains, a hint of urgency in its tone. Alys exchanges glances with Marek and the sprite, who have remained hopeful yet cautious. "We've seen signs of danger ourselves. We must prepare for what lies ahead," she insists, her voice resolute, recognizing the importance of their collective mission. The wolf observes her closely. "Your courage is commendable, but trust is earned, and knowledge is essential. We must gather allies and strategize together." Feeling a rush of clarity, if you want a romantic comedy, then now roll with trust and honesty and humility. Your courage is commendable, but trust is earned, and knowledge is essential. We must gather allies and strategize together. Feeling a rush of clarity, Alys knows that she must step into her role as a leader and mediator. Let's call upon those who can help, creatures of the forest, and our own allies back home. Together, we can strengthen our position, she states, her heart pounding with the weight of the responsibility. Her words instill a sense of direction, solidifying the bond between them as they begin to unite against the threats looming over the forest and village. The wolf steps forward, its presence commanding when inviting. Your willingness to engage speaks volumes. Let us gather others who share in our desire for peace. Alys feels a surge of relief and excitement, the prospect of forming a coalition lifting her spirits. We can start with our allies in Verdant Hollow. They'll want to know about this meeting and the opportunity to protect our home together, she replies, her voice filled with purpose. As the wolf howls softly, a signal echoing through the trees, Alys watches as other forest creatures begin to emerge from the shadows, intrigued by the call. We must unite, the wolf states, looking at each newly arrived ally. There is strength in numbers. A flame of hope flickers within Alys as creatures both large and small gather around, forming a circle that symbolizes their growing bond. She realizes that this moment, this collective resolve, could be transformative for both the village and the forest. The sprite glances up at Alys, eyes shining with excitement. We're really doing this, aren't we? Yes, Alys affirms, her confidence bolstered by the support surrounding her. Together, we will stand strong against whatever challenges come our way. In this moment, Alys feels the weight of her journey culminate in an understanding that leadership is not just about steering others, but about fostering connections that bind them all together in a common cause. Chapter 16. An Unexpected Betrayal. Alys stands at the forest's edge, her heart pounding as the tension in the air builds. The gathering of allies, both human and creature, have convened to discuss their next steps, but an uneasy feeling creeps into her thoughts. All her preparations seem overshadowed by the realization of true danger lurking just beyond the trees. Today, we confront the threat that has plagued us for too long, Alys addresses the group. Her voice steady despite the anxiety swirling within her. We need to track down and confront our adversaries before they can strike again. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, yet a few expressions remain tense, shadows of doubt lingering in their eyes. What if we run into trouble? One villager asks, uncertainty lacing their words. Alys feels the pressure to lead, her resolve solidifying as she scans the faces of those gathered. If we stay united and vigilant, we can handle what comes our way. We faced obstacles before and emerged stronger together. The mood shifts slightly, though apprehension remains. Alys knows they must prepare thoroughly. Let's divide into teams. Some of us will scout the known hideouts while others reinforce our defenses here, she suggests, feeling the need to instill a sense of purpose in their collective mission. Ready yourselves for whatever lies ahead, she urges. Determination sharpening her focus as she prepares to take immediate action. A sense of urgency propels her forward, aware that they are at a pivotal point that could alter their fate. determination sharpening her focus as she prepares to take immediate action. A sense of urgency propels her forward, aware that they are at a pivotal point that could alter their fate. We are at a pivotal point that could alter their fate. We can handle what comes our way if we stay united and vigilant. We have the tools to prepare thoroughly. Let's divide into teams. Some of us will scout the known hideouts while others reinforce our defenses here, she suggests, feeling the need to instill a sense of purpose in their collective mission. Determination sharpening her focus as she prepares to take immediate action. A sense of urgency propels her forward, aware that they are at a pivotal point that could alter. As Alys finishes outlining the plan, she feels the weight of her words settle among the group. A sudden rustle from the underbrush interrupts her thoughts, causing everyone to tense. Alys instinctively turns, heart racing, as the sound of footsteps grows louder, impending danger looming over the clearing. "Stay alert," she shouts, her voice piercing through the tension. The villagers ready themselves, but uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. Echoing the doubts she had felt earlier, Alys takes a steadying breath, urging herself to maintain focus. Prepare for anything. We've set traps, and we are equipped to protect ourselves. Just then, a familiar figure emerges from the trees, one of their allies, breathless and wide-eyed. "They're on the move. We spotted the traitor and their group heading this way." The announcement sends shockwaves through the group, and Alys quickly assesses the situation. "We need to regroup and think this through. They could be planning something." Feeling adrenaline surge, Alys turns to Marek, who stands by her side, determination etched on his face. "What do we do now?" he asks, his concern evident. With her mind racing, Alys feels the weight of leadership pressing upon her. Divert their attention. We need to create a distraction, she decides, recognizing that they must act fast to protect their home and allies. Alys quickly gathers her allies, urgency igniting her words. "We need to split into teams. One group will create a distraction, while the other prepares for defense." The villagers respond with a mixture of anxious chatter and determination as they begin to organize themselves. Alys spots a few younger creatures who seem hesitant, their eyes wide with fear. "Remember, we have each other's backs," she assures them, her voice steady. "We've overcome challenges before, and we can do it again. Stay focused on the plan." Marek positions himself near the group, ready to act. "I can gather some branches to create a noise trap. If we make it sound like we're near the eastern wall, it might draw them away," he suggests, confidence glowing in his demeanor. Alys nods, grateful for his initiative. "That's a great idea, Marek. Let's use their underestimation of us to our advantage." The sprite adds, "I can help distract them with illusions while you set the traps." Their eagerness instills a sense of teamwork among the group, giving Alys a flicker of hope amidst the rising tension. Feeling bolstered by the collaboration, Alys takes a moment to assess the surroundings, formulating her thoughts into a clear plan. "Let's move quickly and efficiently. We're not just defending our village, we're reclaiming our strength." With the plan set in motion, Alys feels a wave of determination wash over her, ready to face the impending confrontation with grit and unity fueling their resolve. As the teens spring into action, Alys feels a surge of energy coursing through her as she prepares to lead her group toward the eastern wall. The forest feels alive, each rustling leaf and distant sound becoming magnified in the charged atmosphere. A sense of urgency fills the air, and Alys takes a moment to gather her thoughts. "Let's move in silence. We can't afford to be caught off guard," she advises her allies, signals of focus tightening around her. The group nods, their determination reflecting Alys's resolve. They move together, eyes scanning for any signs of the traitors, the quiet intensity unifying them. Just ahead, the shadows deepen, and a figure emerges, causing Alys's heart to race. "Keep low," she whispers, posture shifting as she crouches slightly. The sprite beside her trembles. "What if it's them?" "Stay calm," Alys urges, her voice steady as she observes the figure. It becomes clear that the figure is one of their own. An ally returning from their scouting mission. "We found them," the villager calls out, breathless with urgency. "They're gathering near the river. We have to act fast." A wave of determination floods through Alys's body as she meets the eyes of her fellow villagers, acknowledging their shared understanding. "Then we take the initiative. Let's prepare a countermove." This moment crystallizes her leadership, the weight of responsibility feeling less daunting now, bolstered by the trust her allies have placed in her decisions. As they gather in a circle to formulate their next steps, Alys feels a renewed strength in their unity, ready to confront whatever challenges lie ahead. Alys stands in the center of her group, feeling the weight of her allies' expectations pressing against her. "All right, we need to move quickly and quietly," she instructs, her voice clear and commanding. "We'll split into 2 teams. One will create a diversion near the river, while the other prepares to confront the main group of traitors." The villagers exchange determined glances, a spark igniting among them as they prepare for action. Merrick steps forward, a map in hand. "If we create noise near the water, we can pull some of them away. It could give us the opening we need." Alys nods, feeling the synergy of teamwork as they discuss tactics. "And we'll make sure to keep pathways clear for retreat," she adds, emphasizing the importance of strategic planning. The sprite, feeling emboldened, interjects, "I can create an illusion to distract them further." Alys smiles, appreciating the sprite's enthusiasm. "Perfect, we'll use that to our advantage," she replies, feeling the excitement of shared purpose. As everyone organizes into their respective teams, Alys feels a surge of confidence. "Remember, we're not just fighting against them. We're fighting for our home and for each other. Let's go." Emboldened by her words, the group breaks apart, each member focused on their role, ready to step into the challenge that awaits them. Alys knows that this moment of decisive action will shape not only their immediate path, but also the future of Verdant Hollow and its connection to the forest. As Alys leads the way toward the river, the forest feels alive with tension and purpose. The air is thick with anticipation as they approach their target, each sound igniting to life under the weight of their collective energy. She quietly assesses the area, noting obstacles and possible advantages, her instincts guiding her as they move in unison. "Stay sharp, everyone," she reminds her allies, the connection between them palpable. Just as they reach the banks of the river, the distant sounds of chatter from the traitors fill the air, and Alys feels a wave of urgency course through her. "Now, let's create that diversion," she calls out, signaling the sprite to execute their part of the plan. With a swift motion, the sprite conjures a shimmering illusion, drawing the attention of the traitors toward the opposite side of the riverbank. "Over there," one of the traitors shouts, taking the bait and moving away from Alys's group. Seeing this, Alys swiftly motions to her team. Now's our chance. Move in. They advance quietly, the urgency of their mission propelling them forward as they prepare to engage the remaining enemies. Alys feels adrenaline surge through her, ready to confront the challenge with the strength and strategy she has cultivated over her journey. As they close in on the traitors, she steels herself. They advance quietly, the urgency of their mission propelling them forward as they prepare to engage the remaining enemies. Alys feels adrenaline surge through her, ready to confront the challenge with the strength and strategy she has cultivated over her journey. Alys swiftly motions to her team. Now's our chance. Move in. They advance quietly, the urgency of their mission propelling them forward, understanding that their success hinges not only on her leadership, but on the unity and trust they've built together throughout their adventure. Understanding that their success hinges not only on her leadership, but on the unity and trust they've built together throughout their adventure. As they close in on the traitors, she steels herself, ready to confront the challenge with the strength and strategy she has cultivated over her journey. Understanding that their success hinges not only on her leadership, but on the unity and trust they've built together throughout their adventure. As they close in on the traitors, she steels herself, ready to confront the challenge with the strength. Chapter 17, Weighing Decisions. As the confrontation unfolds, Alys swiftly assesses the dynamics of the situation around her. The diversion has worked. Several of the traitors are distracted, rushing toward the riverbank, but the remaining adversaries stand firm, their eyes narrowed as they evaluate the emerging threat. A sense of determination pulses through Alys, fueling her desire to see this through successfully. "Stick to the plan," she shouts, rallying her allies. "Keep them off balance." The sprite quickly launches another illusion, creating flickering images that dance around the forest, drawing even further attention away from their location. However, Alys notices a hesitation among some of her allies who seem unsure about their roles, lingering under the pressure of the confrontation. "We need to act decisively. Remember why we're here," she urges, her voice firm as she rallies their spirits. Narek moves closer, stepping beside Alys, his eyes filled with resolve. "We need to show them we're not afraid," he agrees, drawing strength from her presence as the group reforms around their leader. Alys glances back toward the traitors, her heart racing. They are gathering their wits, and she knows they cannot afford to falter. This is a pivotal moment where every decision will hinge on their ability to present a unified front, and she feels the weight of leadership settle firmly on her shoulders. Alys quickly formulates a new strategy, her mind racing with the possibilities as she assesses the positions of their adversaries. "Let's split up and flank them," she instructs, her tone infused with urgency and confidence. "If we can catch them between us, we'll have the upper hand." Merrick nods, already preparing his team. "I'll take a group to the left. We'll move quietly and surprise them from behind." A sense of electric energy pulses through the gathered allies. Alys can feel their readiness to act. She scans the faces around her, looking for signs of doubt, but finds only determination mirrored in their expressions. "Those of you with experience in stealth, follow Merrick. The rest, stay with me," she directs, her leadership solidifying as she points out roles for each member based on their strengths. Just then, one of the younger creatures raises a hand, fear evident in their voice. "What if we get caught? I'm not ready for this." Alys stops, understanding the depth of their fear. "I know this is daunting, but remember, we are together. We won't leave anyone behind," she reassures, her heart swelling with a mix of pride and responsibility as she builds trust through her words. With a determined breath, Alys leads the charge, confident in the plan they've crafted together. As they spread out, the forest feels alive with potential, and she knows that this moment could define not only the outcome of the confrontation, but also solidify their unity as a community. As Alys and her group move into position, a tension in the air thickens with anticipation. She watches Merrick lead his team to the left, their stealthy movements blending seamlessly with the shadows of the trees. Alys feels a surge of pride in his ability to rally others, knowing that her leadership has helped foster this sense of camaraderie among them. In her own group, she whispers instructions, emphasizing the importance of remaining quiet and focused. "We'll wait for Merrick's signal. When we see him move, we strike." Suddenly, a rustle from the traitor's camp catches her attention. A figure emerges, scanning the area, eyes darting suspiciously. Alys holds her breath, sensing the danger that looms as the moment hangs in suspense. "Stay alert," she whispers urgently, her heart racing as she clutches her satchel tightly. A whisper of doubt threads through her thoughts, but she pushes it aside, reminding herself of the importance of their mission. "We've prepared for this. We can handle it." As she steels herself, Alys knows this is a test, not just of their strategy, but of her growth as a leader, her ability to inspire confidence amid uncertainty, as they prepare to face the traitors and reclaim their strength. Alys watches intently as Merrick and his team slip smoothly into the shadows, their figures melding with the forest as they position themselves strategically. The moment feels charged, Alys's heart racing as she mentally prepares for the signal to strike. The growing anticipation within her team is palpable. Their faces show both determination and anxiety as they await the unfolding action. Alys taps into her earlier lessons about trust and teamwork, reminding herself of the unity they've established. "Remember, our strength lies in our bonds," she whispers, her voice firm and reassuring. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the traitor's camp, and Alys sees Merrick make his move, darting forward to engage their enemies. "Now," she calls out, adrenaline surging through her body as the group springs into action. With a sense of urgency, Alys charges into the fray, moving swiftly to flank the traitors as they scramble to respond to Merrick's attack. The battle begins to unfold around them, chaos rippling through the clearing as both sides clash. In the midst of the action, Alys feels the pressure bear down on her. "Focus on the task," she instructs her team, recalling the need for strong communication amidst the chaos. As they rally together, Alys recognizes that her growth as a leader shines brightest in moments like these. Her ability to adapt and inspire them to push through the fear, transforming uncertainty into determination as they fight for their home and future. As the confrontation unfolds, Alys navigates the chaos, her mind sharp and focused. The sound of clashing forces surrounds her, but she remains undeterred, determined to maintain control amid the turmoil. Spotting an opening, she calls out to her allies, "Flank left, we need to spread them thin." They respond with agility, following her lead as they move to outmaneuver the traitors. Alys keeps her eyes peeled for any signs of weakness, ready to capitalize on the unfolding dynamic. With every movement, she draws on her growing confidence, having learned from their previous encounters. "Stay in groups. Communication is key," she reminds them, her words ringing clear as they rally to her command. Just then, a sudden roar echoes from the traitors' group, sending a ripple of uncertainty through Alys's allies. An unexpected beast, previously unseen, joins the fray, its size imposing as it charges toward them. "Stay focused," Alys shouts, her heart racing but her resolve steady. Instead of retreating, she formulates a quick plan. "We'll use the traps, lure it into the clearing." Her adaptability shines through, turning the chaotic moment into an opportunity. She knows this is a pivotal test for her leadership, and Alys embraces the challenge, ready to implement her strategy with renewed clarity and determination, guiding her allies toward victory. Alys quickly turns to her team, adrenaline surging as she takes charge of the unfolding chaos. "Get ready to distract the beast. We need to lure it toward the traps," she commands, her voice firm and full of urgency. Marek, standing close by, nods and moves to gather nearby stones to create noise. "I'll throw these to grab its attention," he shouts, determination etched on his face. Alys watches him with pride, recognizing how her leadership has inspired him to take initiative. "As soon as it moves, we'll spring the trap," she reinforces, ensuring everyone understands their part. The creature roars again, shaking the ground beneath their feet, and Alys feels the weight of responsibility settle heavily on her shoulders. She can't let fear take root. This is their moment to reclaim their power. Moments later, a stone strikes a nearby tree, creating a loud thud that reverberates through the forest. The beast's head whips in that direction, and Alys seizes the opportunity. "Now, move!" she yells, as her allies spring into action. The camaraderie and shared purpose propel her forward, and as they successfully lure the beast into the trap, Alys feels a rush of confidence surge. They are making strides, and the journey ahead is beginning to feel within their reach. "As soon as it moves, we'll spring the trap," she reinforces, ensuring everyone understands their part. The creature roars again, shaking the ground beneath their feet, and Alys seizes the opportunity. "Now, move," she yells, as her allies spring into action. The camaraderie and shared purpose propels her forward, and Alys feels a rush of confidence surge. They are making strides, and the journey ahead is beginning to feel within their reach. And Alys seizes Chapter 18, The Moment of Truth. With the successful trap set, Alys stands at the forefront, her heart racing as adrenaline rushes through her veins. The tension in the air feels electric, the anticipation hanging thick around them as they prepare to confront the last remnants of the traitors' forces. She can feel the weight of her allies' gazes, the expectations resting firmly on her shoulders, and it galvanizes her determination. "Today, we fight not just for each other, but for the future of our village and the forest," she declares, her voice ringing with conviction. A sense of solidarity ignites among the gathered creatures and villagers, their focus shifting to her unwavering resolve. As they all prepare for the confrontation, Alys catalogues each ally's strengths in her mind, mentally organizing their strategy based on what she knows. Remember our training and stay close. We protect one another, she commands, feeling the pulsating bond of trust between them. The sprite, feeling emboldened, steps forward. I can create distractions while you and Merrick lead the charge. Alys turns to the sprite, grateful for the enthusiasm. That's perfect. Your quick thinking will be vital in this fight. With a swift nod, Alys signals for her group to position themselves, excitement mingling with the pressure of the moment as they steel themselves for the battle ahead. Each heartbeat echoes with the promise of their shared journey, fueling her resolve to lead them through whatever challenges await. As Alys moves toward the front lines, she scans the area, the tension in the air thickening as she prepares to execute their plan. Stay sharp, she calls back to her allies, her voice cutting through the thickening atmosphere. The group responds with a chorus of affirmations, their determination palpable as they ready themselves for the confrontation. Alys's instincts are on high alert, every sound resonating in the clearing as she focuses on the foe before them. We'll begin with the distractions. Let's show them our strength, she commands, her pulse quickening with adrenaline. Merrick takes a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly. I'm ready when you are, he replies, looking over at Alys with trust in his eyes. In that moment, Alys feels the weight of her training and experiences settle over her, guiding her decision-making. She knows they've prepared for this, and the camaraderie built in recent days gives her confidence. Now, she shouts, signaling the start of their assault. The sprite launches into action, creating an illusion of multiple Alys figures that dart around, confusing the enemy. Alys charges forward with Merrick at her side, leading their allies into the fray, her heart racing as they fight for their home and the bond they fought to establish. The moment is electric, and Alys feels herself transforming into the leader she always aspired to be, embracing the challenge head-on. As Alys, she charges forward. The battle erupts around her, chaos and determination colliding in a whirlwind of energy. She navigates through the fray, adrenaline coursing through her veins, her senses heightening with each swift movement. The distractions created by the sprite throw the traitors into disarray, allowing Alys and her allies to push forward, gaining ground with every battle cry. Stay together, Alys calls out, her voice ringing with clarity. She glances back at her group, ensuring everyone is focused and ready. Merrick, fighting valiantly by her side, delivers a swift strike to one of the traitors. We're making progress, he shouts, determination gleaming in his eyes. Alys feels a rush of pride. She knows that their training and teamwork have led them to this moment. Just as she begins to rally them for another wave of attack, one of the larger traitors swings their weapon, narrowly missing Alys and knocking Merrick off balance. Watch out, Alys yells, quickly reacting as she maneuvers to help him regain his footing. Despite the chaos, Merrick grins at her. I'm good, let's keep pushing. Alys nods, her mind racing as she assesses the situation. The lessons from previous skirmishes flooding her consciousness. Adapting is key, and she knows they must strike while the enemy is still disoriented. Let's flank them on the right, she decides, signaling for her allies to follow her lead, demonstrating her growth as a strategist yet again. Alys leads her group to the right, moving with purpose as they flank the enemy. The thunder of footfalls echoes around her, the cries of her allies mixing with the frantic calls of the traitors as they scramble to regroup. Alys feels a surge of vigor, each movement driven by the desire to protect her home and friends. Stay low and keep together, she shouts, orchestrating their advance as they slip between trees and shield themselves from enemy sight. As they shift into position, Alys notices a few of her allies hesitating, their confidence wavering under the pressure of battle. Remember why we're here, she urges, her voice cutting through the chaos. We're fighting for each other and for our future. Merrick catches her eye, determination shining in his expression. Together, he replies, bolstering the morale around them. With a fierce resolve, Alys takes a moment to scan the battlefield, assessing the enemy's movements. She identifies a smaller group of traitors transitioning to counterattack and thinks quickly. We can use the trees as cover to launch our next strike. Her adaptability remains steady amidst the chaos, guiding her allies as they prepare to unleash the next wave of their plan. A sense of purpose fuels her actions, and Alys feels the strength of her leadership emerge in this critical moment, ready to turn the tide of the confrontation. As they take their positions behind the trees, Alys feels a surge of adrenaline pushing her forward. She gestures to her allies to ready themselves, ensuring that everyone understands their role in the upcoming strike. On my mark, we'll charge together, trust each other, and we'll face whatever comes our way. A soft wind stirs the leaves overhead, a momentary distraction that steadies her resolve. Merrick grips his weapon tightly, determination etched on his face, reflecting the energy of the moment. We've got this, Alys. Let's make it count. Alys can see the fire in her allies' eyes, their commitment to the cause igniting her own. Remember the strategies we discussed. We will outmaneuver them. She breaths deeply, ready to make her presence felt. The tension becomes palpable as she scans the battlefield, the signs of movement from the traitors. Now, she shouts, launching out from behind the tree, her heart racing as her allies follow her lead. They charge across the clearing, adrenaline fueling their collective effort, determined to reclaim their power and protect the home they love. Alys leads the charge into the fray, her heart pounding with a mix of adrenaline and purpose. As she pushes forward, cries of determination fill the air, and she can feel the strength of her allies rallying alongside her. The initial shock of their advance causes the traitors to falter, confusion spreading through their ranks. Alys pulls ahead, her eyes zeroing in on the larger adversary, the traitors' leader. We need to take out their command, she shouts, rallying her teammates to focus their efforts in one direction. The sprite darts past her, creating illusions that further disorient the enemy. Over here, they call out, and Alys feels a rush of pride at their bravery and ingenuity. Merrick follows close behind, launching his weapon with precision, striking down one of the traitors attempting to regroup. That's it, keep pushing, he encourages, the energy of courage bolstering the group's resolve. In the thick of battle, Alys recognizes the importance of every decision made in the heat of the moment. Stay together, keep moving, she insists, her leadership shining through as she adapts to the changing tides of the conflict. With newfound confidence, Alys feels their plan unfolding as they successfully turn the tide, proving that their unity and commitment can overcome even the most daunting challenges. Chapter 19. The Shadowed Confrontation. Alys stands at the forefront of her allies, heart pounding as they prepare for a high-stakes encounter with the remnants of the traitors' forces. The clearing is thick with tension, the air heavy with anticipation as they ready themselves for action. Alys scans the faces of her companions, each marked by determination and focus, and she feels the weight of leadership settle on her shoulders. Remember our goal. We fight not only for ourselves, but for the future of our village, she reminds them, her voice steady and clear. As they line up, Alys takes a moment to assess their surroundings. She spots several vantage points where they could gain an upper hand, and she mentally strategizes how best to use them in the confrontation ahead. Let's move into those trees for cover, she instructs, her heart racing as they silently shift into position. The adrenaline courses through her as she feels the energy build among the group, and she knows they have worked hard to reach this moment. Stay sharp and stay together, she continues, the urgency in her voice igniting a fire within her allies. Just then, a rustle in the bushes makes everyone tense, and Alys grips her satchel tighter. Whatever lies ahead, she feels ready to face it head-on, committed to their mission and the bonds they've built along the way. As the group settles into position, Alys feels a surge of excitement mingled with tension. The sounds of the forest drop away, replaced by the thundering of her heart as she charts their course through the shadows. With her allies peering expectantly, she knows this is her moment to shine as a leader. Let's move in 2 teams. Marek, lead your group along the eastern path. We'll take the western side, she directs, confidence lacing her words as she lays out the plan. Marek nods, showing determination. Right, we'll create a distraction to draw them away from you, he says, turning to rally his teammates. Alys watches him go, a deep sense of pride washing over her. Her leadership is taking root, and the trust they've built shines bright in their actions. As they begin to execute the plan, Alys notes a few of her allies exchanging uncertain glances, a reminder of the stakes they are up against. Remember, Alys calls out, sticking to our roles is key. We've trained for this. With her words echoing in the air, she feels the collective resolve strengthen, and a sense of unity ignites within her. They are all in this together, ready to confront whatever obstacles lie ahead. As Alys and her team stealthily make their way through the dense foliage, she feels the tension in the air thickening with every step they take. The forest looms around them, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for the light. A sudden rustle makes her pause, heart racing. "Did you hear that?" she whispers, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The sprite beside her nods, eyes wide with fear. "It could be them. We should be careful." Alys raises a hand, motioning for silence. "We need to keep our composure. If we act foolishly, we'll give ourselves away." Just then, a twig snaps nearby, and a figure, one of the enemy's scouts, steps into view. Alys feels panic wash over her, but she quickly suppresses it, focusing on the task at hand. "Stay hidden," she instructs, her voice low and firm. The scout appears oblivious, scanning the surroundings before moving on. Alys lets out a slow breath, relief flooding through her as they remain undetected. "This is just a taste of what we're up against," Alys murmurs, feeling the weight as her responsibility to lead her friends safely through the impending confrontation. Instinctively, she knows they must remain vigilant and brave. This mission requires every ounce of her determination and leadership. Alys watches as the scout moves further away, her heart still pounding in her chest. "Now we know they're close," she whispers to her companions, determination surging through her. "We need to stick to the plan and be ready for anything." Her allies nod, the tension in their posture shifting slightly as they focus on her words. "We'll wait for Marek's signal," Alys continues, recalling their training and the importance of communication during moments of uncertainty. The sprite fidgets nervously but finds comfort in Alys's steady demeanor. "Do you really think we can do this?" they ask, anxiety creeping in. Alys turns to them, their expression firm and confident. "We've prepared. We know our strengths and how to work together. Trust in our abilities." As they conceal themselves among the shrubs, Alys takes a moment to glance around at her allies, recognizing the blend of fear and determination in their eyes. This is a pivotal moment, and she understands the stakes higher than ever. They will either rise to the challenge or falter, but Alys refuses to let fear dictate their fate. With renewed clarity, she readies herself, knowing that one way or another, they must confront the truth lurking in the shadows. As the tension reaches its peak, Alys positions herself behind a thick cluster of bushes, her heart racing in anticipation. She peers through the leaves, straining to catch any glimpse of the adversaries moving in the clearing ahead. "We need to wait for Marek's signal," she whispers. "Stay alert." Suddenly, a commotion erupts from the traitor's camp. A voice shouts, "Did you hear that? They're here!" The alarm spreads through the enemy ranks, and Alys feels adrenaline pulse through her body. Panic begins to ripple among her group. "What do we do?" the sprite asks, eyes wide with fear. Alys takes a deep breath, fighting to keep her focus. "Divert their attention. We're ready for this." She gestures toward a nearby tree, where a few villagers have already stationed themselves. Use the noise traps. Now. The team springs into action, setting off a series of distractions that send noises echoing in multiple directions. Creatures begin to scatter, and Alys feels a rush of exhilaration. They're in control, using the element of surprise to their advantage. As the traitors' forces scramble, Alys realizes her training and experiences have prepared her for this moment. Her leadership shines through, guiding her allies to capitalize on the chaos and reclaim their position in the heart of the forest. The confusion among the traitors creates an opening for Alys and her allies to press forward. "Now's our chance," Alys calls, her voice ringing out with renewed confidence as she leads the charge into the fray. The adrenaline surges through her, fueling her resolve to take back what is rightfully theirs. Marek follows closely behind, ducking and weaving through the chaos. "We'll take them by surprise," he shouts, rallying the troops with a spirited enthusiasm. Alys can see the determination in her allies as they engage the enemy, working together to overpower those who threaten their village. She feels a sense of pride swell within her. They are no longer just defending. They are reclaiming their strength. The sprite flits between the combatants, creating illusions that further confuse their foes. "Over here, look at me," they taunt, serving as a distraction that allows Alys to flank a group of traitors with Marek. "We'll talk later." In this moment of action, Alys knows that her leadership and ability to adapt are pivotal. Every choice she makes resonates through her team, strengthening their resolve and pushing them toward victory. As the battle unfolds, Alys manages to maintain a strategic overview, guiding her allies and encouraging them to work together in facing the opponents that threaten their home, her confidence fueling their momentum. Chapter 20. Assessing the Aftermath. As the dust settles from the confrontation, Alys stands among her allies, taking a moment to absorb the aftermath of their efforts. The clearing is marked by both victory and loss, remnants of the battle visible in the form of fallen leaves and scattered debris. A sense of accomplishment mingles with the weight of grief as she looks around, recognizing both the spirit that drove them and the sacrifices made. "Let's gather together and regroup," she calls, her voice steady as she tries to instill a sense of focus amidst the lingering chaos. The villagers and creatures begin to assemble, their faces a mixture of fatigue and relief. Alys scans the group, noting who has been injured and how they might best tend to one another. Together, we need to assess what we have left and what we've accomplished. Alys continues, the urgency of the situation anchoring her thoughts. We adapted well, but we must ensure we build upon our successes. As they gather around, she pulls out the map they had prepared earlier, laying it on a flat surface to review their progress. Here's where we triumphed, she points out, letting her allies reflect on their victories. And here's where we need to strategize more effectively. They begin to discuss their plans, and with every voice contributing, Alys feels the collective strength of their community. The discussions are filled with energy, hope surfacing through the challenges they still face. And Alys realizes how vital this moment is for all of them as they work to strengthen their bonds moving forward. Alys pores over the map, tracing the routes they had taken and marking the locations of their victories and losses. Let's evaluate our strengths, she says, her finger hovering above the spots they had cleared of traitor influence. We've gathered useful resources here and built trust with the creatures in this area. She glances up, meeting the eyes of the villagers and allies. But we still have challenges to address. The forest holds more than just allies. It also hides dangers we've yet to encounter. Marek interjects, we should develop a strategy for scouting those areas we don't know well. Understanding the terrain will keep us ahead. Alys nods, appreciating the proactive approach. Exactly. We need to gather information about what's lurking in the shadows, especially with the recent attack fresh in our minds. As they brainstorm ways to proceed, an elder raises an objection. But if we spread ourselves thin, we risk becoming vulnerable again. We have to be strategic about our approach to avoid more losses. Feeling the weight of these words, Alys responds, I hear you. Let's prioritize scouting in small, coordinated groups. That way, we can cover more ground while keeping safety in mind. Her confidence and clarity begin to reshape the conversation. The villagers lean in, engaged and contributing, reminded of their collective strength as they set the plan into motion, ready to reclaim their connection to the forest and embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. As the plan starts to take shape, Alys looks around at her allies, feeling the energy shift in the room. The villagers are animated, exchanging ideas and adding to the conversation, their voices rising with newfound enthusiasm. We should set up signaling systems so we can communicate quickly if things change, one villager suggests, excitement coloring their tone. Alys nods, appreciating the input. That's a great idea. If we establish clear signals, we'll be able to adjust our strategies in real time. Marek, ever observant, shares his concern. But we have to ensure all groups know the signals. Otherwise, it could backfire. Alys feels the weight of his words, knowing he's right. We'll have to practice a few times before we move out, she states, her mind racing as she formulates a plan for effective communication. The sprite adds, and we should ensure everyone understands the new routes we plan to take. If we're not on the same page, it could get dangerous. Alys appreciates how the sprite's perspective enhances their preparations, realizing that collaboration is crucial for their success. Absolutely. Let's take some time to review the map and the routes together before we split up. The villagers nod in agreement, and Alys feels a renewed sense of confidence. This environment of shared ideas reinforces her belief that, together, they can overcome any obstacles that arise. As Alys begins to outline the newly organized approach, she can sense the unity blossoming among the villagers. Let's highlight the areas we've identified for scouting, she says, pointing to specific locations on the map. These are where we have the most questions and need answers. Each group should focus on documenting their findings. Marek leans in closer, an approving nod on his face. I'll take the northern path with a few of the younger villagers. They'll learn faster with hands-on experience. A sense of pride swells within Alys at his initiative. Great idea. and I'll group with the more experienced gatherers to check the southern areas. Just then, another villager interjects, her brow furrowed. What if we encounter new threats? We should have backup plans in place. Alys appreciates the concern, knowing that any mission carries risks. That's wise. We'll establish safe zones where each group can regroup if needed. Knowing when to retreat is just as important as forging ahead. The conversations flow, ideas merging and evolving as they prepare for their expedition. Alys can feel their commitment solidifying. The energy in the room is rich with potential, reflecting how their growth is not just about the journey they undertake alone, but the bonds they form along the way. This is our moment to reclaim our connection with the forest, she declares, her heart filled with purpose. Ready to channel their collective strength into action. As the final plans are put into motion, Alys feels a wave of determination wash over her. The villagers are buzzing with energy, ready to take on the scouting mission. She watches them gather their supplies, the excitement palpable as they prepare for the journey ahead. Let's ensure everyone knows their roles and responsibilities, Alys states, her voice ringing with authority. This is our chance to strengthen our bonds and protect our home. Marek walks up to her, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I'll lead the northern group, and I'll make sure everyone understands the defense signals. With a nod, Alys responds, that's perfect. I'll gather everyone together one last time before we split up. As she calls the villagers close, Alys can feel the shift in their dynamic. Unity fills the air, and she knows they are all stepping into this mission with renewed purpose. Together, we can face whatever awaits us. Let's be bold in our efforts. She encourages, her words igniting a fire in her companions. With their spirits high, Alys watches as they ready themselves to head into the forest, recognizing that her leadership has evolved into a bond that not only empowers her, but also uplifts the community, setting the stage for the challenges they will face together. As the villagers prepare to leave, Alys takes one last look at the map, feeling the weight of their mission settle in her chest. Remember, we're not just gathering information, we're building alliances, she reminds them, her voice steady and filled with conviction. Marek stands nearby, holding a small bundle of herbs. Let's make sure we show the creatures our commitment to cooperation. They need to see we're serious about this. Alys feels a surge of agreement from the group. Their enthusiasm infectious. Exactly. These herbs symbolize our willingness to work together, she reinforces, looking each villager in the eye and fostering a sense of unity. As they begin to break off into their respective groups, Alys notices a sense of excitement in the air, a blend of nerves and hope. No matter what challenges we face, she adds, we will face them as one. Together, we can turn this into an opportunity for growth. The group nods, resolve strengthening among them as they prepare to embark on their journey. Alys feels a deep sense of purpose blossom within her, knowing that their shared experiences and the trust they've built will guide them through whatever lies ahead. With her heart full of determination, Alys steps forward, ready to embrace the unknown, confident that they can navigate the path before them as a united force. Chapter 21. Temptation of Retreat. As the early morning light breaks through the trees, Alys stands at the edge of the forest, a quiet determination coursing through her veins. The team has rallied, their faces a mix of anxiety and eagerness as they prepare for the next phase of their mission. Alys takes a moment to gather her thoughts, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders once more. Today is crucial, she begins, addressing her allies with a firm voice. We need to be prepared for anything. Remember our strategy and trust in one another. A sense of urgency fills the air as her allies nod, exchanging glances filled with unspoken resolve. Alys pulls out a small pouch of the shimmering dust they had prepared, holding it up for everyone to see. This will be our tool to create distractions and cover our movements, she explains, her eyes scanning the group as she feels their anticipation rising. Merrick stands beside her, gripping his weapon tightly. We need to stick together and communicate. If we split up, we risk losing everything. Alys acknowledges his concern, understanding that they must remain united. We also need to remain adaptable. The situation can change quickly, and we need to be ready to react. With her heart racing, Alys feels the collective energy of the group surging around her. Each ally's commitment to their shared goal reignites her confidence, readying them for the impending challenge that awaits in the depths of the forest. As Alys leads the group deeper into the forest, she feels the weight of anticipation settle over them, the air thick with potential. The trees tower above, their branches intertwining to form a natural ceiling, casting the path ahead into dappled shadows. A sense of unease simmers beneath the surface, but Alys remains focused, reminding herself of their purpose as their surroundings shift from familiar to unknown. Suddenly, a loud snap echoes through the woods, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. What was that? Someone whispers, tension rippling through the group. Alys raises her hand for silence, her instincts kicking in. Stay alert. It could be a trap or a creature lurking nearby, she says, scanning the area for any sign of movement. The sprite, who has been unusually quiet, edges closer to Alys. Do you think we should turn back? They ask, eyes wide with uncertainty. No, Alys replies firmly, feeling the weight of their resolve behind her words. We came too far to turn back now. We need to assess the situation, not run from it. The group exchanges nervous glances, but Alys can see determination flaring in some of their eyes. Let's split up into pairs and investigate the source of the noise. Keep communication open, she instructs, reinforcing her role as a leader, ready to face the unknown. With her heart set on their mission, Alys leads the way deeper into the shadows, her sense of purpose stronger than her fear as they prepare for whatever challenges await them. As Alys and her partner move cautiously toward the noise, the atmosphere thickens with tension. Every crunch of leaves beneath their feet feels amplified, and Alys can feel her heartbeat echoing in her ears. She glances at her companion, who shows visible nerves, their hands trembling slightly. We can do this, she encourages softly, trying to instill a sense of courage. But what if it's dangerous? What if we find something we're not prepared for? They reply, doubt creeping into their voice. Alys takes a deep breath, recalling her own fears that loomed large earlier in her journey. We've trained for this. We'll adapt to whatever comes our way. Trust in our team, she says, her conviction growing as she speaks. Just then, they hear another crackle in the underbrush, and Alys gestures the silence, holding her breath as they approach. Peering through the tangled branches, she spots a group of wild creatures gathering. Their expressions anxious as they discuss something urgent. It's not just us out here, she whispers, realizing that the dynamics of the forest extend beyond their immediate mission, intertwining with the lives of its other inhabitants. A flicker of hope ignites within her. Perhaps they could join forces with these creatures to face whatever challenges lie ahead. With renewed determination, Alys prepares to move closer, ready to engage both her ally and the wild creatures with her growing confidence and leadership. Alys motions for her partner to stay behind a large bush as they observe the wild creatures huddled together, their voices rising with urgency. She can hear snippets of conversation that reveal their concerns. "We must act before it's too late," one voice exclaims, a tremor of fear evident. Another replies, "If we don't find help, we'll be overwhelmed." A sense of empathy washes over Alys as she realizes these creatures are facing their own struggles. They're just like us. She whispers to her companion, feeling the weight of their predicament linger in the air like a fog. Determined to bridge the gap, Alys steels herself. "We might be able to help them," she says, her voice filled with resolve. Her partner looks at her, uncertainty still lingering in their eyes. "But how? We hardly know them." "That's exactly why we need to reach out," she responds, her confidence shining through. "We can unify our efforts. If we can listen and offer support, we can create a network against the threats that face us all." With a deep breath, Alys steps out from their hiding spot, ready to engage the creatures and show them that they are not alone in this fight. The fear that once gripped her begins to dissipate, replaced by a sense of purpose as she leads the way into what could be an invaluable alliance. As Alys approaches the group of wild creatures, she feels the air grow thick with anticipation. The creatures turn to her with cautious curiosity, their expressions a mix of intrigue and wariness. "Who dares approach us?" one asks, stepping forward, its posture defensive. Alys holds her hands up in a gesture of peace. "We mean no harm. My name is Alys, and I bring a message of unity. We've heard your concerns, and I believe together we can face the threats threatening our homes." The creature tilts its head, scanning her face for sincerity. "And why should we trust you?" it challenges, boldness seeping into its voice. Alys takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words. "Because we all share this forest. Our survival depends on cooperation. The dangers we face do not discriminate. We have the power to protect our homes by working together." A glance back at her ally reveals their wide eyes, a mix of nerves and excitement mirrored in Alys's spirit. The creatures confer among themselves, skepticism still flickering in their eyes. "What do you propose?" another asks, the tone softer, but still probing. Alys senses the opportunity shifting, recognizing this is a pivotal moment to build trust. "We need to share knowledge and resources. If we unite our strengths, we'll be better prepared to confront any threat that comes our way," she declares, her confidence shining through as she speaks from the heart. In that moment, she sees their distrust begin to waver as the possibility of collaboration dawns on them. And Alys knows this could be the start of a powerful alliance forged in understanding and shared purpose. The creatures exchange furtive glances, their expressions shifting as they consider Alys's proposal. "One of our own was taken by the traitors," the bold creature admits, breaking the silence. "We cannot act carelessly. How do we know you will truly help us?" Alys nods, understanding the weight of their words. We can start by planning a rescue together. Your knowledge of the forest will guide us, and our collaboration could ensure success where fear once ruled. A pulse of excitement stirs in the group, the possibilities unfolding in Alys's mind as she sees the potential blooming before her. To demonstrate our commitment, we can share our resources, she continues, determination lacing her voice. Let's devise a plan where we can support each other. In a united front, we will find strength. Marek steps closer, sensing the shift in tension. And we can protect each other in the process. By pooling our knowledge and efforts, we'll ensure no one was left behind. The creatures consider these words, their initial mistrust beginning to dissolve. Alys takes this moment to step forward, her heart full of hope. Then let's work together. If we can forge this bond, we can stand against any challenge. As acceptance washes over the gathered creatures, Alys feels her resolve solidifying. This moment marks not just an alliance, but a new beginning for all of them, ready to embrace the adventures that lie ahead. Chapter 22. The Weight of Loss. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows across Verdant Hollow as Alys stands before her gathered allies, the weight of their recent failure lingering in the air. The atmosphere feels charged, filled with both tension and resolve, as they convene to discuss the loss of their captured ally. A deep ache settles in Alys's chest. She knows that this betrayal has repercussions for everyone. Today, we need to address the reality of what happened, she begins. Her voice steady despite the turmoil, feeling the eyes of her companions on her. The remnants of the ambush echo in her mind, reminding her of the stakes they are all facing. We underestimated the traitor's influence, and it cost us dearly, she continues, a solemnness threading through her words. We cannot allow fear or complacency to guide our actions any longer. A murmur of agreement flows through the group, but the weight of loss still hangs in the air. Alys glances around, noting those who appear weary and those who seem emboldened. We need to regroup and rethink our strategy. We cannot leave anyone behind again. Recognizing the need for thoughtful action, she positions herself as the leader she has become, ready to steer her allies through the difficult terrain of their emotions. Let's share our ideas, strengthen our bond, and prepare for what lies ahead, she says. Alys glances around, noting those who appear weary and those who seem emboldened, determination solidifying within her as they begin to discuss the next steps. In this moment of reflection, Alys understands that their recent challenges can fortify their resolve and reshape their approach as they prepare for the journey ahead. Alys glances down at the map spread before her, tracing the paths they've taken with her finger. Let's reevaluate what we've done so far, and what we've learned, she suggests, looking up at her allies. We need to identify areas where we can improve our strategy, and ensure that we don't overlook anything again. Narek leans in, pointing at a section of the map. We should focus on the borders we haven't scouted yet. There might be allies hiding, or even more dangers we haven't encountered. Alys nods, her mind racing with the implications of his words. That's a solid plan. If we can explore those boundaries, we might discover useful resources or new allies that can help us defend the village. Feeling a surge of unity among her allies, she continues, "But we'll need to approach this carefully. We cannot afford to be caught off guard again." She can sense the determination rising, the energy shifting as the villagers discuss their roles in the upcoming explorations. "Let's divide into smaller groups for the scouts," a villager suggests, raising their hand. "That way, we can cover more ground without drawing attention." Alys feels reassured by the collaborative spirit at play. "Yes, I'll lead one group, and Marek, you can take another. We'll set clear signals to ensure we stay connected." With their newfound resolve, Alys watches the villagers rally together, inspiring not just hope, but a sense of purpose that will carry them through the impending challenges. As the villagers begin to organize themselves into their respective groups, Alys notices a mix of excitement and anxiety painting their expressions. "Remember, we have to remain vigilant," she reminds them, her tone firm yet reassuring. A few villagers exchange glances, their nerves evident as they prepare for the unknown. Alys spots a familiar face, one of the younger creatures who had been hesitant in the past, now standing tall with determination. "I want to help gather information about the traitor," they declare, taking a step forward. Alys feels a spark of pride for their courage. "That's the spirit. We'll need your bravery as we venture further into the forest," she responds, encouraging their initiative. Yet a voice from the back chimes in, filled with doubt. "But what if we're ambushed like before? It's still too dangerous." Alys turns to the voice, addressing the concern directly. "I understand the fear, but we must take calculated risks. We've learned from our experiences, and together we can face what lies ahead." The murmurs of uncertainty begin to dissipate as her words resonate, and Alys feels the weight of her growth as a leader. She understands the importance of addressing fears, while reinforcing the bonds that tie them together, ready to navigate whatever the future holds. Alys watches as the villagers start to discuss their roles in the upcoming scouting mission, a sense of renewed energy radiating through the group. "Let's remember to share what we find," she states, encouraging dialogue among them. "Every observation can help us understand what we're up against." Marek stands nearby, looking thoughtful. "We should prioritize the western edge first. It's where we encountered those shadows last time," he suggests, pointing to the map spread out before them. Alys nods in agreement, but also feels the weight of responsibility begin to settle upon her. "Yes, but we need to be prepared for anything. Keep your eyes open and don't rush into unknown territory." Some villagers murmur in agreement, but a few still seem uneasy, their eyes darting to the shadows of the trees that loom at the forest's edge. "What if something happens while we're separated?" one voice calls out, the concern evident. Alys takes a moment to absorb their fears. "I understand the risks. That's why we'll maintain communication and have clear signals for regrouping. If something goes wrong, we'll pivot according to our plan." She feels a swell of confidence wash over the group as they begin to see the merit in her strategy. A sense of unity begins to build among them, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead, each person recognizing their role in shaping the journey to come. As Alys surveys the group, she feels the energy shift, a sense of resolve settling among her allies. They begin to gather supplies and check their tools, ensuring they are equipped for the exploration ahead. Alys takes this opportunity to reiterate the importance of teamwork. "Let's make sure we're all clear on our signals," she reminds them, feeling a surge of purpose. Marek nods, holding up a whistle. "This will be our signal to regroup if we're in trouble. Let's practice it now." A few villagers grin, participating eagerly as they blow the whistle, the sound echoing through the trees. Laughter erupts, and Alys can feel the tension ease slightly, camaraderie blooming within the group. However, one villager, still skeptical, raises a concern. "But what if we can't hear it? The forest can be loud and confusing." Alys responds thoughtfully. That's why we'll create markers along our path to guide us back. We need to be aware of our surroundings at all times. With every thoughtful adjustment made, Alys recognizes her growing confidence as a leader, understanding how her experiences have molded her into someone capable of inspiring trust and resilience. As they prepare for the task ahead, she feels the solid foundation they've built together, ready to navigate the uncertainties waiting in the forest. As Alys finishes discussing the plans, she takes a moment to absorb the energy in the clearing. The villagers are busily preparing, their earlier doubts seeming to fade as they focus on their roles with newfound determination. Alys can feel the camaraderie strengthening, excitement replacing hesitation. Let's stay united, no matter what happens, Alys reinforces, her voice ringing clear as she watches them gather their supplies. We each have a part to play in this mission. Narek, fully engaged, moves through the crowd, offering to share the map he sketched, marking out the routes they will take. If we stick to these paths, we can minimize risks, he explains, showcasing the teamwork they've cultivated. Alys notices a few villagers discussing who will take which routes, their voices mingling with laughter and encouragement, all building on the trust they've established. Feeling a sense of pride in their preparations, Alys realizes her growth as a leader. She sees that unity has become their strength, emboldening each individual to embrace the adventure ahead. With her heart full of hope, Alys brings everyone together one last time before they set off. Remember, we are stronger when we work together. Let's commit to this journey and watch each other's backs. Chapter 23. The Summit of Allies. Alys stands at the entrance of the forest, the weight of her mission pressing heavily on her shoulders. The air feels thick with anticipation as she prepares for what lies ahead. Gathering valuable resources and forging alliances remains paramount. She glances back at the village, a mixture of familiarity and duty coursing through her. Today we're not just here for ourselves. We're here to protect our home, she announces to her team, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. With a determined nod, Alys motions for them to proceed. We need to stay focused and adaptable. Let's move strategically and be ready for anything. Her allies echo her sentiment, finding strength in her resolve. As they step forward, the light filters through the trees, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows that dance along the path. Let's split into pairs to cover more ground, Alys suggests, pulling the villagers together for a quick briefing on their plan. As they prepare to divide, the sprite bounces on their toes, an eager glimmer in their eye. I'll go with you, Alys. I want to help gather as many herbs as we can. Alys smiles, appreciating the sprite's enthusiasm. Excellent. We'll stay wary and keep an eye out for anything unusual. With a final glance back toward the village, Alys embraces the adventure ahead, her heart set on protecting both her home and the mysteries of the forest. As Alys and the sprite delve deeper into the forest, the familiar sounds of the village fade away, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of woodland creatures. The transformative beauty of the forest envelops them, and Alys feels both exhilarated and cautious. She takes in the vibrant greenery, each plant a potential resource waiting to be identified. Look over there! The sprite points excitedly at a cluster of brightly colored flowers. As Alys and the sprite delve deeper, do you think those are useful? Alys approaches, careful to examine the flowers closely. They could be. Let's note them and come back once we've scouted more. They move on, the path winding through towering trees and lush undergrowth. Alys takes mental notes, jotting down landmarks and potential herb locations, her mind racing with possibilities. But as they uncover more of the forest, Alys senses a shift in the atmosphere, moments of silence that seem weighty. As if the forest itself is holding its breath. "Stay alert," she whispers, a hint of apprehension tightening her chest. The sprite glances at her, concern flickering across their face. "Do you think it's safe to keep going?" Alys hesitates, feeling the interplay of excitement and caution. "We need to find allies and gather information. If we tread carefully, we can navigate these woods with respect." The sprite nods, although their expression remains wary. Together, they continue onward, Alys resolved to both discover the forest's secrets and ensure the safety of their mission. As they ventured deeper, Alys and the sprite come across a clearing where a gathering of forest creatures is taking place. The atmosphere is charged with energy, the creatures communicating animatedly, their voices a mix of concern and purpose. Alys feels a rush of hope, recognizing that this is the moment they have been preparing for. "Let's approach carefully," she whispers to the sprite, who nods with a mixture of eagerness and apprehension. They step into the clearing, and the chatter dies down as the forest creatures turn to face them, expressions shifting from curiosity to questions about their intentions. Alys raises her hands in a gesture of peace. "We come seeking allies. We've heard you faced challenges and wish to unite our strengths." A murmur passes through the gathered creatures. One brave soul, a small but fierce-looking fox, steps forward. "And how can we trust you? Our past experiences with outsiders have left scars." Alys feels the tension in the air tighten, understanding the weight of their skepticism. Trust takes time, but we hope to build that bond through cooperation and shared knowledge. We've witnessed the dangers together, and we want to create a safer haven for all of us. The fox tilts its head, considering her words while Alys senses the allies around her, weighing the possibility of collaboration against their deeper fears. The dialogue dances between doubt and hope, each moment critical in shaping the relationships that will determine their future. Alys stands in the clearing, her heart racing as the creatures deliberate her words. "Prove your commitment," the fox replies, narrowing its eyes. "What can you offer us that would ensure our safety and trust?" Feeling the pressure of the moment, Alys takes a steadying breath. "We have knowledge, resources, and a commitment to protect the forest and each other. We can create a united front against the threats both our communities face." The villagers behind her nod, their energy shifting from uncertainty to a united resolve as they listen. Alys notices the creatures whispering among themselves, weighing her proposal with cautious curiosity. "Perhaps we should demonstrate our strengths," one creature suggests, their tone cautiously optimistic. "Show us how you can support us in returning our missing ally." Alys seizes the opportunity. "Absolutely. We're prepared to help in any way we can. If you guide us to where they were last seen, we can scout, strategize, and assist in their recovery." The fox exchanges glances with other creatures, a sense of deliberation evident in their expressions. Alys can almost see the gears turning, the potential for collaboration beginning to unfold. "Your willingness to share your strengths is encouraging," the fox finally acknowledges, lifting its head. "We will guide you, but know that trust must be earned through action." Alys's heart lifts at this response. She understands the importance of demonstrating their intentions through collaboration as she prepares for the next steps in solidifying this vital alliance. Alys feels a surge of adrenaline as the fox leads her group deeper into the forest, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The path twists and turns, the sounds of the forest enveloping them as they move carefully behind the creature. A sense of urgency builds within Alys. Every moment feels critical as they draw closer to their missing ally. As they walk, the fox turns back to address Alys. "Stay alert, there are many unseen dangers in these woods. Your presence must be respected." "Of course," Alys replies, nodding in understanding. "We've learned to navigate challenges together." The fox eyes her intently, gauging her sincerity. With every passing moment, Alys understands that this journey is as much about trust as it is about strength. They finally reach a hidden grove, where signs of a scuffle are evident on the ground. Trampled leaves and broken branches. This is where we last felt their presence. The fox says quietly, leading them to a clearing filled with tension and uncertainty. Alys kneels down, closely examining the area, her heart pounding. "We need to be strategic. If we can find traces of their path, we might discover where they've taken our ally." Her allies settle into the task, Alys feeling their confidence grow as they begin to comb through the foliage, trusting in her leadership and the support of their newfound companions. She knows they are close to uncovering the truth, each step forward amplifying her determination to protect both her village and the magic of the forest. As Alys examines the ground, her fingers tracing the imprints left in the soil, a sense of urgency fuels her focus. "Look here," she calls to the group, pointing to a set of tracks that seem to lead deeper into the forest. "These must be the ones who took our ally." Her eyes widen with realization, and Alys feels a surge of hope. Following these traces could lead them toward their goal. The sprite, peering over her shoulder, squints at the ground. "Should we follow them? What if it's a trap?" Alys weighs the risks, her heart pounding. "We need to take the chance. If we don't act, we might lose our opportunity for good." The fox nods and looks at the group. "Strength lies in numbers. If we stay together, we can face whatever might come." A collective agreement forms among her allies, each of them moving to adapt to the new challenge. Alys can feel their excitement blend with the tension in the air, the energy mounting as they prepare to follow the path laid before them. With her determination solidified, she sets off, ready to confront the dangers that lie ahead, knowing that their shared journey has fortified their resolve to reclaim what was lost. Chapter 24. A Choice of Sacrifice. Alys stands at the forefront of her assembled allies, the tension palpable in the air as they prepare for a decisive action. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as she addresses the group, her heart racing with the weight of their mission. "This is our moment to reclaim our ally and confront our adversaries once and for all," she declares, the voice steady and resolute. The creatures and villagers nod, their expressions a mix of determination and eagerness. Alys can feel the strength of their shared purpose, a collective commitment to face the challenges ahead. She glances at the map laid out before them, tracing the paths they plan to take. "We'll divide into teams. Those with experience and stealth will flank the sides, while the rest will confront from the front," she instructs, the confidence in her strategy growing as she surveys her allies. Marek, standing ready, takes a step closer. "Let's make sure we have clear signals for when to regroup. We need to stay united," he reminds her, reinforcing their shared understanding of the mission's importance. Alys nods, grateful for his insight. "Absolutely. We've trained for this moment and will adapt if things don't go as planned." As they prepare to embark, Alys feels a palpable shift within her, a realization that this moment not only defines their immediate future, but also sets the stage for the kind of leaders they will become in the face of adversity. As Alys finishes outlining the plan, she feels the energy among her allies shift, a palpable sense of camaraderie sparking in the air. With determination in their eyes, the groups begin to organize themselves, gathering weapons, supplies, and provisions needed for the confrontation ahead. Alys moves among them, distributing roles and responsibilities with growing confidence. "Let's ensure everyone knows the route," she says, pointing to the map. "We'll need to be discreet as we approach, and we can't afford to lose sight of each other." Marek approaches her, a calculated look on his face. What if we encounter unexpected resistance? We should plan a quick escape route just in case. Alys nods, appreciating his foresight. Good thinking. Let's make safe points along our path, she agrees, mentally noting the areas they should target for any potential retreats. The sprite, bustling with energy nearby, adds, "And I can create illusions to confuse them if we need a quick distraction." Alys smiles at the sprite's ingenuity. Exactly. We'll use that to our advantage. As the preparations unfold, Alys realizes that her newfound leadership has solidified their teamwork, transforming uncertainty into collective strength as they ready themselves for the challenges that await. As the preparations continue, Alys feels the tension in the air rise, a mix of excitement and apprehension as they finalize their plan. The villagers gather in small circles, each group discussing their roles and strategies, but beneath the surface, she senses a flicker of doubt. A nearby elder voices their concern. What if we don't make it in time? What if the traitors are prepared for us? Alys takes a breath, her confidence steadying her resolve. We need to remember the strength of our unity, she replies. If we collaborate, we can adapt to any situation. Every one of you has a vital role to play. She notices Marek reassuring others, reminding them of their training and the bond they share, reinforcing the spirit of teamwork. We've prepared for this. Trust in each other, he states, meeting Alys's gaze with unwavering support. Then a young villager hesitantly speaks up. But what if we fail? I don't want to let anyone down. Alys steps forward, her heart swelling with empathy. Every challenge comes with uncertainty. What matters is how we respond when faced with it. If we fall, we rise again together, she asserts, her conviction resonating with the group. Feeling the shift in energy, Alys knows this moment is pivotal. Their bond is growing stronger, shaped by both their shared fears and their determination to press forward, a testament to the evolution of their community as they prepare to face the approaching darkness. Alys watches the villagers' expressions, noting the mix of determination and lingering fear as they consider her words. Let's take a moment to remember why we're doing this, she says, her voice resonating with conviction. We're protecting our home and the lives of those we care about. Every one of you has a part to play in this mission. No role is too small. Marek steps closer, the resolve in his eyes shining brightly. We've been through tough times before and come out stronger. This time will be no different. The encouragement fuels Alys's confidence. Exactly. Our past experiences will guide us in this moment. We need to trust each other and act strategically, taking calculated risks. A young villager raises a hand hesitantly, a note of uncertainty in their voice. But what if we don't succeed? What if we lose more than we gain? Alys meets their gaze firmly. Every endeavor carries risk, but it's in our ability to adapt and work together that we find our strength. We'll face whatever comes our way as a united front. The elder nods in agreement, adding, Together we have the power to shape our future. As she looks around, Alys can see the flickers of resolve igniting among them, the potential for unity and strength as they understand what they can achieve when they stand together. This moment crystallizes their purpose, galvanizing them toward the challenges lurking just beyond the horizon. As the discussion deepens, Alys feels a palpable shift in energy among her allies. The confidence that has blossomed begins to ripple outward, taking root in the hearts of the villagers. A young creature speaks up. I want to contribute. I can help gather herbs we might need during the encounter. Good idea, Alys encourages, her heart swelling with pride as she witnesses the willingness to act. And let's ensure we also bring along the charms we prepared. They'll help keep us safe. The sprite hurries to retrieve them, their eagerness infectious. I'll start gathering them now, they exclaim, darting off to collect their supplies. Alys watches, feeling the spirit of collaboration illuminate the gathering. She knows that this sense of purpose strengthens the fabric of their community, highlighting how each individual's contributions weave together for a greater cause. In that moment, the weight of her experiences begins to settle into a solid foundation of leadership within her. "Let's finalize our preparations. We need to be swift and efficient," she says, her confidence radiating throughout the group. With every task accomplished, Alys can sense that they're not just preparing for battle. They're fortifying their bonds and commitment, ready to face whatever challenges the future holds. With the final preparations underway, Alys stands at the edge of the village, surveying her allies as they gather their supplies and ready themselves for the journey ahead. The lanterns flicker softly in the fading light, casting warm glows on their determined faces. A sense of purpose fills the air, each villager focused on the task at hand. "Let's make sure we have everything before we move out," Alys calls, her voice steady and encouraging. "Check your packs for herbs, charms, and anything essential for our mission." As the group busily organizes their items, she catches sight of Merrick helping two younger creatures secure their bundles, offering guidance and reassurance with a smile. "You're doing great," Alys remarks, her heart swelling at the scene unfolding before her. "Thanks, Alys. I just want them to be prepared," he replies, determination evident as he balances the fears lingering among them. Alys takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility evolve into a solid conviction. This isn't just about protecting ourselves. It's about creating lasting relationships with the forest. We are all in this together. The villagers exchange glances, the camaraderie sparking, as they sense the unity forming around a shared mission. Alys knows they are ready to face whatever lies ahead, empowered by the bonds they have strengthened through their collective experiences. With her heart set, she leads the way into the shadows of the forest, fully committed to the journey and the new alliance they are building. Chapter 25: Rallying the Forces. As the first light of dawn breaks through the trees, Alys gathers her allies in a clearing, the air filled with a sense of urgency and purpose. They stand together, preparing for the tasks that lay ahead, each one of them acutely aware of the challenges they face. Alys surveys the group, her heart racing as she prepares to set the plan into motion. "Today is about taking action," she addresses them, her tone steady and resolute. "We need to gather all the resources we can find and utilize the knowledge we've gained." Her allies nod, the determination evident in their expressions as they organize themselves into teams. Alys takes a deep breath, channeling the energy of the moment into her words. "We'll need to work swiftly and efficiently, staying connected throughout our journey." Merrick steps forward, holding a pouch filled with the herbs they've gathered. "I'll take a group to scout the eastern edge. We can check for any creatures lurking there and see what else we can find." Alys feels a swell of pride, knowing that her leadership has empowered Merrick, instilling him with the confidence to act decisively. "That's a fantastic plan. Let's make sure we regroup and share what we discover." As they move to finalize preparations, Alys feels the bonds of trust that have strengthened between them. Each ally's resolve reinforces her belief that they can navigate whatever challenges await them, ready for the adventure lying just beyond the forest's edge. As the teams finalize their preparations, Alys feels a sense of urgency electrify the air around them. Each group gathers their supplies, checking off items from their lists as they ready themselves for the mission ahead. Alys watches, her heart swelling with pride at the sight of her allies working together seamlessly. "Let's remember our signals," she reminds them, her voice filled with authority and confidence. "If anything goes wrong, we need to know how to regroup quickly." Merrick rallies his group, going over the map one last time. "We need to be sure we stick to our routes. If we stray too far, we might miss vital information," he states, his focus sharp and determined. Among the villagers, Alys notices a few still grappling with doubt, their eyes darting nervously. What if we don't find anything useful? One whispers, uncertainty creeping back into the atmosphere. Alys steps forward. Alys steps forward, going over the map one last time. We need to ensure we stick to our roots. If we stray too far, we might miss vital information. Alys steps forward, going over the map one last time. We need to be sure we stick to our roots. If we stray too far, we might miss vital information. Alys steps forward, her voice filled with authority and confidence. Hundreds of boys infused into the text team's cramming freeze, and brave, young, healthy, hot, they're eventually, but still gathering their refreshments and prides together. Alys handles the camera magically, every time she sees one. We need to know how to regroup quickly. Marek rallies his group, going over the map one last time. Addressing the concern directly. Even if we don't find what we expect, we'll learn something valuable. Each experience teaches us how to adapt. We're in this together. She reassures them, her leadership shining through. There's a noticeable shift as whispers of agreement begin to circulate, and Alys feels a wave of solidarity envelop them. As they prepare to head out, she knows that their shared commitment and openness to adaptation will guide them through whatever challenges lie ahead. As the villagers finalize their preparations, Alys senses a mix of excitement and apprehension filling the air. While some creatures discuss the best paths to take, others seem hesitant, exchanging glances filled with doubt. A village elder steps forward, concern etched into their brow. What if we're not strong enough to face what lies ahead? They question, their voice heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Alys meets their gaze, feeling the gravity of the moment. We've trained for this. Every challenge has brought us to a point of readiness. Remember, we're not alone. We have each other. She reassures them. One of the younger villagers hesitantly raises a hand. But what if we make a mistake? What if we don't find anything? Alys feels the pressure of their fears, but remains resolute. Mistakes are part of learning, she responds, her voice steady. We'll adapt our plans as we go. It's crucial that we trust in our growth, and in one another. The elder nods slowly, the tension in their features easing slightly. Alys can see a flicker of understanding in the eyes of those gathered, the bond of the community reminding them that they share not only the risk, but also the strength to face whatever challenges await. With courage rekindled, they prepare to set out, and Alys feels the unifying energy surround her, ready to embrace the journey ahead. As the plan solidifies, Alys takes a moment to absorb the energy surrounding her. The villagers are filled with determination, each person stepping into their roles, ready to embark on the mission. Alys moves among them, her heart swelling with pride as she witnesses the community rally around their shared purpose. "Let's stay mindful as we embark on this journey," Alys reminds them, her voice firm yet encouraging. "We need to look out for each other and remember our priorities." Marek, busy preparing his equipment, looks up and adds, "We have the knowledge we need. We've trained together, and we can adapt to any situation." Alys nods, appreciating the confidence he exudes. "Exactly. Our training has prepared us for this moment. Trust in that." As each villager finishes gathering their supplies, Alys feels the collective energy and commitment solidifying, everyone focused on the tasks ahead. The earlier doubts have transformed into a shared determination that stirs in the pit of her stomach, ready to propel them into action. This unity feels like a warm shield around her, reminding Alys that together they are not only capable of facing potential threats, but also of creating a stronger future for their home and each other. Finally bringing balance and unity, Alys remembered that together they are not only capable of facing potential threats, but also of creating a stronger future for their home and each other. This unity feels like a warm shield around her, reminding Alys, realizing together they are not only capable of facing potential threats, but also of creating a stronger future for their home and each other. The villagers are now fully engaged, their spirits high as they finalize their preparations. Alys feels the momentum building around her, a palpable sense of purpose filling the air. "Let's remember to keep our communication open while we scout. The last thing we want is to lose each other," she emphasizes, ensuring they all understand the importance of teamwork and the need for vigilance. "Understood," Marek replies, the excitement in his voice bubbling over. He turns to a small group of younger villagers. "Follow my lead when we split up. I'll make sure you know when to regroup," he assures them, displaying a newfound confidence that Alys admires. Nearby, a more experienced villager fumbles with their supplies, a hint of frustration crossing their face. "I just want everything to go perfectly. What if we overlook something crucial?" they express, vulnerability evident in their tone. Alys steps closer. Bite!
The villagers are now fully engaged, their spirits high as they finalize their preparations. Alys feels the momentum building around her, a palpable sense of purpose filling the air. He turns to a small group of younger villagers. "Follow my lead when we split up. I'll make sure you know when to regroup," he assures them, displaying a newfound confidence that Alys admires. Nearby, a more experienced villager fumbles with their supplies, a hint of frustration crossing their face. "I just want everything to go perfectly. What if we overlook something crucial?" Her heart swelling with empathy. "Perfection isn't the goal. It's about learning and adapting," she reassures them. "Every step we take is part of the process. We're in this together." Seeing her words resonate, the villagers nod, uncertainty beginning to lift. The earlier tension diffuses slightly, replaced by the understanding that their collective efforts will be more powerful than any individual hesitation. With renewed focus, they finalize their plans. A happy face, what and tasks, she greatly emphasizes. Alys feels her heart swelling with empathy, picturing the party with her hands, iridescent, tense enjoyment. Nearby, a more experienced villager fumbles with their supplies, a hint of frustration crossing their face. "I just want everything to go perfectly. What if we overlook something crucial? What if we overlook something crucial?" Alys steps closer, ready to help them finish their plans. Alys feeling a surge of optimism. The bonds formed among them strengthen her sense of responsibility, and she knows they are ready to face the unknown challenges lurking ahead. Her comforting heart was warmed by the emotion and seeing her face puzzled with a near point. What its thread that Alys has always kept in her mind is now filling. And with the preparations complete, Alys gathers everyone for a final briefing under the soft glow of the morning light. Today's mission is about more than just gathering resources. It's about forging connections and protecting our community, she emphasizes, scanning the faces of her allies filled with a mix of hope and determination. "Remember, we are not individuals, we are a united force. Every action we take matters," she continues. Feeling the weight as her words seep into the group, Merrick steps forward, confidence radiating from him. "If we find more allies, we can secure our boundaries and ensure no one feels alone in this fight." A few villagers exchange glances, recognition flickering in their eyes as they begin to understand the depth of their collective responsibility. Alys senses the shift in dynamics. "Let's approach this with open minds and hearts. The forest has much to teach us, and together
We can navigate whatever lies ahead, she finishes,
feeling the energy enveloping them. As they prepare to embark on their journey, Alys takes a moment to appreciate how far they've come together. The unity they forged gives her the strength to face the unknown, ready to embrace the adventures and challenges waiting in the shadows. Chapter 26. The Testing of Trust. The sun hangs high in the sky as Alys stands at the edge of the clearing, heart racing at the prospect of their upcoming mission. Her allies gather around her, their expressions a mix of determination and anxiety, reflecting the weight of the task that lies ahead. A sense of urgency fills the air, pushing Alys to stay focused and resolute. Today, we put our plans into action. We must locate the traitor and ensure the safety of the forest and our village, she announces, her voice steady as she hopes to inspire confidence in her companions. A breeze rustles through the trees, and Alys takes a deep breath, letting the scent of the forest fill her lungs. She can feel the strength of nature surrounding her, reminding her of their mission's importance. Stay alert and work together, she continues, scanning the group for any signs of doubt that she can quell. If we rely on each other, we'll triumph over anything that comes our way. The villagers exchange glances, the energy in the clearing shifting as they prepare to set off. Alys watches as Merrick stands tall, ready to lead one of the groups into the forest, showing the confidence born from her leadership. In this moment, Alys embraces the realization that the journey ahead is not just about facing danger, but also about reinforcing the bonds and trust they have cultivated, preparing to fully engage in the challenges that await them. As Alys leads her group toward the deeper parts of the forest, she takes stock of their supplies, ensuring everyone is equipped for the challenges ahead. Make sure you have your herbs and tools ready, she reminds them, intentionally checking each person's gear as they move through the underbrush. The familiarity of the forest now feels like a tapestry of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Narek, always proactive, turns to Alys. Should we assign specific roles for scouting? If we're going to find the traitor, we need to be smart about it. Alys nods, appreciating his insight as she weighs their options. Good idea. Let's split into 2 groups, one for scouting and one to patrol the perimeter. Just then, a sharp-eyed villager raises a hand, concern swirling in their gaze. But what if we encounter them? What's our plan for that? We can't afford to engage without knowing their strength. Alys pauses to consider the question before responding. That's a valid point. We'll establish signals for regrouping and decide beforehand how to handle potential confrontations. Feeling the collective tension around them, Alys senses their trust in her leadership has grown, even if fears linger beneath the surface. Adaptability will be key, she emphasizes, reinforcing their shared responsibility in the mission ahead. As Alys watches the group adjust to her directives, she realizes their commitment to each other is the foundation for the success that awaits them, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As they prepare to embark on their mission, Alys can feel the energy of her allies shift from anticipation to anxiety. Let's remember that we are all in this together, she reassures the group, hoping to instill confidence amid the uncertainties ahead. We've trained for moments like this. Lean on each other's strengths. Just then, a creature steps forward, their demeanor uncertain. What if we encounter the traitor's crew? Are we prepared for a fight? Alys meets their gaze directly, feeling the weight of their concern. We will be vigilant and smart. If it comes to confrontation, we'll use the traps we set and the signals to regroup. Her words resonate, but she can see flickers of doubt in some eyes, reminding her that the fear of failure lingers. Remember, we have each other to rely on. We'll adapt as needed, she adds, steadiness grounding her. Marek, standing nearby, speaks up. Let's not forget about communication. We need to have clear signals if we get separated. Alys nods, grateful for his input.
Exactly. Keeping the lines of communication open will be vital. If we're diligent, we can navigate any obstacles that arise. With the plan solidified, Alys feels a sense of unity forming among the villagers. Their resolve shines through, reinforcing her belief that they are ready to face whatever challenges the forest holds. With the preparations nearly complete, Alys senses the urgency mounting among her allies. "All right, remember your roles," she instructs, watching as each group gathers their supplies and ensures they are equipped for the journey ahead. "We need to move efficiently and support each other throughout this mission." A palpable focus replaces the earlier anxiety, villagers nodding as they check their weapons and tools. Alys takes a moment to absorb the energy. Filled with a blend of anticipation and responsibility. However, a lingering doubt emerges when one villager murmurs, "What if we're walking into a trap? What if it's a mistake to split into groups?" Alys feels the tension rising again, but meets their worried gaze with confidence. "We're prepared. We've trained for this, and trust in each other is crucial. We'll keep in close contact and adapt our plans if needed." The group begins to solidify their resolve. Her words resonating as they reaffirm their commitment to their cause. As they finalize their gear, Alys feels the bonds of unity strengthen around her, knowing that the work they have put in together has readied them for whatever awaits in the forest. It feels empowering to be at the helm of such a committed team, guiding them toward the path ahead. As the villagers finalize their preparations, Alys takes a moment to observe the energy surrounding her. They are busy checking supplies, eager and focused, their previous doubts beginning to dissolve. Alys feels a swell of pride as she notes how far they've come, each villager embodying the spirit of collaboration they have cultivated. "Let's remind ourselves of our ultimate goal," Alys says, stepping forward to ensure everyone is aligned. "We're not just gathering information, we're protecting our community and the forest we love." Merrick stands beside her, a confident smile on his face. "And we can't forget about the alliances we've formed. We need to keep in touch with our new allies too." Just then, a younger villager pipes up, visibly excited. I want to make sure we're prepared for anything. I'll keep track of our signals and supply routes. Alys feels a rush of hope as contributions pour in. Each suggestion adds to the collective strength of their mission, reinforcing the bonds that have intertwined their fates. Every effort counts. Together, we're building not just defenses, but a future, she emphasizes, recognizing how her leadership has fostered a sense of purpose that strengthens their resolve. With a final glance at their gathered supplies, Alys knows they are ready to face whatever awaits them, their hearts united in purpose and commitment. With a sense of determination filling the air, Alys gathers her group close, ready to set their plans into motion. Now that we've outlined our strategies, let's remember the importance of supporting one another. She begins, addressing the group with unwavering conviction. Our success depends on the trust we've built. Let's not lose sight of that. Merrick stands at the front, a confident grin on his face. We'll keep our signals clear and ensure everyone knows what to do when we regroup, he reinforces, drawing attention to the map they've meticulously annotated. The sprite, full of energy, adds, "And I'll watch for any signs of trouble. I can create diversions if we run into any unexpected issues." Alys nods, feeling the collective spirit rise among her allies. That's exactly the kind of adaptability we need. If we find ourselves in a tight spot, we must be prepared to pivot quickly. The tension of uncertainty that had lingered begins to melt away, replaced by a palpable sense of purpose. The villagers show commitment through their actions, shoulders squared as they prepare to embark together. Alys takes one last look at her friends, their faces now filled with resolve, realizing that they are not just allies, but a unified force, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. She feels a swell of pride. This moment signifies not only their growth, but her evolution into the leader they all need. Chapter 27. The Final Preparations. The morning light filters softly through the leaves as Alys gathers her allies in the clearing, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The air buzzes with urgency as they prepare to execute their plan, each ally focused and ready for action. Alys feels the collective energy around her, a mixture of excitement and determination pushing them forward. Today, we will take the next step in our mission, she announces, her voice strong and clear. We're ready to explore the territories we've mapped out and make meaningful connections. A sense of camaraderie envelops the group as they exchange nods, their earlier doubts giving way to the strength of their shared purpose. Alys observes her allies, noting the resolve etched on their faces. Let's ensure everyone knows their roles and responsibilities, she continues, confident in her ability to lead. We stick to our plan, but we must be ready to adapt if things change. As she outlines their next steps, Alys notices the sprite bouncing on their toes, filled with eagerness. I'll handle the scouting. I'll keep an eye out for any signs of danger. Feeling invigorated by the sprite's enthusiasm, Alys smiles. Great. Together, we'll navigate this journey with courage and adaptability. With the mission clear, Alys takes a deep breath, ready to venture into the unknown, filled with the knowledge that their shared goals and unity will guide them through whatever awaits in the forest. As Alys and her team set off, she leads them along a narrow trail, her senses heightened as they move through the forest. The vibrant sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves surround them, creating an invigorating atmosphere. Alys feels the energy of the group, each member focused on the tasks at hand, ready to face the day's challenges. Keep an eye out for any signs of wildlife. We want to make sure we're not surprising anything, she reminds them, her voice steady as she navigates the path ahead. The sprite, flitting between the trees, chirps, I'll call out if I see anything unusual. Their excitement adds to the group's momentum, and Alys can feel the bond among them strengthen. A sudden thought strikes her. They need to remain vigilant about the potential dangers in the forest. Let's make sure everyone knows the signals for regrouping if we get separated, she suggests, turning back to look at her allies. Marek nods. Clearly in agreement. I can manage the signals. If we see anything suspicious, we'll blow the whistle to alert the others. With their roles defined, Alys feels a sense of camaraderie flourish, and as they continue deeper into the forest, she recognizes how their collective efforts are creating connections that will guide them when facing the unknown. The anticipation of discovery and adventure fills her heart, propelling them forward into the embrace of the forest. Clearly in agreement. I can manage the signals. If we see anything suspicious, we'll blow the whistle to alert the others. With their roles defined, Alys feels a sense of camaraderie flourish, and as they continue deeper into the forest, she recognizes how their collective efforts are creating connections that will guide them when facing the unknown. The anticipation of discovery and adventure fills her heart, propelling them forward into the embrace of the forest. The anticipation of discovery and adventure. As they navigate the winding path, Alys notices the forest beginning to change. The trees grow denser, their trunks thicker, and the underbrush becomes increasingly tangled. A sense of determination wells within her. They may have to adapt their approach based on the new challenges unfolding around them. Let's take a moment to reassess our surroundings, she suggests, signaling for the group to halt. We need to ensure we're on the right track. She pulls out their map, tracing the paths they've previously marked, while scanning the forest for familiar landmarks. Just then, a low growl reverberates from the nearby thicket, sending chills down her spine. Did you hear that? The sprite whispers, eyes wide with fear. Alys nods, holding up a hand for silence. Stay calm. We need to be smart about this. Her instincts kick in, and she considers their options. If it's a predator, we should maintain a low profile and find a safe spot to observe. The group looks at her, some visibly shaken by the sound, but Alys's steady voice brings a sense of resolve. Let's regroup and establish a lookout. We may be able to learn something valuable from this situation. As they huddle together, Alys can feel the dynamics shifting. Her leadership brings focus to their mission, transforming anxiety into determination as they prepare to face the challenges of the forest head-on. Alys takes a moment to gather her thoughts, considering the sounds around them, as the group shifts into a formation that grants them better visibility. Let's create a perimeter, with 1 or 2 sentinels watching our backs while the rest of us scout ahead, she instructs, her voice firm as she lays out the new strategy. Marek nods, stepping forward to volunteer. I can take the northern side. I know the area a bit better. His willingness reinforces Alys's confidence, and she feels gratitude for his leadership alongside her own. Great, I'll lead the southern route. We can cover more ground this way, she replies, turning to the others, and will establish signals to ensure everyone knows how to regroup. The younger villagers rally behind them, eager to participate in the mission. However, Alys notices a few older members of the group lingering with uncertainty, their trust still imperfect in the face of potential danger. Remember that we've trained for this. Each of you is vital to our success, she reassures them, feeling the tension ease slightly. Let's not let fear deter us from our goal. With renewed resolve, Alys leads her team onward, the collaboration forming a sturdy foundation for their progress. She knows that every action taken from this point forward will lay the groundwork for both their immediate success and their long-term connection to the forest. As Alys and her group prepare to move, She feels a wave of urgency propel them forward, knowing they need to act quickly. "Check your supplies one last time," she calls out, ensuring each ally has everything they need before they split to cover more territory. The focus in the air is palpable, a shared determination driving them onward. Marek approaches her, checking his gear, and his brows furrow in thought. "What if we run into trouble? We've dealt with ambushes before. Should we set up a backup plan?" Alys considers his question, her mind racing through potential contingencies. "That's a smart idea. We'll establish a rendezvous point at the Old Willow, just in case we need to regroup." The sprite, filled with nervous energy, nods vigorously. "I can signal everyone with illusions if something goes wrong." Feeling encouraged by the sprite's eagerness, Alys smiles. "Absolutely. Use your talents if we face any unexpected challenges." The villagers begin moving toward the boundaries of the forest, a sense of resolution washing over them as they prepare to embark on their mission. Alys knows that this phase of their journey requires both cautiousness and boldness, and she feels ready to embrace the challenges they will face together. With the plan set and everyone focused, Alys leads the way into the unknown, prepared to navigate the dangers ahead and discover the truths hidden in the depths of the forest. As Alys leads her group deeper into the forest, she feels a mix of excitement and trepidation. The sunlight filters through the treetops, casting patterned shadows on the ground. She can sense the awareness of her allies heightened, each step taken with careful consideration. The memory of their last encounter lingers, encouraging them to be vigilant. "Remember to communicate clearly. We need to stay connected," Alys reminds them, her voice steady as they navigate the winding path. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes nearby sends everyone into alert mode. Alys's heart races as she motions for silence, focusing on the source of the sound. "Stay together," she whispers, adrenaline coursing through her. Just as she prepares to investigate, a rabbit hops into view, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The sprite releases a breath they hadn't realized they were holding. "Just a rabbit. I thought it was something worse." Alys chuckles softly, but the underlying tension still remains. "We can't let our guard down. There are potential threats everywhere." As they continue on, Alys takes the opportunity to ensure her allies feel secure. "Let's keep our eyes peeled and be ready for anything. This forest still holds surprises for us." With each step forward, she strengthens her resolve, knowing that her leadership will guide them through the uncertainty. A renewed sense of teamwork envelops them, ready to uncover the secrets that lie deeper within the woods. Chapter 28. The Confrontation. A moment of confrontation arrives, and Alys stands at the forefront, pulse quickening as adrenaline surges through her body. The gathered allies form a protective circle around her, their expressions a mix of determination and anticipation. Alys can feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on her, but she steels herself, ready to execute the plan they've crafted together. "Remember our roles," she reminds the group, her voice ringing clear. "We've trained for this. Trust each other and stay focused." Ahead, the shadows rickle with movement, and Alys can sense that the time for action is drawing near. With a deep breath, she surveys the clearing, her mind racing with strategies and contingencies learned through their adversities. This time, they will not be caught off guard. "On my mark, we'll create a diversion, then flank them from the sides," she instructs, her heart swelling with resolve. The sprites and villagers nod, the energy in the air crackling as readiness takes hold. As she prepares to initiate the first phase of their plan, Alys feels the collective determination of her allies igniting a fire within her, a sense of purpose that reads not just as a command, but as a shared conviction to reclaim their home and face the challenges ahead together. With her heart pounding, Alys signals the team to initiate their plan, the tension in the air palpable as they spring into action. "Now!" she shouts, as the sprite unleashes a dazzling illusion, creating flickering images of themselves that dart through the trees, confusing the enemy. The distraction works, and several of the traitors pivot, their attention caught by the illusions. Alys sees a window opening, and gestures for her group to move forward, feeling a surge of adrenaline as they press towards the heart of the enemy's camp. "Stay close and watch each other's backs," Alys instructs, her voice firm as they navigate through the chaos surrounding them. Merrick leads a flank, parrying the efforts of one traitor who tries to intercept their advance. "We can't let them regroup. Keep pushing." Alys can see the trust in her allies' eyes as they rally together, fighting side by side, determination shining through the heat of the battle. She feels a renewed sense of leadership spark inside her, the experience of their training flooding back as she begins to steer their movements. "Focus on team communication. Remember the signals," she calls out, her confidence growing as she directs the flow of the confrontation. Their collective efforts and her decisive actions take on a rhythm, turning the tide as they steadily push against the opposing force, embodying the unity that has become their greatest strength. Alys presses forward, her eyes scanning the battlefield as her allies engage the traitors. She observes the chaos unfold around her, recognizing the critical importance of strategy amid the fray. The sounds of clashing weapons and shouted commands fill the air, creating a symphony of urgency that sharpens her focus. Suddenly, she spots a group of traitors attempting to regroup, their confidence rising as they call out to one another. "They're rallying!" she shouts to her team, urgency lacing her voice. "We need to cut them off." Merrick, realizing the implications of her words, swiftly directs his group. "We'll flank them from the left. Come on!" Alys feels a rush of adrenaline as they coordinate their movements, executing the plan with a fluidity born of their shared training. She pushes through the crowd, her heart racing as she navigates the shifting dynamics of the confrontation. But just as they gain the upper hand, a sudden force hits her from the side, knocking her to the ground. A traitor looms over her, eyes filled with malice. A surge of fear wells up, but she remembers the lessons learned from past encounters. "Stay focused," she reminds herself, quickly scrambling to regain her footing. With every ounce of strength, she rallies, knowing that her ability to adapt will determine not just her survival, but the success of her allies. Alys quickly regains her balance, her heart hammering against her ribcage as she faces the traitor looming over her. The creature snarls, its grip on a weapon firm, ready to strike. But Alys feels a surge of adrenaline and determination flood through her. "I won't back down," she thinks, readying herself for the struggle ahead. With a swift movement, she reaches for a handful of the shimmering dust they've prepared. In a flash, she throws it directly at the creature's face, blinding it momentarily and buying herself precious seconds. "Now!" she shouts, rallying her allies to react in the chaos. Marit charges in, taking advantage of the distraction, tackling the traitor to the ground as Alys scrambles to her feet. "Keep moving. We need to push them back before they regroup," she directs, urgency flooding her voice as she assesses the battlefield once more. The sprite flits through the fray, conjuring illusions that confuse the enemies further. Alys watches as her allies rally, working together to shift the balance in their favor. Feeling every ounce of their collective strength, Alys presses forward, her leadership shining as she strategizes on the fly, adapting their approach to the evolving conflict. She knows that their success hinges on their unity and resilience, and she is determined to lead them through this pivotal moment. Alys feels the energy of the battle intensify as her allies press forward, their shouts mingling with the chaos around them. "Push them back," she urges, her determination radiating as she navigates the chaos, leading by example. Each decision she makes feels charged with urgency, reinforcing her role in the fight. The traitors are disorganized, struggles breaking out as her team capitalizes on the momentum. She sees Marek defending one of the younger villagers, his moves fluid and precise, embodying the spirit of cooperation they fostered. But just then, a sudden crash erupts nearby, one of their traps activated, sending a few traitors tumbling. A sense of exhilaration surges through Alys, the realization that their preparations are paying off. "Keep at it, we're gaining ground," she calls, feeling a rush of adrenaline as she urges her team on. The sprite, darting between combatants, creates more distractions, causing further confusion among the enemy ranks. "Look out, they're regrouping," the sprite shouts, making Alys aware that the battle is far from over. Alys's mind races, and she knows they must adapt as the situation evolves. "Let's adjust our tactics. We can't let them consolidate," she directs, understanding that her ability to navigate these changes will be vital in solidifying their victory. With the battle raging around her, Alys feels a surge of adrenaline as she takes in the unfolding chaos. Her allies are engaged, working together to fend off the remaining traitors, their movements coordinated and purposeful. A sense of pride floods through her as she realizes how far they've come, united in their goal to protect their home. "Focus on teamwork," Alys calls out, her voice rising above the fray. "We can't let them regain control." Marek springs into action, cutting down an enemy who moves to flank Alys. "We're holding them back. Just keep pushing forward." Alys watches him lead a charge, feeling a blend of gratitude and admiration for his courage. The bond they share feels palpable, and she knows their experiences have forged a strong connection among them. Just as she prepares to engage another adversary, a loud crash echoes from behind her, momentarily diverting her attention. A representation of their earlier traps has worked once more, but confusion breaks out as one of the squads gets tangled in their own barriers. "We need to regroup," Alys shouts, immediately assessing the situation. Trusting her instincts, she knows they must adapt swiftly to maintain their advantage. "Let's create a circle, protect each other's backs while we clear the area," she instructs, pushing through the adrenaline coursing through her. her decisive leadership steering them toward the next phase of their struggle. Her confidence radiates, encouraging her allies to unite for the final push against their foes. Chapter 29. Aftermath of the Confrontation. The sounds of battle fade, replaced by an eerie silence as Alys stands amidst the aftermath of the confrontation. The clearing is littered with remnants of their struggle. Scattered debris, remnants of traps, and the heavy scent of earth mixed with adrenaline. Alys surveys the scene, her heart heavy with the weight of their losses, but also buoyed by the fact that they have emerged victorious against the traitors. As the crowd begins to settle, tension still hangs in the air. Some villagers regroup, checking on those who had been injured, while others express relief mingled with uncertainty. Alys takes a deep breath, pushing through the grief and fatigue that swirls within her. "We need to assess our losses and honor those who fought bravely," she states, her voice clear as she tries to instill a sense of strength in her companions. Marek steps beside her, grim but resolute. "And we should also celebrate our win. We fought together and succeeded where we once faltered," he encourages, looking around at their weary yet triumphant faces. Alys nods, appreciating his perspective. "Yes, but we must remember the sacrifices made. They are part of our journey, and we will carry their memory with us as we move forward." With renewed determination, Alys rallies her allies, knowing they must begin to heal from the physical and emotional scars. This moment marks both the resolution of a conflict and the beginning of a new chapter for their community. Alys moves through the clearing, taking stock of her allies and assessing the extent of their injuries. "Are you all okay?" she asks, her voice filled with concern as she pauses to check on Marek, who has a bruise forming on his arm. "I'm fine," he replies, forcing a smile. "Just a scratch. We pulled through, didn't we?" The relief in his tone encourages Alys as she continues to survey the group. Some villagers are tending to the injured, while others gather remnants of supplies. Taking stock of what remains, the atmosphere feels heavy, punctuated by both accomplishment and the weight of loss from the battle. Alys notices a young creature sitting quietly, their eyes downcast, clearly struggling with the aftermath. She kneels beside them, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulder. "It was a hard fight, but we did it together. You were brave." The creature looks up at her, uncertainty and doubt visible in their expression. "But we lost some of our own," they whisper, fear creeping into their words. Alys holds their gaze, understanding the gravity of their feelings. "We'll honor them and learn from this experience. Each loss teaches us how to stand stronger together." As they reorganize, Alys feels the bond of her allies deepen, recognizing that their resilience amidst the challenges will shape their future. She knows that healing will take time, but together they can rebuild and embrace the road ahead. The atmosphere shifts as the villagers begin to process the aftermath of the battle, murmurs of concern blending with the sounds of healing and regrouping. Alys stands among them, keenly aware of the shadows lingering in their hearts. She watches as a few villagers share quiet words, their expressions filled with uncertainty and doubt. "What if this happens again?" one asks, worry casting a pall over the group. Alys steps in, drawing on her resolve. "I know today was difficult, but we stood together, and we succeeded where we once feared to tread." She reminds them, her voice steady and persuasive. Marek, leaning against a nearby tree, pipes up. "We need to remember that we can't let fear control us. We've faced challenges before and come out stronger." Alys nods, feeling the weight of his words resonate. "Exactly. Our past has taught us how to adapt and grow. This isn't the end. It's another chapter in our story, she affirms, her heart swelling with determination. As the villagers begin to rally around her words, Alys notices their faces starting to shift. A flicker of resilience ignites within them, a visible acknowledgement that they are all part of something greater, something that can withstand whatever hurdles lie ahead. In this moment of unity, Alys recognizes the profound impact of their experiences. Their shared journey not only strengthens their bonds, but also paves the way for future growth and collaboration in the face of any adversity. Their shared journey not only strengthens their bonds, but also paves the way for future growth and collaboration in the face of any adversity. Alys stands amidst her allies, their earlier doubts beginning to fade as a sense of purpose fills the clearing. "Let's remember why we thought," she urges, her voice strong. "We did this for our community, for everyone who believes in our cause." She watches as her words resonate, the villagers nodding in unison, each face reflecting the lessons learned from their experiences. The earlier weight of loss has transformed into a drive to protect what they hold dear. Merrick steps beside her, a determined light in his eyes. "We can honor those we lost by being vigilant and strengthening our bonds moving forward." Alys feels a swell of affirmation echo through the group, recognizing the power of unity in their resolve. "We'll use what we've learned to build a safer future for our village and the forest." The villagers murmurs agreement, rallying behind Alys's vision as a reassuring warmth grows in the air. She understands their journey is still ongoing, filled with potential and the promise of collaboration that has been forged through their trials. This moment solidifies their commitment, reinforcing the realization that every challenge faced has prepared them for the next steps in their shared path, inspiring hope for all the chapters yet to be written. As the villagers begin to discuss the next steps, Alys feels the energy in the clearing shift from grief to purpose. "Let's ensure we honor those who fought bravely," she says, her voice ringing with determination. "We will create a memorial, a place where we can remember our allies and the strength of our community." Marek nods in agreement, enthusiasm shining in his eyes. "We can gather stones from the forest and each contributes something meaningful to the site. A sense of renewed energy flows among the villagers, their earlier hesitation giving way to action as they contemplate their contributions. Alys can see excitement building, a shared commitment to honor both the past and their future. Another villager raises their hand. And this time, we can share the stories of those who have fought for us. We must never forget. Alys feels her heart swell with gratitude. Exactly. Every story is a lesson for us, helping to reinforce our unity. She glances around, taking in the faces of her friends, some still marked by sorrow, but all ready to step forward together. In this moment, Alys recognizes the profound connection forged through pain and perseverance, knowing that their collective strength will be the foundation for a brighter future. With a sense of anticipation building, she prepares to take the next step, excited about the possibilities that lie ahead as they begin to weave hope back into the fabric of their community. With plans for the memorial in place, Alys feels a renewed sense of purpose as the villagers begin to gather supplies. They spread out in the clearing, collecting stones, flowers, and any meaningful tokens to create a tribute to their lost allies. A lively energy emerges, filled with shared stories and laughter, as they reminisce about those who bravely fought alongside them. Each of these stones can represent a story we should tell, Marek suggests, picking up a smooth, round rock and turning it in his hands. Let's make sure we communicate what these heroes stood for. Alys nods, encouraged by his initiative. Absolutely. Everyone's contribution adds depth to our memory and strengthens the bonds between us. Holding a handful of wildflowers, a younger villager steps forward, excitement bubbling in their voice. I want to plant these around the memorial. It will make it beautiful and full of life. That's a beautiful idea. Alys replies with a warm smile, recognizing the potential for new life to emerge from their sorrow. As they continue their preparations, Alys feels the heaviness of loss lift, replaced with a sense of togetherness. The villagers are transforming their grief into a lasting legacy, and in witnessing their resolve, Alys realizes that this act of remembrance will solidify their commitment to protect both their past and future. In each moment of shared effort, she sees the strength of their community grow, echoing the lessons of resilience they've learned through their journey. Chapter 30. The Moment of Clarity. As the sun rises on the day of the memorial, Alys steps into the village square, feeling a mix of anticipation and solemnity in the air. The clearing is adorned with the fruits of their labor, stones artfully arranged, vibrant flowers planted with care, and small tokens placed thoughtfully to honor their lost allies. A sense of warmth envelops her, mingling with the cool morning breeze. Alys pauses to take it all in, appreciating the love and dedication each villager has poured into creating this special space. It feels like a celebration of life as much as it is a remembrance of the past. Let's gather everyone together, she says, her voice steady as she signals for the villagers to assemble. The chatter dies down, and as faces turn towards her, Alys feels the weight of their shared grief and triumph create a profound connection among them. This memorial stands as a testament to our unity and resilience, she begins, her heart swelling with purpose. We honor the bravery of those we've lost, but this space also reflects our commitment to each other and the future we are building. As she speaks, Alys notices a few villagers wiping away tears, while others nod in agreement, their expressions shifting from sorrow to hope. She knows that this moment signifies not just a pause for reflection, but a catalyst for change, a turning point that can forge new paths forward. Alys watches as villagers begin to share stories of their fallen friends, each tale weaving a tapestry of remembrance and honor. The atmosphere, once heavy with sorrow, transforms into one of celebration and gratitude as laughter mingles with tears. Each shared memory brings them closer together, igniting a sense of purpose in Alys's heart. Let's not just remember them for their losses, but also for the joy they brought into our lives, she encourages, stepping forward to share a story of her own. I remember the laughter of our dear friend when they tried to catch fireflies. They added light to our world in more ways than one. The villagers respond with nods and smiles, their connection to Alys deepening as they reflect on the bonds they shared. As the stories continue, Alys notices a shift in the dynamics of the group. Skepticism gradually melts away, replaced by a unified spirit. A few younger villagers express their eagerness to honor the legacy through their own contributions. "We want to ensure they're never forgotten," one exclaims, enthusiasm brightening the atmosphere. Alys smiles back, seeing the potential for growth and change bloom within her community. Together, we can make sure that their stories live on in our hearts and actions. In this moment of clarity, Alys feels empowered. Her journey shaping her into a leader capable of guiding her community toward a future filled with hope and resilience. Her journey shaping her into a leader capable of guiding her community toward a future filled with hope and resilience. In this moment of clarity, Alys feels empowered. In this moment of clarity, Alys feels empowered. As the stories of the fallen continue, Alys feels a shift in the air, the weight of unresolved conflicts beginning to lift. Villagers share not only tales of bravery, but also moments of personal growth sparked by their friendships. Alys watches as differing perspectives emerge. Some express the need for caution, while others advocate for bold new endeavors. One villager speaks up, their voice trembling slightly. "What if we form a council to ensure we make decisions together? We've seen how much can change." Alys nods, delighted by the suggestion. "That's an excellent idea. Building a council will allow everyone to contribute to our future, making sure every voice is heard." Though murmurs of agreement rise among the crowd, a lingering voice of dissent breaks through. "What if our differences hold us back? We've struggled in the past." Alys takes a moment to absorb their concern. feeling the tension surface again, but determined to address it. Our differences are our strength. If we learn from one another and support each other, we can navigate challenges more effectively. As she speaks, Alys sees a flicker of understanding in the faces around her. She feels the bond between them tighten, recognizing that their willingness to engage in open dialogue will define the paths they choose moving forward. With each passing moment, Alys realizes that her growth has prepared her for this shift, igniting the community's potential to forge a stronger, more unified future. Alys glances around at her friends and neighbors, sensing the emotional shift in the crowd as the conversations begin to meld into a shared purpose. "Let's work together to draft a charter for this council," she suggests, her voice cutting through the chatter. "We can establish a framework that allows us to make decisions collectively and ensures that everyone's input is valued." The elder nods thoughtfully, a glimmer of approval in their eyes. The idea of a council will not only empower individuals but also strengthen the community. It is a wise direction. A young villager raises their hand, a look of enthusiasm on their face. "And we should hold regular meetings to discuss our progress and adjust our strategies as needed." Alys smiles, feeling encouraged by the energy and creativity flowing from the group. "Absolutely. Regular communication will be key to our success." As they begin discussing what the charter might contain, Alys feels the weight of her earlier doubts dissipate, replaced with excitement over the possibilities. Each contribution matters, knitting their stories and experiences into a shared vision for a stronger future. In this moment, she understands that this council represents not just a new way to organize, but a reaffirmation of their bonds, a testament to the growth they've all experienced together. Alys knows their journey is just beginning, and with each step forward, they are laying the groundwork for a resilient future. As the villagers continue brainstorming for their council charter, Alys feels a swell of pride at the collective enthusiasm blossoming in the square. Ideas flow freely, each villager contributing thoughts about how they can improve their decision-making processes and foster unity. Alys watches, her heart light as she sees a close-knit community thrive in collaboration, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that once clouded their interactions. "Marek, your idea about integrating strategies from our previous experiences is crucial," Alys points out, reinforcing the collaboration that has developed. He grins, encouraged by her affirmation. "And we should consider what everyone felt during that last conflict. Those feelings are important for our future planning." Alys nods, her thoughts racing with the interconnectedness of their shared experiences. "If we want to foster trust and resilience, we need to embrace openness about our fears and hopes," she asserts, feeling the truth of her words resonating with the assembled villagers. One hesitant voice interjects, "But what if we disagree? How will we resolve conflicts within the council?" Alys meets their gaze, sensing a pivotal moment. Disagreement can be healthy if we approach it with respect. We'll hold discussions where each voice is heard and find solutions together. In Adim's place, where the heart of humanity has been governed as a private citizen, Alys stands, hand sensing a pivotal moment, says the Oriental. "We need to embrace openness about our fears and hopes," she asserts, feeling the truth of her words resonating with the assembled villagers. One hesitant voice interjects, "But what if we disagree? How will we resolve conflicts within the council?" Alys meets their gaze. Her commitment to nurturing a culture of understanding and trust shines through, galvanizing the villagers as they begin to unite their aspirations into a solid foundation for the future. Alys realizes they are not only preparing for their next steps, but are also building the framework for lasting connections that will shape their journey ahead. We need to embrace openness about our fears and hopes, she asserts, feeling the truth of her words resonating with the assembled villagers. One hesitant voice interjects, "But what if we disagree? How will we resolve conflicts within the council?" Alys meets their gaze, sensing a pivotal moment for their shared experiences that will shape their journey ahead. We need to embrace openness about our fears and hopes, she asserts, feeling the truth of her words resonating with the assembled villagers. As the villagers finalize their thoughts on the council, Alys feels a profound sense of belonging wash over her. The atmosphere grows warm with camaraderie, laughter, and hope intertwining as they discuss how to implement the ideas they've shared. Alys looks around, appreciating how every voice contributes to the shared vision they are crafting together. "I want to initiate a project that collects stories from our elders," one villager suggests, excitement evident. "We can use those stories to guide us as we make decisions." Alys nods, invigorated by the creativity flowing among her peers. "That's an excellent idea. Preserving our history will help us navigate the future." The sprite, still brimming with energy, raises an arm. "And I want to help share those stories visually, through art. We can create murals that reflect our journey and our hopes." A wave of enthusiasm spreads through the group, inspiring everyone to think about how they can contribute to this new chapter. Alys takes a deep breath, her heart swelling with pride. She knows that their shared experiences have laid the groundwork for unity, transforming the village into a haven of support and collaboration. In this moment, she realizes the true meaning of leadership. Not just directing, but fostering connections that empower every individual to play their part in the ongoing story of their community. Chapter 31. A New Normal. Alys returns to her cottage after a long day filled with planning and hope, a sense of accomplishment flooding her as she steps inside. The familiar smells of herbs and the sight of her cozy space wrap around her like a warm embrace. The sunlight filters through the window, illuminating the bundles of herbs she had gathered earlier, a reminder of the bridging of knowledge between her village and the forest creatures. As she settles at her wooden table, Alys reflects on the changes that have unfolded within her community. She picks up her herb journal, flipping through the pages, filled with notes and sketches. Each entry marks a step forward in their shared journey and deepens her commitment to supporting her village. With newfound purpose, she notes the day's events, documenting the ideas shared during the council discussions and the excitement of her neighbors. Today marked the beginning of something special. She writes, her pen flowing smoothly across the page. A moment of quiet fills the room, and Alys feels a sense of gratitude for the bonds they have forged. Just then, a gentle knock at the door breaks the silence. Alys looks up, curiosity shining in her eyes as she calls out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Marek," he replies, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Smiling, Alys rises to greet him, sensing the camaraderie that has strengthened between them, both from shared challenges and newfound ambitions. Alys opens the door to find Marek standing there, a small bundle of fresh herbs in his hands. "Thought you might want some more supplies for your remedies," he says, a grin spreading across his face. Thank you, Alys responds, her excitement bubbling over as she takes the herbs from him. These will be perfect for our next meeting. As they step inside, she motions for him to take a seat at the table. I was just documenting everything we've learned so far. It feels important to keep track of our progress. Marek nods, settling into the chair as he scans the scattered notes and sketches from her journal. It's incredible how much has changed in such a short time, he remarks, pride evident in his voice. Alys pauses, looking at him thoughtfully. I couldn't have done this without all of you. Your help has made all the difference. Marek leans forward, curiosity glinting in his eyes. What's next for us, Alys? Where do you see this going? Feeling the weight of the question, Alys takes a moment to gather her thoughts. I want to strengthen our alliances with the forest creatures, and I think we can also expand our knowledge of the land. There's so much more to uncover. As they discuss the possibilities, Alys feels a deepening connection with Marek, and his support fuels her ambition to explore new avenues for their village. Together, they delve into a conversation about what the future could look like. A collaboration built on trust, respect, and the shared journey that lies ahead. As Alys and Marek continue their conversation, a few more villagers arrive, drawn in by the warmth of the cottage and the aroma of fresh herbs. They settle around the table, eager to join the discussion. We've been thinking about the council and how we can contribute, one villager says, their eyes shining with determination. Alys smiles, feeling encouraged by their enthusiasm. That's wonderful. We can use all the ideas we can get. What do you have in mind? Another villager chimes in. What if we start holding workshops? Sharing skills and knowledge could really strengthen our community. Alys nods, the idea resonating with her. Yes, that way everyone can contribute to our understanding of the forest and our resources. It'll be a way to honor our connection. The sprite, perched nearby, looks thoughtful. And we could share our own talents too. I want to teach about illusions and how they can help us. Alys feels a surge of pride at their willingness to contribute, recognizing the bond that has formed among them. Let's outline a plan. Together, we can create an opportunity for everyone to learn and grow. Our council can lead these efforts. As they begin to sketch out the details, Alys notices the excitement building in the room. Each voice adds to the collective spirit, reinforcing the sense of unity that has emerged since their earlier challenges. In this moment, Alys understands that their journey is not just about facing external threats, but about nurturing the relationships that weave their community together. As Alys leads the discussion, she notices a spark of excitement in the eyes of the villagers, each person reflecting the growing sense of purpose that fills the room. Let's make this a community effort, she suggests, encouraged by their enthusiasm. We can form teams based on the skills we have and what we want to learn from each other. Marek speaks up, his voice filled with passion. I can help organize the workshops. We can take turns teaching and sharing what we know. Alys smiles, appreciating his initiative. That's a great start. If we each commit to teaching something, it'll not only empower us, but also foster a greater understanding among our community. The sprite bounces in excitement. I can show everyone how to use illusions to blend in with nature. It will be fun and useful. Alys feels the energy in the room surge as plans begin to take shape. She can see the villagers imagining a future where their skills intertwine harmoniously. But then a quieter voice interjects. What if some of us are not as skilled? What if we don't have anything valuable to teach? Alys pauses, recognizing the fear of inadequacy in their words. Every experience has value. It's not about perfection. It's about sharing our journeys and learning from each other. She reassures, her voice filled with warmth. The willingness to engage and nurture connections reinforces Alys's belief in their collective strength, shaping a future that embraces growth and unity. As they finalize their plans, Alys feels a profound sense of hope and determination blossom among them. As the villagers begin to rally around Alys's vision, she feels a powerful sense of unity growing among them. Ideas bubble up, each villager contributing their own thoughts, eager to participate in this newfound community initiative. "What if we host a festival of learning?" one suggests, enthusiasm lighting up their face. "A day where everyone can come together and share their skills." Alys's heart swells at the idea, the possibilities swirling in her mind. "That's a brilliant thought. We could invite not just our villagers, but the creatures of the forest to join us." The room buzzes with excitement, villagers bouncing ideas off one another, fueled by the energy of collaboration. "We could have demonstrations, storytelling, and workshops," claims another, visibly inspired. Alys feels the collective strength of the community, recognizing how far they've come from the earlier days of doubt. "Let's outline what we want to showcase. Everyone has something valuable to contribute. The sprite filled with energy bounces on their toes, and I can prepare something special to kick off the festival, maybe a performance to bring everyone together." As laughter and chatter fill the air, Alys watches the transformations take place before her eyes. The seeds of trust they've cultivated are blossoming into a vibrant garden of ideas, setting the foundation for a rich future that blends the village and forest in harmony. Alys watches as the villagers' excitement grows, the buzz of ideas forming a vibrant energy in the room. As they finalize their plans for the festival, she feels a profound sense of connection with her community, understanding that this event represents not just an opportunity for learning, but a celebration of their unity. "Let's divide up the responsibilities," she suggests, bringing the group back to focus. "We need people to handle preparations, run workshops, and organize the events." Marek steps forward, enthusiasm brightening his features. "I can coordinate the workshops. I've got ideas for herbal remedies, and I'd love to show everyone." "Perfect," Alys responds, appreciation flowing through her. "And we'll need someone to handle the decorations and set up the main area." A nearby villager raises a hand, volunteering eagerly. "I can take care of that. I'll make sure it's colorful and inviting." "Great. And let's not forget about the refreshments. We need to keep everyone energized," Alys adds, feeling a sense of purpose fueled by the spirit of collaboration surrounding her. In this moment, Alys realizes that her growth as a leader has transformed their community dynamic. She understands that they are no longer just villagers. They are partners in building a rich future filled with hope and unity, ready to embrace the challenges and joys ahead. Chapter 32. Mending Bonds. Alys stands in the bustling village square as preparations for the Festival of Learning reach their peak. The atmosphere is alive with excitement, villagers moving about with purpose as they set up stalls, decorate the area, and arrange tables filled with crafts and herbal remedies. Laughter and chatter fill the air, intertwining with the sweet scents of baked goods wafting from the ovens. Alys can hardly contain her joy, watching her vision come to life. As she moves through the crowd, she greets familiar faces, many of whom now wear smiles tinged with newfound hope and camaraderie. "Have you finished your decorations?" she calls to a small group working on colorful banners, feeling a wave of gratitude for the enthusiasm that infuses the preparations. "Yes, we'll hang them just in time for the opening," one villager replies, a gleam of excitement in their eyes. Alys pauses for a moment, taking in the vibrant energy around her, knowing that this day represents a turning point for the community. She catches a glimpse of Simon, tirelessly helping another villager arrange herbs for display. "You're doing a great job, Simon," she shouts, her heart swelling with pride. He beams at her, even amidst the busyness and chaos. A sense of fulfillment washes over Alys, realizing that they are all contributing to something greater, a community united in purpose and understanding. As the sun begins to rise higher, lighting up their surroundings, Alys takes a deep breath, ready to embrace the day ahead and all the potential it holds for their village and the bonds they've nurtured. As the villagers gather in the square, Alys watches with pride as they set up their various stalls and displays, each unique contribution reflecting the spirit of the community. She moves through the crowd, encouraging each person as they prepare for the day. "This looks wonderful. You've all put so much heart into it," she praises, a sense of gratitude bubbling within her. The excitement is contagious, but Alys also feels a flicker of worry at the back of her mind. She knows that with every gathering, there's potential for both connection and conflict. "Don't forget to cover the herbs with a cloth to protect them from the sun," Alys calls out to a young villager, who nods anxiously as they rush to follow her advice. The sprite flits by her side, vibrant and full of energy. "I can help keep an eye on everything. We want this festival to go perfectly," they declare, determination lining their features. Alys smiles, appreciating the sprite's enthusiasm. "Absolutely, your magic will add an extra layer of excitement." She takes a moment to assess the preparations, her heart swelling with hope as she envisions the connections that will be strengthened during the festival. A sense of purpose fills her, filling her with determination to ensure that this gathering reflects the unity they have all fought so hard to build. Even amidst the bustle, Alys knows that every participant is vital to the day's success, and she feels a renewed commitment to their shared journey. As Alys continues to help the villagers set up, she notices a few faces hanging back, their expressions weary and hesitant. "Is everything all right?" she asks, approaching a group of older villagers discussing their contributions. One elder looks up, concern etched in their features. "We've done this before, and each time it feels like the stakes get higher. What if it doesn't go as planned?" Alys pauses for a moment, understanding the roots of their anxiety. "I know it's a risk," she replies gently, "but this festival is about more than just the event itself. It's a chance for us to solidify our connections and strengthen our trust in each other." Another villager, still skeptical, adds, "What if the creatures don't appreciate our efforts? What if they see this as a weakness?" Alys shakes her head, feeling the weight of the responsibility settle on her. "We've fought hard to build this relationship. Our willingness to collaborate shows strength, not weakness." She takes a deep breath, her conviction solidifying. "Let's focus on the joy of community, sharing knowledge and celebrating what unites us rather than what divides us." The elders exchange glances, processing her words. "Maybe you're right," one finally concedes, a flicker of hope easing into their expression. With the mood beginning to shift, Alys feels a sense of empowerment swelling within her. She knows that overcoming these doubts together will further solidify their bonds as a community, ready to embrace the possibilities that await. As the festival kicks off, Alys stands at the edge of the square, watching the energy pulse through the crowd. Laughter and music fill the air, the vibrant decorations fluttering in the gentle breeze. She feels a deep sense of pride swell within her, witnessing her community come alive with excitement and connection. Villagers begin to share their crafts, showcasing the fruits of their labor, while others engage in friendly conversations filled with joy. Alys moves through the crowd, greeting faces both familiar and new, her heart buoyed by the spirit of unity that envelops them. Among the stalls, she stops by the one displaying the herbs and remedies. "These look amazing," she exclaims, excited to see the creativity everyone has put into their offerings. A neighboring villager beams with pride. "Thanks, Alys. We've learned so much from our work with the forest. It feels good to share it." Alys nods, feeling the bonds they've forged deepen as the villagers express their hope for the future. However, she notices a few villagers still wrestling with doubts, anxiety flickering behind their eyes. "Stay close, everyone," Alys calls, her voice ringing with determination. "Let's celebrate our progress and remember that we are stronger together." In that moment, Alys realizes this festival isn't just a gathering. It's a reaffirmation of their collective strength and resilience, showcasing how far they have come together and preparing them for the journey that still lies ahead. Alys watches as the festival unfolds, each moment filled with laughter and shared joy. Children dance around the square, their faces painted with colors, and the villagers engage in storytelling, passing down tales reminiscent of the elders' wisdom. The excitement is infectious, and Alys feels the weight of their growing bond entwining with the festivities. "Let's gather everyone together for the ceremonial toast," she announces, her voice rising with enthusiasm as she claps her hands to call for attention. The crowd begins to settle, turning toward her with eager expressions. Merrick stands beside her, holding a crafted goblet filled with the first batch of herbal brew they had prepared together. "To our unity and strength," he declares, raising the goblet high. A chorus of cheers spreads through the crowd as Alys echoes the sentiment, her heart swelling with pride at the sense of community that blooms around her. "Together, we honor our past and embrace our future," Alys proclaims, her voice ringing with conviction as they all raise their cups in unison, the weight of shared experiences binding them tightly together. As laughter and clinking goblets fill the air, Alys realizes that this festival symbolizes more than just a celebration. It's a living testament to the resilience and spirit of Verdant Hollow, setting the stage for the adventures yet to come. As the sun begins to set, casting a beautiful golden light over the village, Alys feels a profound sense of contentment wash over her. The festival has been a resounding success, filled with shared laughter and newfound connections, a tapestry of community woven tighter with every story shared and every herb demonstrated. She takes a moment to absorb the joyful sights surrounding her, her heart swelling with pride. Looking around, Alys spots Simon, laughing with some children, their faces painted in bright colors, creating a scene of pure happiness. She smiles at the sight, knowing that this day has transformed not just their community, but also herself. "Let's make this a tradition," Alys calls out, her voice rising above the joyful chatter. "A festival of learning and unity every year. Together, we can enrich our lives and protect what we hold dear." The crowd erupts in cheers and applause, their excitement evident as they discuss how they can expand the festival in the future. Marek approaches Alys, a proud grin on his face. "You really brought us all together, Alys. I can't remember a day where everyone felt so connected." Alys feels a rush of gratitude for her allies, recognizing that their collective efforts have shaped not only her leadership, but the community as a whole. "We've shown that our strength lies in unity, and this is only the beginning." With renewed purpose, Alys knows that the experiences from the festival and the bonds they formed will guide them in the challenges to come, setting the stage for future adventures that await them beyond the embrace of the forest. Chapter 33. A New Beginning. Alys stands at the edge of the village square, feeling the vibrant energy of her community around her. The remnants of the festival still linger in the air. Hints of laughter and joyful conversation mix with the scents of herbs and baked goods, creating a comforting atmosphere. She takes a moment to soak it all in, appreciating how the festival has brought everyone closer together. As villagers gather to discuss new ideas for potential workshops and gatherings, Alys feels a sense of pride swell within her. She's transformed from someone who merely assisted in the village's routines to a leader who fosters unity and collaboration. "Today marks a new beginning for all of us," she addresses the group, her voice carrying across the square. "We've shown what we can accomplish together, and now it's time to take those lessons into the future." Merrick stands beside her, nodding. "We've got so much potential to explore. Let's keep this momentum going," he exclaims, enthusiasm infectious as it spreads through the crowd. Alys glances at the faces of her allies, realizing that each individual now carries a sense of ownership over their community. Together, let's continue to share our knowledge, our experiences, and our strength, she encourages, feeling the spirit of solidarity knitting them together. In this moment,
So the love.
Alys sees her journey reflected in the vibrant hopes of those around her, ready to step into the future as a cohesive force committed to their shared dreams and challenges. As the villagers listen to Alys's words, a wave of enthusiasm sweeps through the crowd, igniting their imaginations about the future. A young villager steps forward, excitement radiating from them. "We should start planning workshops for the children. They're eager to learn, just like we were." Alys beams at the suggestion, recognizing the importance of nurturing the next generation. "That's a fantastic idea. Teaching them about the herbs and the forest can ignite their curiosity and strengthen our community bonds." Marek adds, "And we can incorporate storytelling into those workshops, sharing the legends we've heard over the years." Alys watches as the crowd buzzes with new ideas, villagers engaging with one another as they discuss how to bring their dreams to life. The sprite hops with joy, eagerly suggesting, "We can create an art project that reflects our journey together." The energy in the clearing is infectious, and Alys feels a sense of belonging that reinforces the strength of their unity. Each contribution showcases not only their individual growth, but the shared potential of the community. As they brainstorm, Alys realizes that this is more than just planning. It's an embodiment of their experiences and aspirations, paving the way for deeper connections and future adventures that lie ahead. With excitement buzzing in the air, Alys takes a moment to reflect on how far they have all come together. The conversations flow effortlessly as villagers share their aspirations, many inspired by her words of unity. She feels a warmth spreading through her as she observes the transformation taking place around her. Old fears are melting away, replaced by a shared determination to create a better future. Marek stands nearby, actively engaging others. "Let's designate a time for our first workshop and outline what we want to cover," he suggests, exemplifying his growth in leadership alongside Alys. Alys nods in agreement, heart swelling with pride. "We can create a schedule that allows everyone to contribute their knowledge and skills. The more we embrace our differences, the stronger we become." A soft voice speaks up from the back. "What if others in the village resist? How will we bring them on board?" Alys turns, addressing the concern with empathy. "We'll invite them to join us. This is about building connections, not just for those who already feel involved. It only takes one curious conversation to inspire change." the mood lightens as villagers begin to embrace the idea of inclusivity, their excitement building as they envision the potential for growth. Alys realizes that their journey has not only empowered her, but also ignited hope in her community. Addressing that, setting the stage for collaboration and unity that will withstand the challenges ahead. Setting the stage for collaboration and unity that will withstand the challenges ahead. As Alys looks around at her friends, she senses their commitment solidifying into a shared vision for the future. The conversations swirl around her, filled with excitement and ideas for what their community can become. She spots Simon, proudly showcasing the map he has drawn, marking locations and routes for the workshops. "This will be perfect for understanding our land," he exclaims, enthusiasm radiating from him. As Alys feels a warmth in her heart as she recognizes that the younger generation is becoming empowered, just as she was inspired to take action. "Together, we can guide each other in our efforts," she adds, seeing the way their connections are deepening through a mutual desire for growth. The older villagers, once weary, begin to share their insights too, discussing methods of teaching and storytelling that can enrich their workshops. "We can pass down our own experiences alongside the herbs," one elder suggests, a spark lighting their eyes as they realize their contributions matter. Alys nods, her confidence growing as she sees the unity forming. She knows they are not only reinforcing their relationships, but also harnessing the strength of their shared history to pave a path forward. In this moment, Alys understands that her journey has come full circle. In this moment, Alys understands that her journey has come full circle. As he passes by hundreds of young couples gathered around him, he holds up his hand and smiles, as if he knows he's seeing the progress they have made in making the future. In this moment, leading her to inspire not just herself, but a whole community prepared to embrace their new adventure with hope and purpose. Leading her to inspire not just herself, but a whole community prepared to embrace their new adventure with hope and purpose. As Alys looks around at her friends, she senses her commitment solidifying into a shared vision for the future. The conversations swirl around her, filled with excitement and ideas for what their community can become. She spots Simon, proudly showcasing the map he has drawn, marking locations and routes for the workshops. "This will be perfect for understanding our land," he exclaims, enthusiasm radiating from him. Alys nods, her confidence growing as she sees the unity forming. She knows they are not only reinforcing their relationships, but also harnessing the strength of their shared history to pave a path forward. In this moment, Alys understands that her journey has come full circle, leading her to inspire not just herself. Alys watches as the villagers begin to organize their plans, excitement written across their faces. "Let's make sure we have materials ready for each workshop," she calls out, her leadership emanating confidence as everyone bounces ideas off one another. The collective energy is infectious, and Alys feels the anticipation build with each suggestion shared. "I can gather more herbs for the remedies we'll teach," one villager exclaims, their eagerness palpable. "Perfect." "And I'll coordinate the storytelling session," another adds, already envisioning the tales they can share. Alys feels a surge of pride as she listens. This sense of collaboration fills her with hope, a strong foundation of trust and shared purpose solidifying before her eyes. The sprite chimes in, "And I want to create decorations to make it festive, to show everyone how much we value this tradition." Alys nods enthusiastically, recognizing the importance of celebrating their efforts. Yes, each contribution adds to the spirit of our community. The villagers rally around Alys's vision, excitement sparking as they prepare for the festival. She realizes that this gathering not only represents the culmination of their hard work, but also marks the beginning of a new chapter, where together they can explore new possibilities and face any challenges that lie ahead. As the preparations reach their peak, Alys stands back, taking a moment to reflect on the transformation around her. The village square buzzes with life, laughter, and purpose as everyone immerses themselves in the festivities. Colors dance in the sunlight, and Alys feels a deep connection to her community, recognizing how they have all come together to create something meaningful. She watches villagers setting up tables filled with herbal remedies, elegant crafts, and stories waiting to be shared. The thought of how these shared experiences would strengthen their bonds fills her with warmth. Suddenly, Simon runs up, excitement radiating from him. "Alys, I've been working on the map for our workshops. I can't wait to show everyone." His enthusiasm brightens her day, and Alys kneels to meet his gaze. "That sounds wonderful, Simon. We'll make sure everyone has a chance to see it during the festival." A sense of pride swells within her, feeling the weight of her journey reflected in the budding confidence of those around her. The struggles they've faced have brought them to this moment, and she knows they have a bright path ahead filled with new adventures. With the festival about to begin, Alys feels ready. Every challenge has brought them closer together, laying the foundation for a future where creativity, knowledge, and cooperation thrive hand in hand.